But I mean, also there may not be anybody here, so there's someone behind you.
Sorry. Don't know how many panelists there are, but I was sure.
I think there are only 4.
Well,
maybe they're
get
5.
a muffin. You guys can first.
Down one. Because you're gonna sit on the end, right?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I thought it was. We should sit next to each other's co-acting. That makes sense.
Yes, that's why I moved down one.
No, I'm saying that out loud because I'm like, oh yeah, duh. I'm going to give away a copy of Change Next Fall with the old cover.
Okay.
It's my copy.
I mean, yeah.
I'll be right back.
Just stand up. And Emily,
I'm Richard.
nice to meet you.
What do you write?
Fantasy, mostly like contemporary fantasy, not quite urban fantasy because it happens in a fairy world,
Yes.
but not epic fantasy because they're not barbarians.
Right. Sure.
This series, the Ice God Chronicles. We have new covers, so she's going to give away. You see, our new covers are very pretty.
Ah, very nice.
Yeah.
I think I've seen that cover somewhere.
Possibly at the fall staff table.
Well, I meant like online.
Oh, that would be nice.
Do you do paid newsletters and all? So I'm
No.
subscribed to like tons of those.
You might, yeah. I do have a newsletter, so it is possible that you've seen it there. That is possible.
Okay.
I have not got my newsletter in a while, which shame on me. I need to do that.
Yes, you should.
It's the end of school, and I was just like, I don't have it in me until June, and it's now June, so now I have to do it.
Sure.
I'm going to be surprised if more people than panelists show up at 9:30 in the morning to this.
Yeah. It's a really pretty necklace.
Thank you.
New?
Ish. I got it at MarsCon. I think.
Would you like a muffin?
Eventually, but right now I'm fine.
Okay. Would you like a muffin?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
That's true. Nothing. Random conversations I'm over here anymore. My ability to focus on things behind me that are irrelevant to my day instead of what's right in front of my face.
Yeah, there's not a lot.
I horrified Darren Carnegie just now. He said hello and he went like this. And I was like, Darren, is that V for Victor? Or are you flipping me off in the British way? And the look of petrified horror on his face. And I was like, it's okay. I know you're not flipping me off. It's you. I know you're a sweet guy. It's fine. And he's like, well, okay, just for now. But apparently yesterday he was doing this. And somebody else was like, well, what does that mean? And he's like, okay, from now on, I'm just using all my fingers. I'm just
bumping into each other. I apologize.
You're making
yeah,
me
I
sit
can move
back
in more
down.
if you need me to.
I thought you liked me, gosh.
Yeah. So we're chilling.
I think that's a smart idea for the name plates.
Yes.
You just have to remember how to spell your name, though. And that can be a challenge.
Well,
It's my bad handwriting.
I have like another 10 nameplates
Right.
from former cons in my bag.
You could just, you have all sorts of pseudonyms, so you could just write them as a frame around. You know
Right.
what I mean?
Or just ignore the other con logo on my nameplate. It's being recycled.
This is the first year they've had panels this early in a while.
Weren't they? I was in an early panel last year.
I think they started at 10.
I'm pretty sure it was earlier.
Really? Maybe
Yeah.
they did have 9 o'clock ones last year.
I could be wrong. I know because one of our panelists was late because he couldn't find parking. Although that might actually argue for it being 10 because by then people were actually there.
I mean, Saturday morning, you're not going to find parking,
Yeah.
whether you're here at 4 in the morning or at noon.
Yeah, here's the thing. I'm so sorry. I was just desperately circling the parking lot. Yeah, no, we've seen it. It's
Yeah.
I was circling the parking lot last night.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't difficult to find a spot on Thursday, but I had to, park
back.
out to find one. So,
We didn't show up until yesterday. So it was pretty good. And
Yeah.
20 minutes ago, there was like less than that. There was spots left.
Yeah. Yeah. The elevator.
Can I give people another minute or two? Or
Yeah.
Yeah, probably another minute or two. It's a little early.
let them circle a few more times.
right.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, the hotel could do a better job with parking.
Well, they've got 3 of those big tree company trucks taking up spots in this parking lot.
Mhm.
Why aren't they over at Walmart?
Yeah.
And then they took away the valet, which is okay, but they keep having that side lot.
Closed.
And it's
And it's on spots.
closed for event. Well, aren't we the event?
Right.
So what are they saving it for? Last year, they said it was for food trucks. And they did have a couple of food trucks, but I don't know that they're planning on food trucks this year. So why isn't that open?
Well, and they also could convert some of that at least to handicap parking because there's certainly not enough of that.
No.
Right.
So, close down the valet,
I literally had to drop him
Okay.
at the front of the hotel and get all our stuff out of the car and then go find a parking space. Because there was we got here late, it was around 6, 5:30.
Yeah.
But it was around 5 at 5:30. There was no handicap.
Oh,
Yeah.
no. Well, and cons should have extra handicap parking because there's such a large number of handicapped people in the community. Yeah.
All right. Well, we will get started. If you aren't sure where you are, you're in co-authoring. If that's not where you want to be, too bad you're in. So why don't we begin with introductions, if you would like to start.
Hi, I'm Sarah Joy Adams. I use my middle name because you can't find me online with just Sarah Adams. There's too many of us. I co-author with Emily Leverett the Changelings Fall, the Ice Pod Chronicles. It starts with Changeling Fall, and on my own, I've written Steel Mill Vikings.
Hi, I'm Emily Leverett. I'm an author, editor, and I'm an English professor. I'm a medievalist. I co-write with her. I also write a romance series set in the 12th century.
Hi, I'm Gail Z. Martin and Morgan Bryce. As Gail, I write epic and urban fantasy. As Morgan, I write urban fantasy, male paranormal romance. And I co-write four series with Larry.
I'm Richard Fierce. I write primarily young adult fantasy. I have 38 books, I think. I lose count. And I co-wrote a trilogy with another author friend of mine.
I'm Larry Martin. As Gail already mentioned, we co-write together. Actually, we co-write everything together.
This is
It's
true.
just we pick the name on the book by what we think will sell. So let's start out. What is your process and how do you divide your tasks?
That was interesting. So the process was a lot of phone calls and kind of plotting out, because the way we wrote our series was alternating chapters. I wrote one, he wrote one, and we wrote from different character point of views. So it was a lot easier to kind of just mesh it together. But it was a lot of calls to, talk timelines. If he was writing something, he's like, I need 2 days here. So then I knew, okay, well, the character needs 2 days, so on. So a lot of planning and calls and stuff. But what was the second part of that?
Just how you divided the tasks.
So I basically, it was my idea, and I kind of invited him to go write. So I kind of took on the brunt of everything, like hiring the artist, getting the cover designed, all that stuff. And then he just wrote his side of the story. That's how we did ours.
Okay.
We used to have 2 kids in out-of-state colleges 10 hours away, 10 hours one way. So when we would go on those drives, whoever wasn't driving would take notes, and we could,
On paper.
yeah, or however you wanted to take notes. But we could plot out a good 4 books in 20 hours of drive time. Then they graduated, and we had to find a new system. We'll kick ideas back and forth and kind of get a general idea of where it's going. I'll usually take a crack at the first draft and pass it back to him, and he'll make improvements and pass it back to me. And we've gotten to the point where we really, once it's all done, we can't tell who did what, because we've really gotten good at blending voices. He's terrific at continuity, so he will pick up when I have killed more people than showed up for the battle. That's always helpful, and I do have a tendency to do that. I take care of the marketing and that piece of things, and he takes care of the royalties and the back end stuff and the store. Because we kind of divided on what we most enjoy doing, and I don't want to keep those spreadsheets.
And it would help to know that our backgrounds are a little different. Well, I have an MBA in marketing. However, I spent 25 years in corporate finance. So this is how we divide our tasks.
And my MBA
details-
was in marketing, and I spent 17 years in corporate marketing.
Yes. So there's a logic behind how we divide those tasks just based on experience. I think our record is 27 revisions.
God, which one was that?
I don't remember. I could look back. I think it was with Orbit.
Yeah,
What
that
do
sounds
you count
right.
as a revision?
That's each time it has gone back and forth between us where someone has rewritten or done something.
Okay, so it's not like 10 of those we're finding typos. Those are all, wow.
Yeah. And that was also with the editor at Orbit, one of them. But in general, the other division that we do is I'm responsible for anything that comes back, which is towards the end on proofing or working with the editor and accepting changes or cleaning it up, or at least a pass at punctuation and grammar. I'm trying to think if there's anything else different. Both of us do research. I also validate, because my writing partner likes to use unusual words and scenarios. I try to make sure that the reader could find them if they had to Google or go look for them. And if they're not easy to find, then we need to change the context.
Yeah, there was one that he said, I couldn't find this anywhere the way you used it. I said, did you look under Victorian slang? And I got a side eye.
Because if the reader can't find it, you've just confused them. So yeah, we can look for that too.
Ours is very similar. For years, we lived on opposite coasts.
Mhm.
I lived here and she lived in California. Before that, we would get together over the summers because we were at the time both professors, and she'd come out here and we would just spend 3 months writing because we could. But we, generally speaking, write one character each, and they sort of alternate chapters sometimes. But both of us can write anything, and at this point, we use Google Docs, so it's easy to track changes. It's always online. We can find it that way. I mean, we had to start out using Microsoft Word because we started out
Before Google Docs existed.
like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And so it just, yeah, when we brainstorm, we'll brainstorm now mostly in person, but it was a lot of on the phone.
Mhm.
And then there was Skype and FaceTime and all of that. But we do plot things out, although we do also find that we don't spend too much time plotting stuff out because stuff changes as we write.
Mhm.
And so,
Yeah, I'd say that we have developed an author voice for our shared series that's different than our authorial voices for each of our individual series. Like I can read our work and have moments of this is Emily, this is me, but both of us have had moments of, well, you wrote that scene originally, it's very much you, and I'm going, no, you wrote that, and she's like, no, I'm really sure you wrote that scene first, because we don't edit each other's work, we edit our work. So once the scene is initially written, it gets edited by both of us in different ways and times, and then we discuss if there's ever a problem. You probably usually say this, but we've learned that you have to learn how to fight, because sometimes there's going to be serious disagreements. Although as we've gotten more and more comfortable with it, we've gotten better at creative conflict rather than this has become personal and now we're upset at each other. So that helps a lot. To be perfectly honest, I'm the more thin-skinned one of the pair of us. So mostly I had to get more comfortable with it. We can copy each other's voices essentially in writing. But I mostly take Rafe's point of view, and Dior is mostly written by Emily.
And actually, to leverage what you just said, how do you resolve conflicts, and how do you decide who makes the decision, or is it a negotiation? How do you get to those points and resolve them?
I think very rarely one of us has basically had a moment of I'm vetoing this. Mostly it's a negotiation of what tells the best story. Emily is really good at throwing a monkey wrench into the story that we've plotted out. I'm like, I have the story in my head and I'm excited about it and we're going to go forward. And Emily's like, but wouldn't it be better if, and then she comes up with something that's, what John Hartness likes to say, put your character up a tree, throw rocks at them, set the tree on fire. Right. And I'm like, but in my head, we have this plot, we're going to do this thing. And she's like, but this would be a twist. And I usually need a couple minutes to go, let me think about it. Okay, you're right, that would be a twist. And then on the back end, I'm like the in-depth scene descriptions and like flowery language. So I have learned that if Emily throws a monkey wrench into the plot, I should at least think about it before I say no. And she reins in my purple prose when it gets too purple.
which is not very often. Like really beautiful descriptions, probably she wrote it.
Oh,
Like there are people in a room. That's me. There are people in a room. I'll get back to description.
I'm like, okay, what color are the curtains in the room? What color is the rug? Do they match? Do they have anything to do with the theme of the scene?
People in a room.
Emily, what would you add?
I do tend to spin out what if scenarios in my brain if she's not there, and with her if she's there. And one of the things I had to learn, because we don't plot out, here's everything that's going to happen in the scene. Now go write it.
Mhm.
We plot out, here are the points that need to happen, right? Like somebody needs to end up upset by the end of the scene or whatever. And so I had to learn, like, she didn't do it the way I would have done it. Doesn't mean that it's wrong. It just means that she didn't do it the way I would have done it, which is fine. And that took a while because I had a very particular, but I saw this happening because I tend to think in dialogue. And so that's where I tend to build out of. But yeah.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. That Emily tends to think in dialogue. I tend to think in vignettes, like a visual scene, and then I add movement and dialogue to it. And so the way we start, just like if you watched us write, we try to get together at least once a week to just sit in a cafe and type together. Sometimes we talk together, sometimes we just sit and type next to each other and then share files. And Emily will start typing like mad. She's going and her fingers are flying, and I'm sitting there going, yeah. And it's not a dial tone. It's I'm watching the scene in my head. I'm literally looking at the scene and trying to examine it from different angles, and then trying to figure out where do the words start, because you can't start every scene with "in the great green room there was," right?
Usually if there's a conflict, it's because he has found a plot hole and I am ready to go on to the next project and I don't want to deal with the damn plot hole. And so I don't tell me about a plot hole. I thought we were closer to being done. So he's had 37 years to learn how to handle me, and he does it very, very well. And this usually involves giving me what they used to call a shit sandwich, which is tell you what's really good and then say, but there is this thing, and then tell you what's really good. And he is excellent at that as well. So usually that's the conflict, is I don't want to go back and fix it because I'm ready to move on to the next thing and I'm so done with this project. And you do reach that point. But
Some
then,
reach it earlier than others.
yeah, it depends on the book too. Because there's a meme out there about the little Lego guy with the pick, chopping at his computer, and it says author on the 12th revision, and they're not wrong. But that's the initial reaction, and then I stalk off and go marinate for a while and come back and go, yeah, you're right. Okay, now what do I have to fix on the bloody book? And it always makes it better. So I know that it's just when you're ready to do something else, it's very vexing, but he finds stuff that needs to be fixed, and I can't think of a situation where it actually didn't need to be fixed, or where it was really a matter of you say potato, I say potato. He found something that was fixed that needed to be fixed, and I just had to rein myself back in and go back and do the damn thing.
Let's see. It takes a lot of compromise, I think, because you each have your own ideas, and so when you clash, you have to give and take on stuff. And that was one thing that kind of I found to be very annoying with co-writing, is that like I had something in mind and then he had something different in mind, and we had to compromise on that in some way that made sense to the plot, but also satisfied our creative ideas for it. And after I finished that trilogy, I was like, I will never co-write with another person ever again. But then I was like, I'm more open to it now. But it wasn't that it was terrible. It was just, the whole compromise. It's kind of like marriage, compromising on things. One thing was that in the first book, I had a character that is like through the whole book. And then in book 2, there's this huge, massive twist to this character. And then he basically copied what I did with one of his characters in book 3. And I was like, what are you doing? I already did that. Like, you can't do that. And so he changed it a little bit, but it was still kind of like, annoying, I guess, that, he like copied my idea, I guess. And so like, you got to be able to call each other out, I guess, and be comfortable doing that.
We do have conflict. And I think it's true whenever you're working with someone else on a project is you have to know them well enough to know how to communicate that will get through. What I've learned is in the situations where there are holes or conflicts, it's very different if I just do an sometimes could be a page detailed explanation of here's how you can fix this and here's what I think would work better. That will go over much better than what your typical editor is going to come back with is fix this or plot hole or so if you actually for us I need to come back with the explanation, and frequently it's I actually rewrite it and write out what I think would work better. But that's what works for us in our style. The other thing that we sort of agreed on early on is for each work, if we actually have a conflict or voice, if there's a question, we typically say, okay, whose name's on the cover? And they get final say. I don't think we've really had to use that because we typically agree, and because we've been doing this so long and we write everything together, we do pretty much have for most of our pieces the same voice. That just comes from repetitive doing the work and rewriting it and knowing. Somewhat influenced by the different editors we've had because there are different stylistic things that we've incorporated. That's typically more me than her on like dialogue tags. She will put said in every sentence. I take them out. And there's a lot more to that, but just it's again finding that you each have different strengths. And sort of like Sarah said, I'm the visual. So I'm the one who's going to be coming back and saying, I don't get this. I don't see it. There's no description. Where are the smells? Where are the tastes? I'm not in it. So again, leveraging your partner's strengths, whoever you're writing with, because you each will have different things that you can focus on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think the word compromise, whenever we do a panel on co-authoring, the word compromise comes up a lot. And I think what we've learned anyway is that the compromise, the deciding factor in the compromise is not who gets final say, but in what ultimately makes a better story. Rather than, well, I want my story to be this way, you want your story to be this way. It's what's a better story? We have occasionally had moments of, well, the readers are going to kill us if we do this. Yeah, let's do it. Our editor's going to kill us if we do that. We should put a note since character is not dead. It's okay. It's a cliffhanger now. But it's actually really good exercise in growing as a writer that you have to talk out with another human being. Why is this better? Why does this plot point or this beat work better versus that other idea? And then make a conscious decision. And I think that's made both of us hone our craft because we don't get to fall back on I don't know, it just feels that way. I just want to. It's hard to be a lazy writer when you have someone else reading your work and going, but why?
Yeah, and how is this going to affect me?
Right.
What do
If
I
you
have to
write this, what
And-
do I do next?
The other thing I think I've found is that like she'll have one idea, I'll have another idea. And by the time we're done compromising, both of those ideas are gone and there's a third one that was better anyway.
Right.
And so that I think, and that comes out of the like, okay, what do we do for the story? And there's less to compromise on now because we're writing the 5th book and we sort of know where it's all going. Really early on, these things can be anything. And so there's a million choices you could make. And then you get further in and like, there just aren't that many choices. Like your characters are certain kinds of people and you can have them do something radically out of character, but that's weird.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have a whole lot of that's not an easy thing to do necessarily. So the more you do it, the easier it gets. And I've worked on other projects with other people too. I've co-edited a lot of short story volumes. And in those situations, I worked with 2 other women and we all agreed that everybody got, because we all read Celeste and we all had to choose what was going in there. Everybody got one, no, go back and read it again. because it is that good. And everybody got one. Nope, not gonna be an anthology. Nope. I get that you guys like it, but nope. And I used both. And one of the stories I asked him to go back and read ended up in it. And one of the stories I asked him not to publish, we didn't publish. It was a well-written story, but it was a serial killer is killing all of those bad, nasty, sexy, dirty women. And I'm like, look, we've got a bunch of other stories that are just as good as this. Do we really have to have women are gross? And they were like, you know what? No, we don't. We don't have to have women are gross. And so, that was one of the ways that like compromise was a little bit different when we weren't doing the writing, when we were doing the editing. And we had 300 submissions for 10 spaces. So there were 30 stories that were all at a great level of really good. And so that's a really cool thing to get to pick stories from. But like, yeah.
Well, and I think the communication thing we figured out was that when he'd come back with that there's a big plot hole here and I kind of freaked out, it wasn't that I was balking because I disagreed. It was that I had already put everything in my brain at that time on the page. And what do you want from me? I don't have any other ideas. I don't see where this is going. That was all I had. And so when he either rewrites it or gives me here's how you could come at this, then that fills up the blank space. And it's like, oh, I hadn't thought of that. Yeah, that works fine. And then it's fine. Then I can go in and I can do that. But the balking isn't I don't want to change or a stubborn thing. It's that I don't see anything else to do here. Help me out. And once we figured that was at the root of it, it fixed really easily.
Yeah, I just change gears slowly. It's not just about the writing. I change gears slowly. New ideas, I'm gonna need a few minutes or days if necessary. And I somewhere I won't remember. It was when you were living in that rented house. I remember this, but I had a moment where I looked at Emily and went, "I'm not saying no. I'm saying I need a minute." Mm-hmm. And like got up and walked off, and then I was like, "I'm not leaving because I'm mad." And, like I like would deliberately give myself bathroom breaks because I was like, if I move and walk around a little bit, this idea will start to become less strange, and then I can really think about it. And 9 times out of 10, I'd be like, okay, I can see how we can do this, and here's my input now. So it got easier to yes and because I'm honestly, when new changes come up, my initial reaction is that's going to cause the following problems, and I'm going to have to think how to solve them. And that can come off as incredibly negative. When in my own head, I'm just trying to anticipate problems and to prevent them. So learning how to express that in a yes and rather than a no.
And that's it's an improv tool. If you've ever done improv or watched people do improv, Amy Poehler talks a lot about it in her book. But the yes and, rather than saying no when you're working with somebody, say yes and it's less negative, it's cooperative, it will move forward in a different direction. And I do tend to be it'll all be fine. She's like, but this is going to create 800. I'm like, it'll all be fine. It'll be fine. We'll fix it. It'll be fine. And she, and she's like, it's on fire. I'm like, it'll be fine. And most of the time I can get to fine, but I do tend to be no, we can totally change everything. It's fine. It'll be fine. And she's like, everything? I'm like, yeah, everything will be fine. It'll take us like 10 minutes. She's like,
what if the big bad was not this thing we've planned for the last 2 years, but this whole other thing? And the real problem is, I'm like, we had a plan. It was a good plan. It's written down. Damn it, that is actually a really good idea.
If any of you guys play like Tears of the Kingdom, it's like, but I can just jump off this ledge and paraglide down, and it'll be like we built a thing that will do that. It's fun.
I spent 20 hours building a ladder.
Yeah.
And she's halfway
and then I've jumped.
Like, but I mean, we were friends at grad school, and I mean, yeah, Emily was the person who we're working in her apartment at one point, and she goes, "Let's go to Scotland." And I was like, "But we're in Ohio in March. Isn't it expensive and cold and wet?" And she's like, "It'll be fun. Tickets are airline tickets are on discount."
Yeah, they were only like $500, so we went to Scotland.
We went to Scotland. It was grand. I loved it. I want to go back again. So yeah, I've learned over the years the whole jump off the cliff. It'll probably be fine.
Richard, what do you like best about your co-writing experience, and what did you not like?
The best part was not having to write a whole book myself. I mean, I like writing, don't get
Oh,
me
yeah.
wrong, but like it is, it's a work of love and time and effort. And for me, I was kind of in a creatively dead spot. So I was kind of struggling with what should I work on next. And so when I pitched to him, like, hey, let's co-write something, I had to like get out of that rut to, come up with an idea. And so it was cool to have someone to bounce ideas off because normally I'm just word, spitting at my wife, and she doesn't write. She doesn't have a lot of time to read these days, and so she just glazes over in the eyes and stares off. And it's like I don't get anything back, so it's like I'm just kind of talking to myself. So having another creative person to bounce ideas off and then be like, "Ooh, that's a good idea." I think that was my favorite part, is because it helped get me out of like that slump of like, okay, I don't know what to do. I don't have any ideas. Um, and then the thing that I disliked the most is probably that scenario where I feel like he stole my idea for a character, and it was kind of like, get your own idea. So yeah, and we've known each other for a long time, and we've talked about co-writing for a long time before we did it, and so I was comfortable to be like, dude, like you just stole my idea. So I could call him out, and and it was fine. And I don't think he really realized that he had done it. I don't think he did it intentionally, but then he was like, oh, yeah, you're right. It's kind of the same. So he, changed it, what he had did for his character. But yeah, I don't know. Even if it wasn't intentional, it still kind of gave me like a bad, taste or whatever.
I think having somebody to bounce things off of who is just as thoroughly immersed in the work is the best thing, because otherwise you're looking for somebody who's an alpha reader who, may not read every book you write, who reads yours and a bunch of other things but isn't as fully invested in it. And so having that person to bounce things off of, who can also can look at the continuity and go, but you said this in book one, and keep you on track like that. That's very rare, and that's a really terrific thing, as well as kind of dividing the tasks by who's better at it and who likes to do it more. I would be absolutely miserable if I had to do the royalty spreadsheets. But I don't mind at all setting up the blog tours and working with cover designers. So, playing to your strengths. I don't think there's really anything I don't like about it, except in that moment when I'm out of ideas. How can you say this isn't enough? I don't have any more ideas. And then we find more ideas, and it's all okay.
Honestly, my favorite thing about it is that it's always a place to go where the world isn't horrible. I really enjoy it. It's really fun. I love the world we're working in. And back from when we started, where I was like, internally, there's no way I could ever possibly write a novel myself, but I kind of like to write, so I'll just rope her into doing it. And then I said, why don't we write a novel? It can't be hard. We certainly will write something better than this crap. And the universe heard that and hit me with a 2x4. It is that hard to write a book. It is really hard to write a book. And I learned to write a book by writing a book, which I don't necessarily know is the best way to do it. As an idea, like we rewrote Changeling's Fall 6 times before it got picked up and published. So it was like that was a thing. But the thing I like most is that like the world can be on fire and I can go play in this sandbox with somebody else that I care a lot about, and the world doesn't matter in that sandbox. Even though like when I went back and reread Trader Spring, I was like, oh yeah, if for some reason in 100 years somebody picks this up, they'll be like, oh, that book was written during the Trump administration. It just is, it's a space to have fun and play with one of my best friends, and we can make up totally psychotic shit that we'll never see the page, but is delightfully fun to talk about and theorize about. I think honestly, one of the hardest things is not being able to do that at the exact moment I want to do that. Like real life gets in the way in a hurry. When we started out, we had no money, no job because we were students, no family. Now she has a child, I have a husband, the parallels are frightening. and not being able to be like, but I want to do this now. And like, that's, you know, and having to schedule it more and stuff. I really, really, that probably is one of the things I like least about it. It's because of everything around it. It's not a bad thing because most of the other things going on are good, but it's still, that's probably what I like least.
Yeah, I love my characters. I love art. We had a conversation at one point where this was years ago, we were thinking about, is it time to end this series? And Emily said, I'm not ready to let this world that we've built go. And I said, yeah, me neither. I don't want to put these characters in a box and say goodbye to them. So let's keep fighting a little bit longer. Honestly, I know that I would not have made it to I'm being a professional author if I hadn't had the co-authoring, because not just with this series, but the whole, can I even be an author? Who am I fooling? When I was ready to give up, Emily was not. And when Emily was ready to give up, I was like, just like one more chapter. Let's just try one more agent. Let's just try one more publisher. Let's go to one more con. And so we very much pulled each other along together. And I think that was built on our friendship, but I've also taken that into other aspects of my professional life, that we're gonna succeed together instead of competing against each other. Right? If Emily sells a book in her individual series, that is not a loss to me. So what do I not like about it? It's hard work. Yeah, I don't like to sweat. I mean, I would really like to just look at the page and words appear because I'm just arting, you know. The muse and I are communing, and there it happened. Ta-da! My soul on the page, and it's beautiful. And that's not how it works. And there are days when the words do not come, and there are days when they're faster and days when they're not. And I'll write a scene. It'll take forever. I'll hate every second of it. It'll feel like I'm pulling teeth. And then someone else will go, this is one of the best things you've ever written. I'm like, really? Because I hated every second of that. So how I'm feeling about the work at any given moment is not necessarily a gauge of whether or not it's good. So that's rough. Right?
I don't have a lot to add. I think to confirm that it is, I think, less stressful in a way, because there is someone to support you and drag you through the rough spots, and when you get stuck, to bounce things off. So that's a real plus, is you're not doing it on your own, and there's someone to both hold you accountable as well as push you along when you need it. At the same time, I'd say, at least in our style, what I find the most frustrating is the hurry up and wait, because we do the pass back and forth. So to get your part done, and then you're waiting, and then you're already on another project, and then all of a sudden it comes back and it's, but I'm doing this.
Or you've gotten your head into the other series, and wait, I've got to pull myself out of that series. Now I got to remember what was going on with these guys.
Yes, because just as a little background, we tend to write in multiple series at the same time. So we may have, on average, 4 projects at any given time in various stages.
Out of 12 active series.
That may be in different universes. So that back and forth, hurry up and wait, and when things just drop in your plate, and then it's like, but wait, we have a deadline. This has to be in by this date because we've got a tour schedule.
So is that the epic fantasy? Is that the steampunk? Is that the male romance, or was that the urban fantasy?
Now, why did you schedule a tour now?
I thought it would be done
by now. Do you know how long it takes to do this? Yeah. So, and I'll leave this to whoever wants to jump in. How has your relationship evolved or changed through your co-authoring partnership? Whoever wants to jump in.
I mean, like, grad school is a nightmare when you get a PhD. Like, if you want to go to a master's program, it's fine. It's hard, but it's not the beating that you take when you get a PhD, or at least when you did 20 years ago when we got them. The way that you're treated by people whose job it is to teach you stuff and make you better. And the general consensus seems to be, if I just hit them with a 2x4 enough eventually their morale will improve.
Mhm.
And it really is hard emotionally, physically, which people don't understand. Like that much of sort of brain work actually is physically difficult. And the writing provided a space to go that wasn't that. And from that, I got a friendship that has mattered like through my whole basically adult life. I mean, yeah, I guess I was an adult at 20 or 23 when we met, but I look back now and I'm like, oh God, I was not an adult. How I didn't manage to like kill myself with a, drop of hairdryer in a bathtub and kill myself or something like that a child would do. I don't know. So that was
one literally happened.
yeah, I did almost do that actually.
She called me up. She's like, I almost killed myself with my own stupidity.
Yeah, it was.
And I was like, Are you? She's like, No, not
No,
suicidal.
I wasn't
I'm
trying
dumb.
to kill myself. That's the thing. I was not trying to do that. That would be a different problem. And so I got a lot that I can't explain out of that. Like I'm an only child. I don't have a lot of family. And so I got a found family, and it just, I can't kind of overstate that bit of it. Like whether the books come or go, it's a friendship that is going to matter for the rest of my life. And like,
Yeah,
I've been with her far longer than I've been with my husband.
it's true.
Yeah.
We dragged each other through hell several times in our lifetimes. And I mean, when I called Emily from the ER and said, I might die in the next 24 hours, they're moving me to the ICU. I have family and none of them showed up, and she did. She got on a plane that day and flew to California. And my family was like, oh, it's so nice you're taking care of her. And Emily read them the riot act because I was too sick to. That's the kind, I mean, so when we say we're family now, we are.
And it was at Christmas too. I went out.
It was, yeah, it was.
It led to good things though, because my then not quite yet husband's boss would not let him have time off because she wasn't real family, and so he told him off and quit and went back to school and got a master's, and now is very happy as an accountant. So it ended well in that way. But yeah, no, there was no question what I was going to do.
Yeah.
Got on a plane, went out there, it was fine.
I think my friendship with the guy who I grew up with is better, like because I got to see his creative process, whereas we normally would just share each other's books with each other. We would read it and then give a little bit of feedback, but getting to see how he thought, which we are very, very different personality types. And so it was interesting to see his creative process versus mine. He's very much a plotter, and I am not. I'm a pantser. So getting to see like how he was like setting all these timelines in an Excel sheet and all these things, like here's what this character's doing, and all this, and I'm like, I can't do that. Like that takes a lot of thought and effort. So I was like, I just wing everything, and but getting to see that and kind of learning more about him, I think was pretty cool. And then, getting, being able to call him out when we were writing together helped me to help him be better as a writer. Also because his next book he put out, he sent it to me and I read it and I was like, normally I would just say, cool, it's good, like even if I didn't like it, but there were some things in there that I was like, I think this is bad and he could make it better. And so I just wrote like a huge long list of things, like I think that this is, you could change this should be this, not this. Are you trying to do like the chosen one trope, because like everything's just being handed to this character? If that's what you're going for, great, but like if not, I don't know if you see that. And then he was like, oh my god, like I was blind to all of these things. And if I wouldn't have been comfortable enough to like give him a deep dive critique like that, he would have put out a book that was not as good as it could have been. So I think that's
I think our communication improved overall, because the same thing about realizing if you bring up an idea and the other person backs off of it or freaks out, it isn't always the idea. It's like you said, I need to walk it off. I need a chance to percolate that because I got to take a hard turn. And when you realize that that's the case and that it's not a rejection, it's not somebody being difficult, it's the, hold on a second, I was wired for this and now I got to change the frequency. I think that makes you better at communicating. Also, all three of our kids are grown and off adulting. And so shepherding 12 different series is something to do. And, some people golf, we write books.
I don't think I have a lot to add. We've talked about writing and creating this work, the collaboration. But at the end of the day, you're actually producing something that you're going to have to sell, that you will have to enter into agreements, contracts, and there's a whole other layer on that you are in a partnership now on the business side.
Mm-hmm.
What do you have to think about, or what are the considerations, whether you're writing with a friend, a relative, a sibling, a spouse? What are the business sides, the contractual sides, the agreements up front to collaborate?
I decided early on that I don't like who I can be if I have to fight over that stuff. So everything is 50-50 period. Like that just, there is no anything else. It doesn't, we're not being counting who does how many words. We're not, well, you designed that cover and, or it's 50-50 start to finish. That's it. That's the way it is, period. Which makes it really, really simple in a lot of ways. And that's not always possible to do, but that's where I stand on it. Covers are a great example. It is one thing without question I do not do. I am not good at it. I don't know what looks good and what looks bad from any kind of point of words, great pictures. I'm like, yeah, that looks great. And people are like, that's wrong for 800 reasons. For that reason, John Hartness likes me a lot because I'm like, oh, look, you made me a cover. Thank you. I don't want to have a conversation about it. And I've been, when we've designed covers and for anthologies and stuff, I will be in the conversation for about 5 emails. And then at the very end, when people are like, okay, it looks like it's done. I'm like, is my name spelled right? We are set. But and she has a much more aesthetic idea than I do. And so she can talk about covers all she wants. But like I said, in the end, it's 50-50.
Yeah, and I'm not a graphic designer either, so I have, when I'm talking to cover designers, I've said things like, okay, the book has the following. The thing that pisses me off about book covers in anything I read is if there's a thing on the cover that essentially promises the reader it's going to be in the book and it's not in the book, right? If there's a golden unicorn on the cover, there damn well better be a golden unicorn in the book. Especially if the book is a dark and gritty urban noir cyberpunk, and there better not be a golden unicorn on the cover, right? But to give you an example of why you should work with a graphic designer, this was done by Natanya Barron, who is brilliant. This is what Emily and I picked out when the books first came out for our first cover, because we had some stock photography we could work from in a font, and we went, okay, Changeling's Fall. It's a girl walking into a woods. It looks vaguely eldritch. And we eventually worked with John to change the covers for the whole series because this doesn't work. It's just not as compelling. It doesn't work for the genre, right? We did the best we could with what we had, but we didn't know what we were doing. This was done by someone who knows what they're doing. And now the series, if you see all the books lined up, they're color coded.
You can see them go by.
Yeah, they're color coded. They've got different crowns. And they match. And I think the one feedback we gave her was one of the drafts she gave us had a pink cover. And we said, our main character is really not a pink girl. Could we go with jewel tones? And she went, yeah, you're right. That works better. And I think it was this one, actually. It came out green spring. Yeah. So in terms of marketing, when I was West Coast and Emily was East Coast, I tried to go to West Coast cons. Yeah. So that was kind of nice. But I think the biggest problem for that right now is both time. We both have really demanding jobs, and it's very hard to keep up with. I don't feel that I do enough in that area. And he tried to do better.
Our agreement was kind of the same 50-50. But I know how to sell books and he doesn't. So all of the marketing essentially falls on me. When we first launched the series, we kind of split up like some marketing, um, things that we were going to do, we were going to spend money on. And it went okay for his end. But now pretty much it's all me. Like I do all the marketing. I sell these books at cons. I do I do everything. I do the spreadsheets for the royalties. I handle all of that. We originally had him publish them through his account to Amazon, and we put it in Kindle Unlimited for a short time, and then we took it wide after that, and I put it on every platform outside of that. And then we made the first book permanently free, and he didn't know how to do that in Amazon. So he was like, I'm just going to take them down and you get them on Amazon and you do all that. So it was, as far as production cost, it was all 50-50. We paid for half of everything. But as it comes to marketing, it's all me at this point. So, which is fine because I know how to sell books and he don't, so it works out.
Well, when you're looking at some of the legalities of co-authoring, what you jointly own an intellectual property. Now, when you're doing that with your spouse, when all of your other worldly assets are joint tenant rights, with right of survivorship, in that sense, okay, it's like the house. We both own it. And if one person passes away first, the ownership goes directly to the surviving partner. That gets a little more complicated if you're writing with somebody with whom you don't have that spousal legal arrangement. And so that's where contracts come in. Once upon a time, about 20 years ago, I was going to work on a co-authored nonfiction book with someone. And I found a co-authoring contract. I forget whether I found it through like LegalZoom or whether I asked one of my friends who had co-authored something and then borrowed and adapted their contract. But it basically laid out the joint ownership and what that meant, and then the right of survivorship and what would pass to heirs and how that would work. We never finished the project, so it was really never an issue. But it could have been, because what happens if the person that you're writing with passes away and their inheritors don't want to continue the project, or their inheritors insist that you take it down and cash out? Well, are you just stuck? That's where you need contracts. And when we did our last round of wills, we sat down and explained to this very confused lawyer, look, we don't have regular jobs. We write books. And so we have 3 kids and we have intellectual property. And so we need to make sure that there's a coherent way to pass this on and manage it and know what's going on with it. And so from that standpoint, I'd really suggest looking at the Science Fiction Writers of America, SIFWA's Legacy Project. They lay it all out on how to do that. There's also a royalty tracker program that lets you keep track of, not royalties, but contract tracker program that lets you keep track of where all of your contracts are for books and short stories, so that if someone who's not you had to find them and know whether they had reverted and know, what rights you had to them, it's all there in one place instead of trying to go through all of your files. And with most writers, God help you with that, because it's sort of like a rat's nest. So unfortunately, as much fun as this can be, there is that legal side of it. And it's one of those things that's better to address up front than when it gets messy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, since I have a child, I have a will, and I actually probably need to update it and take it to a proper lawyer. But my will basically says anything that Emily and I co-authored, if I die before she does, all of the rights, future publication, anything she wants to do with the series reverts to her. And then my son can inherit all my solo stuff, which he's 11. So, it's all going into a trust for him. But God forbid I die before he's an adult. But I wanted to make sure that I didn't accidentally screw Emily over by, if I disappear, she can still write whatever she wants and she can do whatever she wants with the series. And the money, if any money that comes from that belongs to her.
Well, I have a friend who's just working through some of this because she had co-written a book with, and her co-author passed away. And then she had to negotiate with a spouse who really had never paid much attention to it and didn't care, but didn't understand a lot of things. And it took a long time for her to be able to get creative control back of, well, can I reissue the book? Can I put a new cover on it? Can I write a sequel? All that stuff had to be worked out. We also cheated because we raised an intellectual property attorney. So our middle daughter is an IP lawyer, and that's kind of nice to have in your back pocket for emergencies.
Yeah, that is nice.
This frankly, I'm just sitting here going, this could be a whole panel in itself, just funding this.
Yeah.
And the finance stuff.
Yeah.
Any questions?
I've got a couple things. First, that my father and I collaborated on the comic book. You were talking about the importance of wills for our people. Is it also a good idea for us to have a contract on top of a will? We're gonna have a will that when he passes, I get all the IP rights, everything related to the comic and the world and all that. But should we have a contract as well as a will?
I'm not a lawyer. That's my daughter. But some of that also depends on, technically contracts make everything better because they're very clear, and then there's just no question. It's here in writing. We both signed it. It's all good. So contracts are good. It also becomes even more relevant is like, do you have a wicked stepmother?
Yeah.
But
If
you,
the will is contested, the contract would
would
that's-
win. So, and sometimes you don't really know what people are like as much as you love them until there's where there's
That's
a
why
will.
contracts always take precedence.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Is this something I can write up myself, or is that something?
That I don't know.
LegalZoom has LegalZoom has a lot of
Boilerplate.
boilerplate contracts.
And wills and like
And
everything else.
I think also if you go to SFWA.org, SFWA.org, I think they have some as well. Writing organizations often have them. That doesn't take the place of having a real lawyer who went to school for this stuff look it over.
Right.
But it can get you several paces down the road.
Better than nothing.
Yeah, I mean, lawyers have genuine expertise for a reason.
They suffered for their knowledge.
They did. That said, I would be particularly careful about language about future media because we've seen this in our lifetime. We don't know what kind of technology is going to do.
If your book's put on hologram.
Right. What if my book becomes downloadable wetware that people can sandbox in? I don't know what the IP rules are of that, and neither does the legal profession because we don't have them yet. So you want language that covers the development of future technology.
Yeah, I mean, I've signed contracts that discuss the rights as being in all parts of the known and yet to be discovered universe.
Right.
So if it goes to streaming on Alpha Centauri, you're covered.
You mentioned alpha readers. How are they different from beta readers?
An alpha reader is somebody that is seeing it long before you're ready to give it to. So a beta reader comes in closer to the end when it's mostly done. And you're saying, please give this fresh eyes, look for plot holes and continuity errors and things that make you go, huh, and places where you fell asleep. And tell me where these are so I can fix them. ARC readers, you send it to at the very end, hoping that they will review it. Alpha readers come in. What he does when we're working together is alpha reading and collaborating, but an alpha reader is closer to being a collaborator. Their name isn't on it, but you're giving it to them very early in the process, second or third draft maybe, and going, help me with this. What do you think? And they're gonna, if they're good at it, they're gonna come back with some of those ideas of, well, you could do this, or you could do that, or you could plug this plot hole this way. So there's a component in collaboration of alpha reading, but because it's a bigger thing that you're doing with the collaboration, the alpha reader isn't collaborating, but they are giving you upfront early feedback to help you make it better.
It's not nearly as common.
Some
Yeah, it's-
some people do.
This is a hot mess. Please help me.
Mhm.
And not possibly even not done. Possibly like yeah, it's
Yeah, like Emily sent me a few months ago. Basically, she's kind of a proof of concept. I've started this. I don't even know if this book is going to be doable. And she said, she sent it to several other people, and we all gave her feedback. Versus I have completed a draft. Now I would like feedback.
Thank you.
We are at about time. So where can people find you and ask additional questions?
I am right outside this wall over here. Or my website, richardpierce.com. Always happy to help other authors and aspiring authors, especially on the business side of things, because most of these are not well versed on thinking of it as a business. So.
If you walk out this door and go straight ahead, you'll find our table. And I'm on, I think, 4 more panels today. But in between there, I'll be at the table, except between 7 and 9, when, if you're a fan of Falstaff books, and we call ourselves the Misfit Toys, we are having a gathering at the bar in the Holiday Inn, the second hotel, from somewhere between 6 to 9. Buy your own booze, bring your own food, but that's where people will be congregating. So if you want to come hang out with a bunch of writers and readers, come on over and hang out with us.
I don't have any more panels. You can find my books on the Falstaff table. You can find my website and everything by looking me up. I have a newsletter you can sign up for on my website where I do talk about my books, but I also talk about other things that I really like. I'm a huge Hurricanes hockey fan, and boy, I have thoughts on this season. And I post pictures of my cats and things like that.
I have one more panel. Body Shape is the Last Frontier at 3:30. I will be hanging out for at least part of the Misfits gathering. We also have, if you're a Falstaff author, you have collectible cards for Pokemon. So if you get 5 of these from different authors, you can get a discount at the Falstaff book table, which is the big one right there. So Emily and I are 2 Falstaff authors, so there's 2 cards out of your 5 right there.
Yep.
And
you don't have to spend anything on our books. You can get whatever books you want.
whatever books you want. So also you can find me at sarahjoyadams.com, where I will also occasionally post pictures of my cats, and you can download a microfiction free sample, and if you email me, I will send you a first chapter for free of my books.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us.
Thanks so much, you guys.
Thank you.
Hi.
Oh, my sister's getting her dog, but she knows exactly what you're
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a.
She has our sympathy.
Card that you did freelance editing. I might be looking to.
I have done editing.
I
If you
do
go to
too.
my website,
Okay.
you can find my email. That's the
Oh.
easiest way to find me. I don't have any of my cards on me.
That's fine.
But yeah, I'm not. If you my name, find me very easy.
My dad liked your medieval panel.
Oh yeah, he was great. I loved his questions. I remember your dad from last year, because the community college religion. I was
Yeah.
like, oh, we talked last year.
Yeah.
Yeah. We collaborate on the web comic. He does the art and the writing. I do the coloring, the lettering, and the business end.
That's awesome.
I had too much coffee and juice this morning.
Yeah, I get it. Have a muffin.
Oh, do you want to go up and write?
Yes. I will need to wrestle my computer away from Noel. But he's figured out how to play Fortnite on his phone now. So that's better.
We can do that.
Yeah. I do have to do the AP reading thing at some point. But it's okay. And then, goodness, I forgot until she said it. The Misfits thing was happening. What? The Misfits gathering?
Oh, from 6 to 9 over there before Shingles.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot to do it. I also need to go sign stock at some point today, but yeah, let's go right.
Why can't you do that tomorrow? Don't take that with you.
Right.
That doesn't belong to you.
Is that mine?
I've almost done that a couple times.
Yeah.
So put that back.
That was a humdinger.
I'm here. More both like it. The worst was I was sitting here waiting for I was just sitting there reading my stories, and there was a conversation going on here. One guy about how he wants to write a series, South Wave and he wants to teach all people what it should be like to be I don't care if it's $5,000. It's like, I hear you that game crap. The other guy goes, he's like, here, narrate that game crap. He goes, hell, $5,000. I'd be down on the floor and I'm in the chair. I'm like, thank God, one voice in the wilderness. I was just thinking about it. I'm aware. But then, like, never. Terry Brooks is there this year. So I was like, well, Terry, but I'm like, I can go over and tell him. It was beautiful. Oh, there we go. I'm thinking about 7 seconds. It's like, okay, Megatron, or no, sorry, Optimus Prime. So yes, it's basically short. That's like a lane straight in. Aaron just comes the rest of that at the end of it would be, hey, if you have fun with this, book series. Royalties is like
That's the no, it's my company. So it's partnered into right now there's companies involved in this, but ultimately the ultimate goal for the next we're going to actually have a marketing intelligence that does a lot of different things. But part of that ecosystem is going to tie into the app so that, let's say there's the app, it's an event-driven app, so that let's say you're ConCarolinas. Augmented reality, okay, the programming. But we're also doing stories tied to it. So so yeah.
Oh, it's cold in here. How's it cold in here and not out there?
Yeah. We're ready wearing your sweater, but now come on.
I wish I had.
We have Nico at work. We're just enablers. Yeah. Dude. He's back. Morning. It's all right. I'm barely in the movie. So yes, that's the
I think I have book plates, but I'm sure I will see you again. I mean, yes. I need to move this because it is not mine, and I will take a sip of it. Is there trash in here?
So the way we're going to start running, so the way that this is going to start is going to be ads. So because again, you have to wait on the agenda to do things right now. And in that segment, we're going to do short ads.
Which panel is this going to be? You know? Homestead? Walking the history? Oh. Rubens, he didn't. That could do a little better job of putting on the board. All right, just a moment, I'll tell you.
I'm in the right room, right? I just have to verify when I sit down. I'm so bad. Yes. Awesome. Yes. Okay.
You care where? That would be really creepy. Just sit right next to you. I'm alone in a movie theater.
That's actually that happened yesterday.
Really?
It worked though because she's a mortician.
And I'm thinking of killing someone,
she's
so
a,
it just,
she's a
worked out.
mortician witch, and she's like, do you mind going outside? I said, no, she's out like right here. She was the first one. I was like, hey, so I'm Sarah. I actually love her though. She was awesome. So, okay.
I like these name things.
And you can change your name each panel.
Yeah, you can.
That's handy if you're like me and you occasionally say things you might have shouldn't.
I think we all know that, especially early in
Yes.
life. If you write in two different genres under two different pen names.
Right, right. Or if you just don't want the audience to know who to complain about.
I shall return.
Yeah, they got a panel survey thing right there. QR code. See?
What? Oh, yeah. So it better be good.
Yeah. It's like I hear Jim teaching.
He's trying to sell us on his new AI thing.
Oh.
I was like, oh, so when Skynet takes over, it'll be full.
Is that what he's doing? He's doing AI stuff?
He's with his own company.
Okay, because he was talking to me about recruiting my husband to do stuff. Okay, hang on. Hang on a second.
Yeah, it's an AI.
I'm very glad you said that. Okay, I see. I don't know.
But all that shit's
Yeah, I'm not sure I really want him to be working against me. My husband to be working against me.
He's way too smart. He wanted you for the good side.
Yes. Exactly.
Where's that mortician when you need him?
Oh my God, she started talking about finding mushrooms in people's lungs during autopsies in our panel. She said, yeah, you breathe in something like this many thousands of spores every day of these mushrooms, and there's a good chance there are like mushroom cultures living, and you know, you never know, everyone, you know, they might just break off and suffocate you. And I was like, what? Oh my God. Science or magic? Yes.
Yeah.
She was interesting. She had a lot of really cool things to do. I learned a lot in that one.
New ways to kill people off. Right?
Yes.
Hello. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Happy Saturday.
Yes.
This may be my farewell appearance because I didn't realize I called John Hartness in the middle of a meeting to ask him where to park the car.
Oops.
I didn't realize it was so cold in here. I should have just been stepping in here every once in a while.
I should have gotten my jacket out.
Yeah.
Hard, and then because there's no handicap park there, I dropped my dad off, and then park, and then walk back, and by the time I got back, the jacket was in the car.
Yeah. I don't blame you. Yeah, I was helping cart in Falstaff books yesterday, and I was a puddle by the time I was done. I was like, it's so hot in here.
Just making sure, man.
I prefer it that way though, because I would rather have to go get a hoodie than be sweating.
Yeah, it's
Speaking
easier
of
to
those,
add.
We prefer you that way as well.
Unless you're into that.
Yeah.
I keep my house at like 67, 68, 69.
Me too.
And
My wife would leave me.
Oh, we've got the smart thermostat, and starting at 9, it slowly gets colder and colder and colder. And so I have an electric blanket that I have to bring out to sit there on the couch. The other day, I just lost it. I was like, I live here too.
I'm like super like warm natured. So if it gets like 70 and up, I just sweat, and at about 74, 75, which is where Nobby's sibling likes to keep it, I'll throw up. I get violently ill.
Yeah, no, I'm talking where he's like down. I don't know what he's got it set to, but it is well into the low 60s.
Yeah.
And which is great for when I go to sleep. But when I'm sitting there playing Zelda,
Yeah.
like my feet are gonna fall off.
That's what those little fingerless gloves are for.
Yes.
I'm the cat who's like, oh, it's a balmy 55 degrees outside. I'm gonna have all the windows open.
Yeah, right.
I love your t-shirts. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I saw you the number. If you listen to we have a 6.5 hour car ride. Hold on. Yeah. Nice.
And I thought of the greatest hits was Proverbs. Dickinson is on a single one.
Was it all Blaze Bailey and Pauliana?
I think it's weird. It's like the greatest hits album is like they have several singers. Like each song is a different singer.
Might be just cover bands then.
No, it's Iron Maiden with different singers.
I see.
I mean, is Dickinson still with the band?
Oh yeah, he's been back with them. Because Virtual 11 was X Factor and Virtual 11 were the two albums with Blaze Bailey. And then when Dickinson came back,
I
he's
do
been
too.
with them
I do too.
for
Yes.
every album ever since.
Right. Exactly.
And
Exactly.
he came back and brought Yannick
Well, that's
Earls with
like
him.
My
So now they've
niece is
got
a big
three
Stranger
guitar
Things fan.
players. And that's
And,
why a lot of their
when
newer
the
stuff
last season of that
sounds so
dropped,
orchestral.
She goes, Angela, have you ever heard of the singer
Yeah,
Kate
like
Bush?
if you listen
I'm
to
like,
to Final
She said,
Frontier,
oh, she's so
Book of
good. She's got this new
Souls,
song,
and
Running Up That Hill.
Senjutsu,
I'm like,
it's
they use it in
just
Stranger Things. I said,
progressively more
honey
prog
bun.
metal. Yeah, Final Frontier is a great album.
The title track is awesome.
Yes. I've seen the video. Yeah, I've seen the video a few times. That is cool. And I like Senjutsu a lot. Senjutsu is the newest one. They 2021.
Okay.
Yeah, 2021.
You suddenly realize, wait, I'm here as an author. I have no book.
Hello. Good. How are you?
Hi. Should I bring the book in?
Hello.
Fuck it.
You could read. You could just
What?
recite it.
Huh?
You could just recite the opening chapter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we still have a couple
Oh, do we
minutes.
have to do that?
No. Just Jason.
I didn't study for my panel.
That's right.
I did. I always do.
Yeah, when I'm moderating.
No, I do anyway. I have notes for even the ones I'm not moderating.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Who's the white panel?
That's right.
White panel.
The light.
It's
That's right.
Elijah.
That's right. That's right. We've left the seat for a lunch.
We still got 4 more minutes. So we can keep talking Maiden.
I was too young to go to the World Slavery Tour back in the 80s. Mom wouldn't let me. But
I wasn't even into Maiden. I didn't get into Maiden until like what you call it, something came out.
yeah,
Watching metal, it was called Midnight Ball back then.
MTV.
my brother and I went and
It's
saw
like
them in
listening to people
2012.
have a
And they
conversation
had
in a language you
rehashed
don't know,
that tour.
but every once in a while a
And,
word
like,
pops up that you
they came out on the
recognize.
stage with Moonchild. It was my first time seeing them, man. The minute they popped out, like tears. I'm like, oh my God. And then when I was part of the crew who runs this show, the guy that was their sales manager here at the Hilton knows them because Maiden stays here like all the other bands when they perform at PNC. He's like, you want to meet him? I'm like, dude, I will cry. Yes. And then he forgot to call me.
I don't think we're ready. We have a couple of minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, just a couple more minutes.
It's a loosey glue.
The white man
Yay!
versus Patrick.
Yes.
Hey, sweetie.
How are you?
Good. This is good. I can like say really controversial stuff and then go like this.
That's
Cool
true.
stuff.
That's true. Well, people throw stuff at me all the time, so I won't be faced by
You work for a lawyer.
it. Exactly. Exactly.
Nice. He's programming director this year. This year and last year.
He did such a great job.
Oh yeah. I did it 2019 and 2020.
I did it one of those years.
Yeah. You sure as hell did.
I did it one of those years.
But you have
Yeah.
PTSD about it. You've got a block exactly with it.
I don't even remember what year it was.
You did a magnificent job. I remember I was here.
It was just like,
I think a lot of people were dumb shy about doing a live show.
Yeah, they were. No, we put together ConCarolinas virtual in 2020, and it went well. I mean, we did it through the weekend on the convention hours and posted it up on YouTube. and a lot of other conventions followed suit.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Yeah, you know.
Since we talk elevator.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, I know you guys used to do virtual contact with that company.
Well, Contanual is all virtual and it goes year round.
Yeah.
And it's, I'm
And
not
we'll
part of
literally
that.
never
That's,
stop.
that's
That's
Dale Martin and Jim Meadows that do that.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
Jim was telling me about that. Now, I'm doing drags and virtual dragon competition.
I've done a couple of those. Yeah.
But the unfortunate thing,
Do you go to Dragon? Do you go to Dragon?
I do not. I've never been. I've never been. I've never even been since the 10. I've always wanted to, but I hear it's a good time.
Now I feel good.
Crazy, but a good time.
Yes. Yeah.
If I can get up.
Hey, Robin.
And I have a friend who, for whatever reason, one year did both San Diego Comic-Con and DragaCon. And she said, people want to talk smack about the East Coast cons and stuff as compared to San Diego. She said, no. She said, I sold more product. I talked to more people. Yeah.
Your own Comic-Con's back this year.
Okay, so we are going to get started. I want to know real quick how many people in this room are writers? Okay. Well.
Why would you be here?
They told me I wasn't allowed to lie this weekend. Fuck it, let's lie.
Okay, so we're going to talk about elevator pitches. First, I want to do some introductions. So, Jason?
Hey, I'm Jason Gilbert. I write the Cold Stone Case Files series. Book 2 just came out. I also wrote the Clockworks of War series. And on Sunday nights, I'm part of a stream called Terrible Movies with Wonderful People, where we watch movies that we all love, but they missed the mark and did not profit in the theaters.
Hi, my name is David B. Coe. I also write as DB Jackson. I've been doing this for a quarter of a century or more, and have written epic fantasy, urban fantasy, supernatural thrillers, historical fantasy, media tie-ins. I'm also an editor. I've done 5 anthologies, and my most recent book came out yesterday. And it's the second book in my Cauldron.
Happy birthday!
Thank you. Second book in my Chalice War series. The third book will be coming out in July or August, and it will be my 30th published novel.
I am Lucy Blue. I am a writer and editor. I'm not going to tell you how long I've been doing it because I find it depressing.
She's just got to be able to drink lately, so.
Really, exactly. I am a submissions editor and editorial director for Falstaff Books. I am the author of several things, including The Devil Makes 3. I brought this one specifically because the cover is by Lynn Hanson, one of our guests of honor who is here this month, this weekend. I guess that's it.
Just seems like a month.
Yeah, it just seems like a month.
I am Patrick Dugan. I am the author of the Darkest Storm series, The Watchers of Asteria, Pixie Punk, The Shadow Blades, which will be coming out this summer, and numerous other things, including we just published, my wife's publishing house just did Fairy Films, which is nonfiction essays on how fairy folklore influences modern film, which is a mouthful. I also I run Distracted Dragon, and I help with Educate Dragon.
And I am Sarah J. Silver. I am the least qualified to be on this panel, so I'm moderating.
She lies.
She does lie. She's a wonderful writer.
She's a great writer.
Okay. I have the Fractured Face series and the comedic fantasy Double Crossing the Bridge. I also do some freelance work for Writer's Digest when they let me. But I spent a lot of time in the pitching trenches on Twitter, so I think that's where my pitches come from. But first, there are quite a few different types of pitching. So I wanted to know if somebody here would kind of explain what some of those different types of pitching are, other than, and we'll save elevator pitch for last since that's what we're going to focus on today. Just kind of go over the different scenarios that you might be pitching your book in, just real quick. Anyone want to volunteer?
Well, you are going to pitch your book you can pitch your book to readers, and standing at a table, here at a con like this, we spend a lot of time trying to get people interested in our books. And without saying things like, there may be bills of cash in the middle of the pages, you should buy one.
It's always a lie. It's a lie. I tried it.
Does that work? Hell,
You'd be amazed.
I was telling the truth one time and it still didn't fucking work.
So we pitch our books to readers, and sometimes that's one of those fluid things where we're trying to figure out what the reader might be looking for and which book on our table is best going to fit with them. We pitch our books in social media, and that gives us a little more room to write about the book instead of 2 sentences or 25 words or whatever we set our elevator pitch limit at. We can go on for a paragraph or 2 and really try to delve in. We can pitch books by giving excerpts, which I find is really effective, giving people a little taste of the product and letting them sample it. So there are lots of ways we might do this, and I don't want to dominate, so I'll stop there.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Lucy.
Oh, I was just going to say, one kind of pitch that I had always pitched as a writer. Just recently, I've started receiving pitches and doing one of those things where you sign up to meet an editor and pitch your book. Those are really hard. Those are really scary. Those are the ones you can really prepare for. But I would recommend doing those, because the work that you do to do that kind of pitch, where you're going to be sitting face to face with someone who may or may not offer you a contract, is useful for every other kind of pitch you're ever going to do, whether it's writing the blurb for whatever platform you're going to sell from, to pitching at the table, to doing an elevator pitch later for some other media or whatever. So yeah, if you get a chance to do those, do them.
And then there's like tagline, X-Men
Yeah.
meets Hunger Games, those
Right.
type pitches, the
Right.
really short, quick ones. And
Right.
then you've got your one-liner,
Right.
like with this one, it's cyberpunk heist book with fairies.
Yeah,
You know,
your high
so-
concept.
Right. So, those are the types, that's kind of how I think of them is, you get your tagline, you get your one-liner, you get your elevator pitch.
And things have dramatically changed. Back before we had the ability to use social media, and before conventions were as mainstream as they are now, the whole idea of pitching was you were pitching to agents and whatnot through self-addressed stamped envelopes and cover letters and whatnot. Nowadays, social media has really opened up. You've got emails. The number one way I've seen people pitching, honestly, is just getting out to events like this, to conventions, networking, sitting down, and even pitching to new writers, pitching to authors that are standing at their tables, because that author might know somebody or be somebody.
Please don't do that.
Who can move them forward. Yeah. And then Patrick was saying and Lucy was saying, you can do pitches as small as your one-liners. You can do pitches as broad as your customers going to stand at your table, or whoever you're talking to be there for a little bit, because you're trying to explain all of it, which we'll get into why that's probably not the best thing, but that's jumping in.
And I'm so old, I remember when there were no elevators and we did stair pitches, and they just lasted forever.
That's right. Exactly right. Exactly right.
So much from David now. I mean, I know how to carve a pitch in stone.
That's right.
He's within arm reach, Jason. I'm just going to remind you.
That's right. That's right. Okay, I want to piggyback one comment on something Jason not on Jason specifically in literal sense, no, but on his comment. I want to piggyback a comment upon Jason's comment, which is, well, we'll talk later. But he mentioned pitching to an author or a publisher across their table where they're trying to sell their book. I don't know how other authors and other publishers feel about that, but speaking only for myself and for my publisher, please, for the love of Pete, don't do that. No one in my experience has ever sold a book that way, because when I'm sitting at my table or at my publisher's table, I want to sell you my book. And you might come up to pitch me the book that's going to make me a millionaire as a publisher. I don't give a damn. Okay. And it's not that I'm a mean person. It's not that I'm selfish. It's not that I don't think that you're talented. It's not that I'm not encouraging to new writers. It's that I'm doing this right now. Okay. It's a hyperbolic, dramatic version would be if the guy is putting out your house, the fireman is putting out your house, and you walk up to him and you go, I've always thought I'd want to be a fireman. How did you get into this?
Right, or let me sell you a new hose.
Right, or let me sell you a new hose. There are going to be opportunities, particularly at events like this, for you to have FaceTime with that person who you think might be able to help you. And the reason that that person is here, in addition to selling their own product, is to help you. They can sell their own product on social media from the comfort of their own bathtub. Okay. The reason they have come here is to meet you and talk to you and encourage you. So if you catch me in the elevator and I'm not on my way to the ladies' room, I'll be happy to listen to your pitch. If you see me in the bar, I'll be happy to listen to your pitch. If we're just parked, at the bank across the way because we've run out of parking and we're walking back, I am happy to hear your pitch. But if I am sitting at my table trying to sell books, please don't give me your pitch, because I'm going to be nice to you because that's who I am. I'm not going to be ugly to you. But in the back of my mind, I'm going, I will never buy a book from this person. I will remember this person forever because this isn't appropriate. And this is keeping me from doing the thing that I need to be doing in this point in time.
I would ask if there's a sort of an exception. You're sitting out there at the table. Nobody's at your
That's
table.
not an exception.
Nope.
That's not an
Same
exception.
Because my thought is if somebody's standing in front of your table, it draws in.
No,
other
if
people.
somebody's standing in front of your table pitching a book, nobody else is going to come to your table because you're busy.
What? No. Well, I'm assuming that the person has the grace to realize you're here to sell and will stop and.
No.
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 They don't.
And at our tables, we are a captive audience.
Yes.
Right.
Like if we're uncomfortable, we're just,
It's kind of hitting on the wait staff.
Yeah.
All right. So what is the elevator pitch and why is it important? I mean, we've touched a little bit on that, but I want to make sure we have it clearly defined here.
So think of it like this, and I think Lucy kind of got a good start on that. If you want to tag me in the elevator and pitch me your book because I know people, cool. I'm on the 3rd floor. You have until the door opens on whatever floor I'm getting off to pitch me your book. If you can't, in that amount of time, pitch me your book, you're already talking too much and you've lost my attention. And that's not to be rude. When you're pitching a book to us, at that moment, we're stepping into the shoes of the reader. Would we buy a book from this person? Well, if I come up to an author's table and the next thing I know, they're pulling out charts and a PowerPoint.
A map. Everybody's got a map.
To explain to me their new book, I've got other things on my mind, and I'm ADHD as it is. I hate variety shows. I'm so ADHD. So you've lost me. Versus if you can give me a quick pitch, something snappy, and you've got me hooked, now I'm more willing to listen to your explanation. So really, that's kind of the best explanation I can get of an elevator pitch. Is think about it as you've run into the individual you're going to pitch to on the elevator. You have until they get off on their floor to pitch them your book. Once the door opens, you're done.
I have a
Oops.
go.
No,
No, you go. Really? Seriously? Go.
I'm going to sit here in silence until you say something, woman.
Okay. Fine. Nobody wants that. I have a formula. I do. And this is it. An elevator pitch. The backbone of your elevator pitch. This is where you start when you're crafting your elevator pitch. A type of book set in a place where a character needs a goal for a reason, but it's hard because of complications. The most complicated story, War and Peace, can be reduced to that. Game of Thrones, the entire thing can be reduced to that. I'll do one for you. Jaws. Jaws is a contemporary monster thriller set in a New England coastal town where the sheriff has to get rid of a shark because it's eating people. But it's hard because the shark is bigger and stronger and smarter and faster than anybody could ever have imagined. Now, that doesn't tell you everything about Jaws. There are lots of other important characters in that story. There are lots of other important tropes in that story. But if you tell that, you've given the elevator pitch for Jaws. You start with that, and then you can start thinking about things that I'm hoping my other panelists know more about and can talk about, which is buzzwords, keywords, tropes, genres, things that you know that publishers are looking for. But get the backbone on your book down first and then work with that. Also, last thing I'm going to say about it, please don't try to write an elevator pitch for a book you haven't finished yet.
Oh, God.
Please don't do that. People do it all the time. Please don't do that.
With the exception of nonfiction.
Right. Yeah, fiction
is
books.
a-
I know nothing
yeah,
about nonfiction.
Nonfiction is a much different, most nonfiction books are sold on spec. So you approach a nonfiction publisher and you say, this is what I want to write. And they say, we're interested in you writing this. And then they take it on spec. And then when you turn in the book, they will decide if they're going to publish it or not based on how good it or bad it is.
So years ago, one of the reasons John put me on this panel is that years ago, I wrote a online essay for magicalwords.net about elevator pitches. And the way I recommended people go about creating their elevator pitch was this. Start by taking your novel and writing a synopsis of it. Maybe 500 words. Don't worry about the length too much, but 500 words is usually a good place. That's about 2 pages, manuscript pages. And in that, you hit all the high points, things that matter, plot points, character, all of that stuff. And then you go back and you take that 500-word pitch and you keep it. Make a new file, get it down to 250. And then do it again and get it down to 100. And then do it again and get it down to 50. Mm-hmm. And then do it again and get it down to 25. And by the time you've got it down to 25, you have distilled your description of the book down to the essential things someone needs to know about it. Mm-hmm. And you have all these other versions. What's the 50-word version for? Well, hopefully your elevator pitch is going to end with a ding and the door opens, and instead of getting out, the editor says, tell me a little more.
Or, hey, I'm going to the bar. You want to come with? And tell me more about your book.
You know what? I'm dropping that now. And you're jumping the gun on me, so just shut up.
David, evidently, if you roll up a newspaper and hit him on the nose, he stops.
Oh, yeah. I don't usually use this as a squirt bottle.
So 50 words is for what you say next. Then when they say, I'm going to the bar, why don't you come with me? You've got your 100-word version and your 250-word version to fall back on. Now, I'm not saying you memorize all these different versions. You want to get the 25-word one down, and the 25 words, even somebody at my age, you can do that. You can remember it all. But part of this process is getting to know what your book is about from a marketing standpoint. I want to disagree with one thing Jason said before, and everything else he said was spot on. But he said that for the moment, standing in that elevator, the editor or the publisher is like a reader. No, they're not. A reader wants to enjoy your book, and that's great. Mm-hmm. But what you are trying to convince an editor of is not that they're going to enjoy your book. You want to convince them that they can make money off your book, and that is a very different thing.
Yeah, I can go. Yeah, I can agree with that. And I feel like I kind of misspoke on that. Is when you're talking to, I guess I should have said, when you're talking to me about your book, I'm looking at it from a reader perspective, because I'm not going to make money off of your book. When Harkness had first started Falstaff, and my ex-wife at the time was his second in command, his head editor, one of the things that they had agreed on was they didn't want to talk to anyone who didn't at least have the first book done, and if it was a series, halfway through the second book. Because Dave's absolutely right. They're wanting to see how much money they can make off of you, because this is a business. When you are submitting it to a major publisher, these editors are, and it's open submissions, these editors are getting tons of submissions. They're getting tons of pitches, and they're looking for a reason to turn yours down because they've got to burn through so many of them. Even in talking to them on the elevator, So that's where you have to work at getting your pitch interesting. And one of the things I've run into before when I was talking to somebody about how to craft a pitch was at Saga. The first year they had it, I had a kid talking to me about his book, going on and on and on and on. And I said, okay, stop. Why don't you instead try this? And I gave him an elevator pitch for his book, which I don't remember now because it's been a few years. And he goes, well, but my book's not really about that. So I don't care what the entire universe and book is about until I'm hooked in. Once I'm hooked in, now let's talk, because now you've got my interest. And even then you want to grow it. You want to still be succinct up to a point. You don't want to go ahead and just info dump the entire thing in one place, because once you've got them hooked enough, give them a little bit more. They may ask you for the first 3 chapters or the entire thing.
And that's something that's really hard for authors. It's hard for me. I think it's hard for everybody. And please do David's method, because that is the best I've heard. Because you've got this big thing, like for me, this big thing that I worked on for years. Okay. Did lots of research, talked to lots of people, worked on it really, really hard. So it's this big, beautiful thing in your mind. But it's not, when you're pitching, it's not your baby anymore. It's your product. Mm-hmm. And authors have a really, really hard time with that. And it's not just new authors. I have an author that I edit, and I'm not going to call any names, but this person has just completed a long series of very long novels that are wonderful. They're so good. The only reason I would say that this person's name is because their books are really good. But they're an author that have been literally working on this series for 25 years. We wrote a blurb for the last book in series. And the blurb focuses on what's interesting and important in this third book. It references to the end of the series. It references the overarching plot, but it focuses on what's going to make people pick up. The author is not happy. She wants us to change it. And she has written a book that basically is like her master's thesis on this book. And we've got to find a compromise on that. So yeah, even if you're struggling with this, please don't feel badly. Every author struggles with this.
And it's not, things have changed how people take in their media in every way. And it's not necessarily just TikTok. This has been going on for years and years. We don't live in a society anymore where an entertaining day is spending your time under a tree reading a book. You want a story, you want to read it and move to the next one if it's really, really interesting. So even if the book is this thick, you still want to keep your pacing up. So if you're
Jason, that's writing. That's not elevator pitch.
That's not elevator pitch.
Let Sarah ask the next
if
question.
I'm good. I'm just I'm learning.
If you're pitching, you have to kind of think of that the same way. They're looking to get the information up front. They're not looking for an entire back
You're not
end
writing a
of
book,
all
you're doing a
thing.
commercial.
Right.
Well, and the other thing I'd say is you're not just selling a book, you're selling yourself. They want to know whether they can work with you. Well, they want to know whether they can work with you. They want to know whether you are going to be a good representative for their company and for your book. And so it's not just about the words in the pitch, it's about your delivery of the pitch. I have a friend who I've known since the beginning of my career, and her career has not gone the way she would have liked. And one of the reasons is she struggles a little bit socially. And I remember the first time she tried an elevator pitch for her first book in front of a bunch of friends, and it came off as lines being recited rather than as someone talking about something they're passionate about. Even with the 25 words, even with the market-oriented pitch, the words were great, the delivery felt stilted and uncomfortable, and it made for a pitch that didn't work. And she had trouble selling that book because she wasn't ready yet. She hadn't figured out how to market herself along with her product.
And don't be embarrassed to be proud of your book. I have so many people that pitch to me that are like, well, this isn't really very good, and I still have to do a few more drafts on it. But no, when you come to pitch to me, I want to see in your face that this is the best work you can do. that you are thrilled to have written this book, that you think I am the luckiest woman alive because I get to hear your pitch.
But you are not the next Stephen King, J.K. Rowling's.
You are
Right.
not any
He's not the
other-
next J.K.
You are
Rowling.
not any of those people. And if you're not enthusiastic about your book, why should I be enthusiastic about buying it and selling it? Because
Exactly.
if you're not enthusiastic about it and I take a chance on you, you're not going to be enthusiastic about marketing it. And no matter who picks you up, whether it's a small press, whether it's a big New York press, you are responsible for your marketing.
So that's actually a perfect segue into where I wanted to go with this, which is how do we, I've noticed in doing conventions that the most success I have when I am pitching is when I'm more conversational. So when I'm doing an elevator type pitch, I tend to start very small and zingy, and I watch the reactions of the person and I let them give me a little bit back. I'll be, okay, this is about a fairy godmother who goes rogue to hunt down the killer who slaughtered her first princess. And then I wait, and either they'll be like, aha, and I'll be like, okay, so my other book. or they'll be like, oh, that's really cool. And then I'll get a little bit deeper with my next line. I'll be like, yeah, I call it Jessica Jones with Sparkle. And then they'll usually laugh at that, which you didn't. You laughed at the first parts. But I kind of catalog all this, and I just expand a little bit more and a little bit more as we go and kind of reel them in a little bit until we get to the floor and they exit and hopefully, come back and visit my table. But I want to know, is there room to kind of get away from a formulaic approach and kind of see what works for the individual, like individual approaches, and how do you recommend people figure out themselves out and what works for them?
Well, I think it's what David was saying. You can write the words, but you have to believe the words. And there's a difference between arrogance and confidence. And
right.
You're never going to pitch me unless I'm open. Lucy, yes. But Sarah and Jason, they don't run presses, so you're not going to pitch them. So you can have a conversation with them. As an author, pick our brains, which is fine, just not at our table. But the thing is that you want to be really confident about your ability, and I'm going to pick on Austin because Austin got up in front of all the publishers last year and did his query pitch, and he got asked for pages. It was not easy. Yeah, I mean, it is a very uncomfortable experience doing it for the first time. But a lot of times you're better off, instead of, the elevator pitch, is always fine, 2 floors, you get 15 seconds to give it, but realistically, you're better off talking to the publishers and editors, like in the bar. You don't have to drink, but that's where a lot of the business gets done because you can sit down and have a conversation. You can say, here's my pitch. And if they go, yeah, okay, thanks, you're done. But if you give them your pitch and they're like, oh, that's pretty good, you can, strike up a conversation. And then they also get to what David was saying, they get to know you and they can figure out, like, because if you come off like, I'm the next Stephen King, I guarantee you every publisher, even if you probably are going to go, I don't want to work with this jackass, and they'll pass.
And by the way, BarCon doesn't only exist in the bar. I hesitate to even suggest this, but
You're not going to tell them to go pitch under the bathroom stall, are you?
no, I was going to tell them to email. I was going to tell them to email
It's
or
been done.
comment on right, or comment
Well, I
on
was using
Facebook.
the urinal, Jason. Jesus.
You shake your hand, man. But
You messed up the press.
but no,
man.
but an opening line in an email that will at least get somebody to one of the many small press publishers who are also authors to at least read the rest of your email and read the rest of your pitch. Hi, we met last weekend when I bought a copy of your book, so-and-so, which I'm really enjoying. I have written a book that is somewhat similar to so-and-so in such and such a way. Could I pick your brain about it and see if you have... They will at least listen to you. They will respond to your email. Now, am I telling you have to buy my book in order for me to listen to your pitch? Absolutely, positively not. But it ain't gonna hurt.
It'll make us more inclined.
Right, exactly. And one more comment to tell. Sarah's pitch that she just did for you guys is the best elevator pitch I've ever heard in my life. It's so good that when the publisher who published that book heard it the first time, texted me and said, I got to text you this pitch I just heard.
Really?
And texted me that. And I said, oh, shit, that's fantastic news. I know, we're buying this book.
Gee, I wonder who that was.
Yeah. So
It took a year to come to fruition.
It's very
'Cause I'm a
easy
pain in the ass.
to view the pitch as a performance.
Yes.
And it's not a performance,
No,
it's a conversation starter. And you need to think about it in those terms.
So a lot of this has been theoretical up to this point. So I want to hear y'all's pitches so that they can kind of see what is working with them and, how they would approach their own. So give us a pitch.
Son of the Wolfman investigates crime. Best friend beats him with a rolled newspaper when he's been a bad dog. As James Coldstone, Son of the Wolfman, and it's police. It's a buddy cop werewolf with a very light amount of police procedural in it. It's because he goes after true crimes.
My Thief Taker series. It's a magical detective living in pre-revolutionary Boston with magical murders inserted into real historical events. Think Harry Dresden meets Samuel Adams.
Mm-hmm.
The Devil Makes Three is a literary horror novel. Best-selling horror novelist from Ireland is having writer's block and starts dreaming about a haunted plantation in the American South and finds out it actually exists. He buys it thinking he'll go there and that'll break his block and he will write his next bestseller. But he finds out it's haunted way worse than he could ever have imagined. And the town it sits near is even worse.
My cyberpunk heist book set in the world of fairy. The team is assembled to do a job for a dragon, which you never do. They get set to steal from a fortress that's never been broken into, and then everything comes apart.
Nice. Anybody notice any things that worked with those?
The comp titles.
Mm-hmm. I like using comps too. I usually follow it up with mine, but yeah, they caught my attention too.
Keywords, trigger words, so that if you're interested in this, you'd be interested in mine.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Jason's made me laugh again.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
That always gets me too. Mhm. Very cool.
Still his thought down to a couple sentences.
Mm-hmm.
For a whole long, very complex
That's a-
series.
And that's a whole separate art form,
Yeah.
isn't it? Like for real.
And it takes practice.
Yes.
It's something you literally have to, you go around and tell everybody who will listen to you your pitch over and over until it's like you can do it in your sleep.
Yeah, I also cheated. I pitched a book that's been out for 11 years. So
Right.
And that's where the challenge comes in, is once you get to that point where you could recite it from memory, that's where a level of acting comes in, because you still have to be able to make it sound fresh and not rehearse. Like David was saying earlier, the kid that was pitching, it sounded very rehearsed and very dry and kind of awkward. So it's keeping your intonation like you're still excited about this pitch, even though you've given it 1,000 times in that one day.
Well, it's funny when you work with somebody at a table. By the end of the con, you can do their pitches.
Yeah.
Because
Yes.
you hear them, because the whole thing is you don't want to reinvent the wheel and that's why when I first started, I would change my pitch on the fly based on who I thought I was talking to, and it's a disaster. Especially when you're talking to publishers, that's a disaster, because it needs to come off like it came off the top of your head effortlessly, but it is well honed so that you can hit all the major parts, because afterwards you go, oh, I should have said that,
Right. Yeah. For this series, for the new series, it's a Celtic urban fantasy where my battle furies are Vegas nightclub singers, my sea god is a Jimmy Buffett parrot head, and the fate of our world hangs in the balance.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
You guys mean it, Jimmy Buffett.
Oh, man.
That
Oh,
you
man.
invoked Jimmy Buffett. So now I'm down. I'm down.
I gave Jim Nettles the description of the webcomic I do, Redcon, and he created, I talked to him for about an hour and a half, and he just created an elevator pitch for me.
Yeah, him and I teach query pitch a lot, for when you're querying agents. Austin took our class last year.
Sweet.
One comment, and I'm sorry, Sarah, if
No,
I'm
you're
jumping
fine.
ahead. One thing to remember when you're pitching, there's a feeling in the arts in general that when you meet this person that you think can help you, this is the only chance you're ever going to have. This is your moment. You got to get. That's bullshit, y'all. There's always going to be another chance. There's always going to be another publisher. There's always going to be another person walking up here. If you think, oh my God, I blew that. So what? You got the practice. You'll do better the next time. Don't invest emotionally so much in any one pitch. That's had a young man recently pitch at the exact wrong time in the exact wrong way, and I was watching somebody have a trauma that they're going to carry with them for a long, long time, and I wanted to reach across the table and hug them because I think what they were pitching is actually a really good book, and they're a really good writer. But just the act of doing it, they had built it up so much in their mind that the act of doing it had just emotionally destroyed them. Please don't do that. It's not that big a deal. It's important. It's part of your work. It's something you need to learn how to do, but you're going to be doing it over and over and over and over again. And everybody has a bad day. Everybody has a bad pitch. Don't sweat it.
Yeah.
Asterisks. As long as you are not an asshole to the person.
Right. Yeah. Don't be ugly to people.
Because publishing is a really, really small world. And when you piss off, a couple key people, word gets out, and then you're making your life harder.
Yeah.
Right.
You don't have to go up and kiss people's ass, but at least be,
Polite.
polite to
A
somebody.
small industry like this, the 7-Eleven rule really applies. They'll tell 7 people that you're cool. You piss that person off, and 11 people are going to know right away.
And also remember that most of the time, your pitches and your submissions are going to end in rejection. And I say that as someone, I've been doing this, as I say, for 25 years. I've got 30 books out. I'm editing. I face rejection all the time. It is part of the business. And it is something you have to look at rejection, not as a judgment, but as a step in a negotiation with the market.
So I recently had somebody approach me on Twitter and ask me, they wanted to pitch John, and they were asking my advice, and they were going to a convention specifically to pitch John, who was not acquiring. And I gave him all this advice. I even read his book. I rewrote his query for him, and he went up and he bombed. And he did everything I told him not to do. And I'm wondering if there are any, I'm actually wondering if that's the same one Lucy was just talking about. Okay, because I heard that. I was like, I'm pretty sure that was that dude. But I'm wondering if there are any other pitfalls besides he did a whole lot of like world building. Like he went in, I was like, no, lead with what's special about your book and then go from there, make it a conversation. Don't go in with so much pressure on yourself because he's not even acquiring right now. Look at it as a making connections kind of exercise. And I'm wondering if there are any other pitfalls besides, the world building up front and the anxiety and all that.
Trying to be the absolute most unique standout in the room. And it was at a con that I'm not going to name in front of a publisher, an editor that I'm not going to name. This kid got up during a pitch session and goes, "I am the god of my world." And the literal response he got was, you do want your pitch to be interesting, but when you're putting that much effort in being a standout and being unique and memorable, 9 times out of 10, you're going to come off as a jackass. That's how you're going to be remembered. And the
Which is not to
publisher-
say Falstaff doesn't publish jackasses.
Oh, God. But the thing is that publisher, one of the things they're going to think about is, if I publish this kid's book and he's out there pushing his book, which has my mark on it, he's going to act like this to people who are wanting to give us money. I can't have that. So trying to be chill, and I know it's a curse word in this group, but fairly normal for us.
Normal.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's context. Normal in the,
Yeah.
Right.
in the
Yeah.
author circle, which is abnormal for everybody else.
Yeah.
The best advice I can give is to, it has been said before, take the pressure off of yourself.
Yeah.
No one pitch is the be all and end all of your career.
Mm-hmm.
And editors have heard bad pitches before, so if you bomb, be able to laugh it off.
Mm-hmm.
And remember that for all of us, except those at the very, very tops, the ones we've told you not to compare yourself to, you are not the next George R. R. Martin, you're not the next J.K. Rowling. For most of us, this is a tough industry, and the best way to make it is to be able to self-define your success. And what I mean by that is we spend a lot of time in this industry thinking about whether the publishers are giving us new contracts, or whether our royalty statements are coming in high enough, or whether our print runs are good enough, or whether we're getting good reviews, either in journals or on Amazon. All of the markers are external. All of them. And it's really easy to take those judgments personally. And at some point, we have to be able to look at our own work. And whatever we have achieved with that work, even if it's just getting that damn manuscript finished and polished and to the point where we feel comfortable taking out, that's an accomplishment. That is a success. It might not be the success that you're looking for. It might not be the be all and end all of the success you want for the product, but it's a success. And you need to be able to self-define those successes, because if you put all the pressure on the external markers, it's a very painful way to make a living.
I will go one step further, because he is absolutely positively right. I will tell you how long I've been doing this. I've been doing this since 1981. So I've probably been doing this longer than some of you have been alive.
So you started when you were 6.
Right, exactly. That's my past life.
You're welcome.
Thank you. You're so kind. You're so kind. Another great thing
I was
about being a writer is
-1.
you meet the nicest people. But if you wouldn't do it, even if nobody was going to pay you for it, don't do it.
Yeah.
It's too hard. It's too much. There's too much rejection. There's too much pressure. There's too much. If the art of writing is not enough to sustain you all by itself, don't do it. It's not worth. Find something else. Sell Avon. Do something else, because anything else, because it's gonna break your heart over and over and over again. And what's going to put your heart back together is the next project, the act of creating the next project.
Yeah, and to piggyback on that, and just real quick, was even when you've published and even when you've got stuff out there, if you decide to do a new series or a new book or a completely different thing, you're pitching all over again.
Yep.
So now you're back to square one in a way. So even when you get out there, even if you've got as many books as I do, as many books as David does, or anybody else, you're still going to have to be in a position where you know how to pitch your stuff. Hopefully by that point you've gotten a lot better and your rejections are fewer, but the pitching, rejections, none of that ever goes away. You're still going to have to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, that's all the writer classes I teach. That's the first thing we say. If you can't go a day or week without writing, then go do something else, like anything else. Do do films, do creative dance, do whatever, do something else, because publishing, especially if you're trying to be a New York published author or traditionally published author, is nothing but a series of no's. And you're just wading through all the no's to hopefully find a yes at some point. And it is a very frustrating, it is very hard, and that doesn't even take into account like when you get your first edits back for your book and it's covered in red and you're like, and so it's what it is. If you don't love it and if you're not called to it, then don't do it, because it is a very, very, very difficult way to work in the world.
Yeah, I think the most accurate meme I've seen about it on Facebook was where it's a picture of like an angel with swords over an army. It's like how you feel writing the book. And then below is a stressed out author with a wine glass this big, and papers and manuscripts everywhere, and says how it looks when you get your edits back.
Yeah, because that's one thing. Writing a book is a singular artistic experience. Publishing a book is a collaborative artistic experience.
Yes.
You might have to agree with anything that's told you, but you're going to have to deal with a whole bunch of other people and their opinions on something that feels very personal and intimate and very much yours.
And
so
they usually know better.
Yeah,
you know,
a lot of the time.
If Lucy tells me like do this, I do that because I know her track record. I know the work she produces. It's like I am not arguing with the expert. When David gives me advice, I listen to what David said because he's been doing it longer than I have. It's like
Jason, we listen to him. No, Jason's a wonderful writer. I tease Jason, but Jason's a wonderful writer.
We all tease Jason.
Because it's so fun. It's so fun. But that's another thing. Don't pitch publishers that you're not interested in, don't pitch and be interested in publishers that you don't trust to know what they're doing. Okay. Mm-hmm. That's something that I see a lot working for a small press. People go, well, what I really want is Random House. But Random House is really hard. Well, these guys, they're just nice. I run into them every con I go to and whatever. And I know as much as they do. So I'll give them my book. And then they get edits back from us and we act like we actually have something to say about what they have done. And they get really, really offended. If you don't trust me to be your editor, that's fine. I get it. Okay. Mm-hmm. I'm not the be all and end all. But if you, writer, don't trust me to be your editor, don't send me your book.
And I got news for you. That kind of attitude of, oh, well, I want this publisher, but I'll give it to this one because I know.
Don't ever
that's another jackass move. There was a writer that I'm not going to name who made that very comment years ago about one of the publishers here and got ostracized because no, you're not going to give it to me. If you don't want to submit to Random House or Tor, submit to Random House or Tor. If you want to submit to Falstaff, submit to Falstaff or Perspective or Mocha. You're not giving your work to anyone. You're still asking them to take an interest in you and invest in you as a writer with a product. So if you've got the mindset of, well, I'll give it to this person to publish or this person to publish, you're already done. You've ended your career before you even started.
Right. Basically, understand that you're entering into a collaborative contract with other artists, okay, to produce a new product out of the raw material of your product. That doesn't mean you have to take all of their suggestions. That doesn't mean that they know best. It means that they're going to talk to you about it and they're going to expect to be heard in the conversation.
Yes, but you can also keep in mind as an author that ultimately it is your book.
Exactly.
And your name is on it. Deb Dixon's name might appear in here and she's my editor at Bellbridge and her name is in the acknowledgments because she's fucking brilliant and I love working with her. But the fact of the matter is her name isn't on the book. My name is on the book. And ultimately, when she and I talk about issues, and 90 to 95% of the time, I take her edits without comment because I know she's brilliant. And I know my work needs editing. Everybody's work needs editing.
And she knows your work.
Yes. But when it comes down to something that I feel strongly about, and we talk about it, ultimately, she always says, this is your book.
That's right.
And your name's on it. And you're the one who has to live with it. So I will defer to you. And that is how the relationship. And I know you know that.
That's how it works. That's right. And if you run up on an editor who says, well, I'm the editor and if you don't do what I say, then I'm just going to give you your book back. So, okay, I'll take it.
Yep.
I have personal experience with that. I used to publish with Pocketbook Simon & Schuster. And I did 6 books with them, all with the same editor who I liked very much and who was very talented and who I trusted completely. But I was there at the time when trade paperbacks stopped being a thing. Okay, we still have them, but they went basically from when we went to there's a Walden Books in every mall to there may or may not be a Barnes & Noble. Okay, And so the company was in flux. They started changing the thing. What I was writing at the time was paranormal historical romance. And I'll try to hurry this along. Anyway, they went from doing what I was doing to leaning hard into what was then called trademark romantica, which was to me too sexy. It wasn't something I wanted to write. And so I was getting pushed hard. Sounds terrible. I was getting encouraged more and more intensely to put more sexy time and more elaborate and exotic sexy time in my books. That wasn't what I was writing for. And so I walked away. And I went for 5 or 6 years where I had no publisher at all and no idea what I was going to write. But again, it wasn't that I thought she was a bad editor. It's that the orders she was getting from her boss were, you need to be delivering this. And she came to me and she said, this is the product that I need. And I said, I'm not interested in creating that product. That don't do it for me. Okay. That's not fulfilling me as a writer. And so I walked away. And you have to be willing to do that.
Because that's where it gets into now the editor's trying to, because I did have an editor try to rewrite one of my short stories one time, and I ended up having to go to the publisher and say, hey, I came back to this editor and said, no, this is what I'm trying to say, and they're pushing back at me, and the publisher said, it's your story, ultimately. So, but at the same time, if they're saying, a press has house standards, okay? And if they're taking in your story, house standards don't necessarily change the voice of your story, but they are still house standards that you do need to meet. And it's a very rare occasion that you're able to break them. Like, you better do it in a damn good and effective way in order for a press to let you go outside the house standards.
Yeah. This was a whole panel on its own, but again,
we have straight.
Yes, we have straight.
You probably want to leave time for questions.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just
we only got like 9 minutes.
best advice if you're going to pitch to somebody, make sure you've read at least a couple of books that they've published.
Yeah.
Know that you fit there. Okay.
Do we have any questions? Yes.
First of all, thanks to the panel. You guys discussed pitching, giving people a taste of your product, an excerpt. Is that like a good thing to put on your website? And if so, how long should it be?
Some publishers have strict rules about that. Tor, when I was writing for them, especially when I was doing the Thief Taker books, they didn't want me making available for free any more than 2,500 words, not at any given time, but over the entirety of whatever teasers I put out.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 10 manuscript pages. That's nothing. But yeah, you can put it on websites. I put some on my blog quite often. I put it on Facebook.
TikTok. Readings on TikTok.
Yeah, readings on TikTok. I know somebody who puts just one-liners on Twitter. They'll put 20 words and you select those really carefully. It's not, but you can do it that way.
You have to remember that once you've sold your book to a press, they own that book.
No, they do
More or
not.
less.
You have the copyright. They do not own the book.
They do
Don't
not.
know.
But they do control the marketing of the book.
That's what I meant to say.
And so you need to coordinate with them. Bellbridge has no problem with me putting up teasers at all, at least not that I know of. I'm not sure I asked, but they know I do it, I think. I'm not sure I told them.
They have mentioned something by now.
Let me call Deb.
Really, ever on speed dial. So.
Does an excerpt have to be like the beginning of the book?
No.
Just something interesting.
But don't do it when you're initially pitching. Have them, because that's where it gets tacky. It's kind of like when you see in the cringe TV shows where a musician comes in and the guy's like, hey, I'm in a band, listen to this song. Pitch your story and then have them ask you for a sample of it.
But yeah, for marketing, yes. It's
Marketing, yes.
Any other questions?
Weird one. I'm going to One Fantasy in October. I'm pitching 2 novels, but also 2 children's books. Is there a difference between pitching kids fiction versus fantasy.
It's completely different and we know nothing about it.
I was about to say, yeah, this is not a panel for kids' books, but yes, it's very different. And you should find someone you can talk to who knows that stuff.
Yeah, and children's books are really, really hard. We published one, and even with the author being like super out there trying to sell it, the numbers just aren't there. And we did more as a pet. Yeah, and so.
Yeah, pitching children's books, pitching what we have, and pitching it's all different. So you want to make sure what you're pitching before you toss it out there.
I think you had a question.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah, so Patrick mentioned teaching classes with Jim Nettle. Sarah mentioned talking to a guy on Twitter. Are there people you would recommend following on Twitter, TikTok, or whatever, like who specifically are like, this is a bad pitch, this is a good pitch, or like, this is what you don't do? Just like basically additional information.
I mean,
Query Shark. Yeah, Query Shark is really good if you want, because she actually goes through people's, it's the same thing. You're sending in your query. You send her a query, and she literally goes line by line through your query and takes it apart. Delilah Dawson, I think, does a really, really good job on Twitter with giving 10 tips, and she'll pick a topic and go through every once in a while. And David's blog is really good for a lot of inside writing stuff.
Yes. Twitter used to be such a great place for the writing community, and everything just kind of imploded. I'm not actually really there anymore. But I did a lot of my pitches came from Twitter contests, and we'd form little subgroups and we'd help each other ahead of one of these like Pit Mad or something like that, or Pitch Wars. And we would work together to refine each other's pitches, and you kind of end up getting a knack for it after a while, but I don't think that's really the case anymore.
I'll tell you, I mentioned TikTok earlier. TikTok is toxic. TikTok is wonderful. Both of those statements are true. It's just a matter of finding the right people or the right. Like, for example, I'm on TikTok all the time giving free advice which is worth exactly what you pay for it. But there are also a lot of people who are a lot better than me, who are agents and publishers and stuff, who are on there all the time. If you're going to do TikTok, if you're going to post on TikTok, if you're going to read TikTok, scroll TikTok, just remember that you are going through a dumpster looking for the one cheeseburger that's still sealed up in the wrapper. Okay.
Okay, I just threw up a little.
Exactly. So there's two things you have to remember. One, how badly do you want that one cheeseburger? Is it worth it? And two, ignore all the garbage around it.
Do we need to buy you lunch?
No.
We are about out of time, and I want everybody to say where you can be found, either through the rest of the weekend or online or whatever. Let's start with Patrick.
Patrick Dugan, my table is right out there. I will be teaching 3D printing over in the Holiday Inn at 3:00. So it's an hour and a half makers session. And then I will be in something about the story at 8:30 tonight. I think we're back in here.
I am Lucy Blue. I am around the Falstaff table. I am around everywhere today. I have a couple of other panels. If you're interested on this book, I'm doing a reading from it at a panel tonight that is scary stories to read under the covers. I'm not sure exactly where that is, but that's tonight. And you can find me online on TikTok, on Facebook, and I do have a blog that is Lucy Blue Writes.
I am literally right outside the door. Go out the door, turn right. There I am.
Well, go out a little and turn right because you'll run into Dave. Or Joelle, actually.
Actually, you run into Joelle, and she's small. You just go over.
Kind of like a speed bump.
I'm in a couple of panels later this afternoon. I have another panel tomorrow. I can be found at davidbco.com, and all the social media links and stuff are linked to that site.
I'm Jason Gilbert. Much to David's delight and joy, I'm right next to him in the author's alley.
So you're the guy he was talking about.
So if you really want to help David out, go buy his books.
I will actually be back in here in 30 minutes to talk about what to do with your book once you've finished it. In the meantime, you can find me at jasonhgilbert.com. I'm on Facebook doing Facebooky things. I don't do TikTok because it's way too complicated and I don't have time for that shit.
The
And
Chinese
then
government.
tonight at 6 p.m., I will be interviewing Valentine Wolf, who's the music special guest. And then tomorrow, I've got an author signing in the vendor room.
Right. I am in Author's Alley between the broken escalator and the bathroom. Very convenient.
Location.
Yes. You can find me online at sarahjsover.com or across pretty much all platforms as Sarah J. Sover. I got cryptobiology and using science and storytelling tomorrow, and then the struggles and tribulations of identifying as female in fandom later today. So that should be fun. And thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you guys so much.
You guys said you did. Do you guys do freelance?
Nope, I don't.
Yep, I
He
do.
does, I don't.
You do. For
He's
like
better than me
public
anyway, so.
writers and stuff?
Yeah.
Did I get a business card or something?
Yes. In fact, I think I have my card.
Wow. Sometimes it's better to get what you pay for. So I've been looking into this.
My daughter edited one of your books for John, Erin
yeah?
Bruner Kell.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and she loved your book.
Oh, I'm
She
so
really
glad. It's really a great job.
Well, good. I'm glad to know that. And if there's any tips where she didn't do stuff that she should have, let me know and I'll forward them. She's only 24, so
Well, wow. Well, yeah, she did a great job.
thank you.
Let's put it this way. She did as well or better than my family sister editor. So, yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
It's good to know.
What genres do you do?
I have edited everything from women's psychology books to space opera, so I can do anything. But
TRPGs? I'm a licensed electrician.
I won't be able to comment on the relationship between the story and the franchise because I don't know anything about that. But if you're telling a story and you're looking for someone to help you with your storytelling, your narrative arc, your prose, I can do that.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Yeah, my pleasure.
This is the big room.
This is the big room. I'm pretty sure this is where we're at.
Yeah, I will leave it early.
Huh?
Sit here so I can leave early.
Oh. Yeah, I don't, maybe you do whatever you want. I don't think there's going to be like a bad crowd. The people who are likely to buy are people who might say and talk to people.
Yeah.
And I'll make my way over there as soon as I'm done here.
Okay.
I also don't know if there's a panel right after us or if it's half an hour.
Yeah.
Because that makes a difference on how fast we have to get out.
Yeah.
Let me make sure I'm in the right place. 12:30, what to do after finishing your book. Walden. That's right here. I'm going to have to close that door. I won't be able to hear.
Are you
Moderating.
moderating?
That's why I'm here first, because I like to get my chair.
Got one more little piece of that. You want it?
No, thank you. It's too rich. First in.
This should be a prize.
There's not. Oh, I need to go get a book. I'll go get it. You just,
Okay.
I put myself here. I just don't. I like to be on the end when I moderate so that I can look at all my guests. It's cooler in here.
Yeah.
Testing. Does that make it better? It's a big room, I guess. Yeah, it's going to be. Well, I think I'm broadcasting into it without even meaning to. It's a big room for this. I don't feel like we're going to have this many people. We're there. All right, so I need 22 and I win. Because everything's a competition. I didn't realize how big the writers track is here. Like, there's a lot of writers here. Yeah, well, I mean, I expected the booksellers, but oh, really? Yeah. Are you all writers? What kind of stuff do you write? Paranormal fantasy. Okay. Okay. Urban fantasy. All right. Are y'all? And I'm asking these questions to like Frank because this is such a big topic. What to do after you finish your book? Like, what does finished even mean? We could talk for an hour about what finished means, right? Yeah. Now, what ways are you? Which way are you looking at going as far as paths? Like self pub, small press, traditional press, small press. Uh-huh. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. All right. So you want to know what happens after you're done with your draft. Okay. I'm going to ask this again when everyone's in here, but like we're all here, so when we might as well use the time. Because you could just go, I mean, you can, the answer is different for every path, right? What's next is different depending on if you want to go small press. I mean, if you want to go small press, you're in the right place. You need to make contacts because a lot of small press business is done via who you know. I mean, whereas big press business is absolutely not done that way. It's naked querying and, you know, finding an agent and then self pub, you need to go write another book because you need to have 3 books before you even come out because it's not worth spending money on advertising for 1 book and you're not going to sell your book if you don't advertise. So you write 3 books, you put them all out 1 month after the other, 1, 2, 3, or whatever the length of your series is. If you're writing like epic fantasy, if it's 5, it's 5, and you put them out quick, and then you spend money advertising book 1, and you because you look for the residual, right? Because no one buys book 2 who didn't buy book 1. So you try to sell as many book 1s as you can at a discount, and then it's the drug dealer model of selling books, right? The first one's free. Then you get them hooked, and then you sell your next books at regular price. But it's different. So we're very much going to like figure out what the audience is, and then because we have people here who've done all of them. That's true. It's true. Yeah. And it is it's a big influence here because I mean, the guy who is the con runner runs a small press. Yeah. Oh yeah. Probably the same artist that does cover art for their press. So I say their press. I have a book with them. So our press. So, because we have a mix, right? Because Gail Martin has done everything. She's got self-pub, she's got small press, she's got major press. I've done 2.
Oh, God, I got to sit next to Mike, man.
You do, and I'm the moderator. So, I know. You believe you signed up for this?
I didn't sign up for this shit. I want my money back. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't pay me in here. Oh, well. I still want my money back. How you been, man?
Good. How are you?
Good.
The microphones are on, just so you know.
Oh,
okay. This is my first time in this room. I didn't realize how big it was.
Or how nice and cool
it is. So nice compared to it's so hot out there.
God, was anybody here yesterday? It's actually cooler out there now than it was yesterday.
Yeah, that's true. It was really warm yesterday.
Oh my.
I think it's just going to keep getting warmer throughout the throughout the evening?
Well, I may have gone over to the thermostat and turned
Oh, good for
it
you.
over to cool because they had the heat going.
That'll explain a lot.
And since I don't care, I just went over and did it.
I got to see who's on this panel. See if I need to go get.
I'm all you need.
Just you and me? We'll just do a panel?
And me and you. So happy together.
I know we have Gail.
She may be. Oh, she's talking to Mike Williams. So.
Oh, we have Gabino Iglesias. We guest of honor.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Gabino.
Oh, cool.
He's the guest of honor.
Cool. Very nice.
Hello. It depends on the panel, you know. Sometimes you know what you're doing. This is a really loosely defined topic. You know, what do you do when you're finished with your book? That can mean so many things. But sometimes you're on like, you know, science fiction of the 80s, and there's only one way you're going to go, and so you have more specific stuff, and then if as a moderator, the first thing you do is you study who's on the panel with you and what their areas of expertise are, right? So at Worldcon, I was doing a panel with Elizabeth Baer. Right, so the whole panel is let Elizabeth talk because she's brilliant and everyone wants to hear her speak. So
Moderating Shauna McGuire's like that.
Yeah.
I moderated her at a MarsCon one year that she was at, and all you really have to do in moderating her is find that one question that sets her off, and then just kick back, and you're done for the rest of the panel. She's got this.
Yep.
We were talking about how to survive the zombie apocalypse. So the zombie apocalypse protocol that the CDC has, she helped them write that. She knows things about the different variants of flu virus that they have there. She managed to make a room full of people so quiet you could hear a pin drop. She scared the shit out of everybody in there. And then me and the other author were just like, we're good. Easiest guest of honor I've ever moderated.
Oh, that's the secret to author interviews is wind them up and let them go, and then you just have to sit there and smile.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I wasn't even an interview, it's just a panel.
Yeah, it depends on who you have, and it depends on the audience and what they want too, right? I mean, so if you're doing science fiction and you look out and everybody's in their 60s, you're having a different conversation than if you have a crowd like we have here, which is younger, and you're gonna, you're gonna talk about the history of science fiction and how no good science fiction has been written since 1980. You're just gonna have somebody in the room who wants to have that conversation, and then you
end up as Mike moderating a panel with me and Gail Martin on it.
Right.
And that's just going to be a ride.
It's easy. It's easy.
I was on a panel once where the moderator didn't read the room.
Yeah.
And two of the panelists got talking about how no decent science fiction had been written since 1930. And I was like, hello, you realize that you're talking about stuff that was not written in the lifetime of anybody in this room. Can we move that forward several decades, please?
Wow. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it was definitely a get off my lawn kind of attitude. And it was like, dude.
It just reminds me of Lost in Space Guy from Mars. I will whack a hornet's nest. No problem. If I get stung, hey, it was worth it. That guy. Did I tell you that story? You need to have me tell you that story.
Okay.
It's hilarious.
So I'm going to move around to the end here. If two of you could maybe share a mic, because I'm going to go to the end so that I can see the people that I'm kind of moderating.
Sure.
And
you want to grab that door?
I will close that door because that's a lot of noise.
Appreciate it.
I will. If they do, I've been hit by bigger people than that. All right. Welcome. It's 12:30, so we're going to start. And we've now locked you in, and you can't leave. I am Michael Mammy. I'm a science fiction author. I have written many fine books you can find out there at my table. I will let my
panelists introduce themselves in just a second, but first I want to introduce the panel. We are here to talk about what to do after finishing your book. Okay, and this is going to be your panel, right? Because this is a wide topic. We could talk about a single aspect of this for an hour easily, right? There are 6, 7, 8 different ways we can go, and we're going to kind of go the way that y'all want to go. And I asked a few of the people here what kinds of things. So first of all, how many people in the room consider themselves writers? Most everybody, right? That's mostly what we're doing.
I play one on TV.
That's good.
Okay.
That's good. Okay.
Sorry.
Yep. So, right, that makes sense on a writer's track. All right, so how many people are pursuing traditional publication, like mainstream pub? Okay, 1, maybe 2, okay. It's okay if you don't know. How about small press? A lot of small press, right? How about self-pub? Okay, so we got some of that. So we're more toward the self-pub, small press kind of things. So that's going to change some of the, because the answer to this question is going to be different. The first answer everyone's going to give you up here is, well, it depends, right? Okay, so let me let the panelists introduce themselves, and we'll start from the far end, if we would, with Camino.
We can definitely start here.
Yes.
We can also end here if you want. Whatever you want. It's your panel. I'm Camino Iglesias. I write a mix of stuff. It's usually dark. Please don't buy it for your kids. But if you do enjoy the dark stuff, then it's definitely for you. I'm also an educator. I've been teaching creative writing for about 15, 16 years. So yes, it always depends. So hopefully we can get to that eventually. I have, I don't know, 4 or 5 books with small indie presses starting in 2012. And then the last one came out with a big 4. So I had to relearn the entire process all over again. So yeah, we'll talk about that.
My name's Elizabeth Donald, and I write stuff. I've been making my living with the written word about 25 years now as a journalist, and so nonfiction and fiction. My first novel was in 2004, and depending on how you count the ebooks, it's anywhere between 6 and 12 books out, primarily with small to medium-sized presses. I just recently finished my 2nd master's degree, because why get 1 master's when you can get 2 for twice the price?
They're like pistachios.
You can't have enough of them. I have had enough. I am done. I graduated with my MFA 3 weeks ago. So technically now I'm unemployed. I seem to be writing a lot for someone who is unemployed. I'm continuing to work as a freelance writer and a journalist for magazines and newspapers in the Midwest, where I'm from. And I signed with Falstaff Books. I took time off writing novels to, actually do the masterses. And so mostly been publishing short stories and novellas for the past 5 years, but I should have my next book coming out from Falstaff next year.
Hi, I'm Gail Z. Martin and Morgan Bryce. As Gail, I write epic and urban fantasy. As Morgan, I write urban fantasy, male paranormal romance. As both, I've got 40 plus books out, some with top New York and London Big 5 publishers, some with small press, and some indie. And I've been in about 50 plus anthologies, US and UK, and most of those have been small press. So I've kind of played the waterfront, and you're very right. It does depend on what you do next, depending on which path of publication you took.
I'm Jason Gilbert. I write the Cold Stone Case Files series. It's Werewolf Detectives. I also write the Clockworks of War series, and I'm in quite a few anthologies. I'm both traditionally published through small indie press and self-published. I also am on a stream every Sunday night called Terrible Movies with Wonderful People, where we watch all these movies that we all know and love, like, for example, Clue and Rocky Horror Picture Show, and discuss why they failed in the box office.
Okay, and again, I'm Michael Mamey. I write science fiction. I am mostly published through Harper Voyager, so big press is my biggest experience. I do have 1 book with small press with Falstaff. Okay, so I'm going to start really, really broad here. Okay, and what I'm just going to, let's take a minute or less each, because this is, you can talk about this all day. Let's just start simple. What do you do when you finish your book?
So one thing I want to point out, notice the key word, finish. Okay, finishing the book is the hardest thing you can do. If you've done that, you're already a step ahead of it. At the same time, once you figured out that it's finished, best thing you can do, and I got this advice from David Coe out there, put it away. Just put it away for a week. Stop looking at it. Week, month, no more than that, because you want to do something with it. But give yourself some time away from it before you do your reread and self edits, because before you send it off for submission, or if someone wants to look at it for possible publication, you want to make sure you're sending them the best version you can send them. And by the time you finish that book, you will feel a slight level of burnout. And if you try to go back and read through it, you're going to miss things left and right.
We're a little different because we publish about a book a month. So we have a process. And so right before the book is finished, when it goes to the editor, it also goes to the beta readers. And that way we get final polish information to know how to tweak it to make it as good as it can be. And then when it is finished or almost finished, it goes to the ARC readers so that they get an advanced review copy, so that hopefully we can have reviews posting very close to publication. And that's then when it's finished, uploaded, publishing, that's when the marketing piece kicks in, which we'll, I'm sure, talk about later.
Yeah, we're definitely going to get to that.
So I definitely fall into the set it aside for a while. It needs to sit in the corner and think about what it's done. And then when minimum 6 weeks for a novel, 2 weeks for a short story, that's assuming that you have, of course, planned appropriately and your deadline is significantly far ahead, that you haven't finished writing it, say 3 days before you're supposed to have it to the publisher. We would never do that, right, guys? Nobody?
Yeah, no, that was actually going to be my answer.
Never.
It's finished on the day that it's due.
Yeah, that
One way or
would
the
kind
other.
of be it depends on how well you've planned. That's the ideal situation. If you're in the not ideal situation, which frequently I am, and I tell this to my students as well when they're doing their essays, they don't listen to me either, that they should print out the whole thing on paper. And yes, that means even if it's a novel and you got to send it to the local print shop to do it on 3-roll paper, because it's, otherwise it's going to eat your printer alive. Print it out on paper, go over it slowly with red pen in hand, and read it aloud as you do. We process our work differently depending on what form we're reading it in. People process things on a screen differently than they do on paper. It's just the way psychologically that we work. And so you will see things on paper that you will never see scrolling through your manuscript. You will hear things as you read it out loud. Wow, that sentence totally does not work. You will hear that in ways that you won't just reading it on paper. And so if what you're doing is a very quick self-edit before you toss it off to the publisher who's going to say, did you edit this at all? That is definitely what I would recommend.
Agreed. It's a period for me of acceptance and understanding. Understand that you might have to apologize to some people who were in your life while you were writing the book. Accept that it's never done. You just let it go because you need to move on to the next thing. Accept that you might not have been the best person for your own mental health lately. So it's okay. Cry, have a drink, a cup of coffee, punch a wall, do what you need to do. And then also accept and understand that this is just a step. So if you keep obsessing about the fact that it's never going to be perfect and it's never going to be the way that you want it, then you're going to be writing the same book for 25 years and not publish anything. Mm-hmm. So get it done, put it away before you come back to it, and make it better with editing and move on. There's other things waiting.
And just to add on to that too, is when you put it away, I'm not saying put it away and go spend the rest of the month on Super Mario Brothers the next season of Wednesday. I'm saying start the new project. Mm-hmm. Keep fresh, start the new project, because one of the things that if you are planning on having it published, one of the things the publishers want to see is productivity. And if all they're seeing is I wrote this one book and now I'm on hiatus, that they're going to look at that and say, okay, this human is going to get to a point and stop, and we're not going to make any money.
Yeah, outline the next book.
Yeah.
Outline? Wait, what?
Is that next book a sequel?
It may or may not be. We're writing 12 concurrent series. So when we rotate through those, so we try very hard to get each one a new book every year.
Mhm.
So, all right, this is the Badlands book for this year. On to the next book in the next series.
Sure.
That's
How about
due
for
this-
unpublished authors? So they finish their first book. Say someone out here has just finished their first book, right? And they think that it's done and they're getting ready to do whatever they're going to do that we're going to talk about. They're going to outline the next book. Should they be going in the same series or should they be going in something different?
Depends on what you intend to do with it.
Mhm.
I typically try to stay in the series until I've got a couple of books in before I start something new. So that way, if that new project ends up not working out, I still have something that's going to be coming out soon. That's when you start getting into like what Gail and Larry do, where they've got concurrent projects going. That's how you build up. This is how I build up to that, because you are going to start projects that are going to end up utter shit. You might decide it's crap the first paragraph. You might decide it's crap, and you've finished the book. So I usually say if it's your first book and you plan on it being a series, go ahead and at least get started on the second one before you pick up another project. Because even though you are working in the same series, that next book is still a new project. You're still going in a new direction, in a new story with a new arc with these characters.
Okay. Elizabeth, you have thoughts on that?
I'm kind of torn because on the one hand, you've definitely planning to write a sequel. Seems like the logical time to do it. But and I am not an acquisitions editor, so I'm just speculating that perhaps they want to see more diversity from you, to know that you have more than just this one storyline. And so, I mean, when I published my first novel, the next thing I wrote was completely different. But then the next thing my publisher wanted was the sequel. So having both operating was definitely useful. But I mean, I would say keep in mind what the kind of career you want to build. If you get locked into, I just write this one series, that's not going to, unless you are, I don't know, Laurel K. Hamilton, that's not going to carry you your whole career. You probably want to strive to write different things if that is what your goal, your ultimate goal is. In my case, of course, I write fiction and nonfiction. I write horror, science fiction, fantasy. I've been dabbling in literary fiction for the last 5 years. So I always am jumping to something different in between each project.
Yeah. Camino, thoughts?
There's a lot of writers here, so I hope I'm not alone. You don't have to write a series if you don't want to.
Yeah.
It's like I made my
There's a
entire
lot.
career writing standalones, so just jump on the next thing. It also doesn't have to be a novel. Just keep working. If you do enough short stories, somewhere down the line in your career, you might be putting together a short story collection, and that work is already done. So move on. But if you are not in the mood to do a series, you don't have to. Standalones are awesome, and you can jump into a new project, a new idea, and at least in my case, I might be working on something. There's always voices for a different project in the back of my head that get in the way and don't let me finish the one that I'm working on. So pay attention to those for a little bit, and that'll make the other one sort of coalesce. When you come back to it, it's different and you read it with fresh eyes.
And keep in mind too that things may change. Whatever you might have planned, your publisher last. Because I was just talking about this in my last panel, that I wrote what I thought was a great standalone zombie novella, and it sold out the whole print run in 48 hours. So by the end of the weekend, the publisher said, "So sequel," and I'm all, "But I killed everyone." Okay, fine. This is going to be my writing challenge to figure out how I'm going to do a sequel with all these dead characters.
That can happen. And I think big press, if you're going big press, you really don't want to be working on a sequel, right? Because if you query an agent and that first book doesn't work and your plan is to go query an agent again, querying with a second book in a series that nobody got the first book that's not valuable to you, right?
Well,
so I think for big press, the advice is you would go towards something different. And then maybe come back to that. Smaller presses.
It depends.
Okay.
Because I sold to Top 5 New York with Epic Fantasy, and they wanted to know how many books I foresaw in the series and what the pacing would be for bringing those books out. And book one, they contracted for more than one book at a time.
Right.
Yeah.
And they wanted to see that I could deliver.
Very nice.
So it really depends.
Sure.
It depends on what genre you're in. It depends on what they're looking for at the moment, what they
Yeah.
think is hot. And it depends on what kind of a deal your agent can get, because they always like to sell sequels right up front.
Yeah, because the thing is that when you're in a series, when your first book comes out, you're going, I mean, depending on who you are, depending on who you know, and you're going to do, you might sell pretty well, you might not. Once book 2 comes out, sorry, book 1's going to fly. That has been my experience. And just kind of right off the jump, too, you're hearing a lot of conflicting advice. Understand that this kind of topic, it's one of those that's different for everybody kind of things. It's kind of like, what's your writing price? Well, I get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm not saying that's what you need to do. I'm saying that's what I do. But there is still a lot of advice that is important because it is universal to the industry.
And I think that's really what we're getting at here. There are so many, nobody here has said anything that's wrong.
No.
Right? Even though it's conflicting. So we're showing, and it's such a broad topic that we're talking about a lot of different paths. Because there are some small presses that if you're writing a 3-book series, if that's what you're contracted for, they're going to want to see 2.5 of those before they sign you.
Yeah.
Because they've been burned enough times by people turning in 1 book and not finishing the series that they're not going to publish the first one because they want to come out with them 3 months apart.
Because the number one thing that we see as authors and that the publishing industry sees is new authors who approach and pitch books that they either haven't finished or haven't even started.
Okay, let's go in a little different direction. For our people in the room, let's talk now. We've talked a little bit about what we do. So for unpublished authors, how do you know when your book is done? That's hard. So your first book, right? Your first book, not your 25th book, because that we have a process that we know. Okay, so you don't have a deadline. You don't have anything, right? So if you don't have a deadline, you can pick when you want your book to be done. So how do we pick? How do we know? And let's start down the other end this time.
I would say put it away, as I think most of us have said, put it away, come back to it and do that heavy round of edits. And after that, consider it done, because I assure you, to this day, I will get a book published. I do my first in-person reading, and as I'm reading the work on the book that's already out, I'm going like, I would tweak this. So in terms of editing, it will never be done. So give yourself like that one huge editing pass where you are ruthless and you're killing your darlings and you're focusing on your arc and your character development, and you're thinking constantly. You have a list of like, these are the words that I've identified that I overuse, economy of language. I'm going to focus on pacing. And once that's done, let it be its own animal. Send it out, submit it to a smaller press, put that query letter together, send it out to a couple agents, and move on to the next one. Because otherwise you will, I know folks who've been writing the same novel for 15 years. You don't want that career because that's a non-career. So one big heavy duty editing pass, and then consider it done until someone tells you otherwise.
Ditto. You say, how do you know when the book is done? It's not. It's never done. It's out there. It's published. It's been published for 15 years. Then I look at it now and go like, but I'm better now. I could do it better. And I faced this head on recently when my first novel came out in ebook only. Back before that was cool. And but the first book that came out in print was a collection of my short stories that had appeared in some various horror magazines in the early 2000s that had a habit of going out of business right after they published me. I was the Typhoid Mary of the small press. I'm sorry. But we put that collection together. It was in print for 15 years. And then the publisher, small press, they finally put it out to pasture. And the people were complaining. So I decided to put it back out just to keep it available. And I'm looking at my work of 20 years ago and but no, I had to resist the urge to go back and redo everything. And you can do that forever. Yeah, I know a lot of people who've been writing the first 3 chapters of their book for a decade or more, and it's never going to feel done. It's just reaching the point where this work is as good as I know how to make it. At this point in my career as a writer, my development as an artist, this is as good as it can be. and that's has to be enough. And then you have a drink and set it out.
Yeah, I would agree with that. You get to the point where you've told the story and you've told it as well as you can tell it right now. And if, depending on your path to publication, it's going to go to an editor next. They'll tell you where you need to tweak it. So yeah, you get to the point where you've told your story and it's as good as you know how to make it, and that it's time to send it out into the world.
Everybody's right. I mean, your book's never, I've got books now that have been out that I self-pubbed, and I look back and I'm like, I'm so much better than this now. And they're self-pubbed. So, I mean, I absolutely could go back and rewrite them, but the amount of time that I'm going to spend on that is time that I'm not spending on book 3 of this series or a new project that I'm working on. So there's some time management there. And as far as self-editing, finish the book first. That's some of the best advice I ever got. If you are trying to edit as you go because you think, oh, well, I'll save time, I'll have to reread it. 15 years later, when you're still telling everybody about this huge story, but you've got the first 2 chapters kind of written, the first question you're going to get is, why did it take you this long to get 2 chapters done? So yeah, you're never going to be fully done. But as far as done telling the story, that's where I'm really hardcore with outlining. I used to pants, and I had the hardest time coming to where I felt like was a good ending to that particular story. Once I started outlining, that made life a whole lot easier, and I was actually able to start finishing books a lot faster.
Yeah, I'm going to go a little different than everyone else. I write 6 drafts of every book. So 2 on my own before anyone sees it, because no one sees it until I've edited it and self-edit it. And then I want beta readers, and I want their feedback, and I'm going to edit again. And then I'm going to get it from my agent, and then I'm going to get it from my editor and copy. So, and before I had all those things in place, it was multiple rounds of beta readers for me because I was finding stuff that was new. So I think it depends. I'm better at it now, and I don't need as much of that because the things that they used to tell me, now I can kind of see on my own. But early on, the best feeling I got in my life was when I was querying and I knew it was the best book I could make. And when I say beta readers, someone who doesn't love you, preferably another writer. If you happen to have another pro writer like Gail does who does love you, that's probably different, right? If you have where you could, but your mom is not going to tell you what's wrong with your book. She's going to pat you on the head and say, you're such a good writer. And that's not helpful. So finding other writers that are like right here at cons like this, which is a great place to meet other writers who write what you do, and just trade a chapter and see, and if they read your first chapter, they go, and you never hear from them again, that's a sign.
And the beta readers don't have to be other authors. They can be dedicated readers of the genre that you're writing in, who have deeply read that genre and understand what it's supposed to look like. And if they come back to you and go, I know you said this was an epic fantasy, but it's really a Western, you have a problem because they know what an epic fantasy is supposed to look like, and this isn't it. So they don't, in my experience, they don't have to be authors. They just have to be very experienced readers in the genre you're trying to write.
So and to touch on the self-editing, because you are hearing a lot of, self-edit. You do want to do a self-edit of your book. Self-pub guys, you suck at editing your work. Point blank and simple. Because you are biased and you're not going to see the mistakes that you've made. So if you're not going to go through a press that have editors on board whose interests are, is this book going to be good enough to make us money? You need to be ready to go out and hire an impartial editor, which can get expensive, but that will be someone whose vested interest is making sure that you are successful regardless of your feelings.
Yeah, in my work through the literary underworld, we see a lot of self-published work submitted to us for carrying. It's an author and small press cooperative. And the 2 things I always encourage them to spend their money on is the edit and the cover art. You can skimp on the cool little bookmarks that you pass out at conventions to get people to buy your book. Do not skimp on the cover art and do not skimp on your editor. Be prepared for that to cost thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
That's just the running rate.
If you're self-published. And that's when we, we sometimes have done it in the past, a panel of why you do one kind of publishing versus another. And one reason to go small press versus self-pub, yes, they're going to take half your money. However, they're going to do the cover. They've got somebody who they can hire a good cover artist for cheaper than you can because they're doing it in bulk. And they've got an editor on staff who's, one, talented in the genre that you need, and two, free to you. And if it's not free to you, run.
Yeah, that's a scam.
That's a different panel, but I always want to say that.
Yes.
So let's talk a little bit for our small press people. Okay, you have the best book that you can make. Whatever that looks like for you. What's your next step? How are you going to go about finding small presses? You want to go small press route? How do you do that? And I'm going to let you all talk about it, and I'm not going to talk about it because I have not done this, and you all have.
Networking. That's how I did it. Going out there. I self-pubbed my first series. I'll never do it again. Self-pubbing is a great way to get your book out there. It's a perfectly viable way to do it. Never again. With my new series, I wrote the first couple of novellas because I wanted to have them ready to go, and I created an elevator pitch. Once I had that, the first person I approached was Harkness. And he said, okay, take it out of Wales, make it modern day, and take it out of the Harker universe and we'll talk. And he sent me I did that and sent him, he asked for the first 3 pages of that version and then sent me a contract for 4 books. So, or 4 novellas. And that's how we got book 1 of this. So definitely getting out there and networking, even if you're not going to conventions on the regular, which is obviously the easiest way to do it. Going to different, festivals and events and whatnot, where there are going to be publishers there, or are going to be people there in the industry you want to pitch to. That's going to be the most advantageous. Not many presses, particularly the small presses, are taking open submissions right now because they don't have the manpower or time to read through the massive amount of slush that they get.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Definitely networking, but also network with other authors and ask them what they hear about the small presses. Whether or not they've worked with that small press, they may have a buddy who has a story either really good or really bad, and you want to hear all of those. So it's great to get to know the publishers. There is an awful lot of this business that is who you know and who knows you, and that makes it a lot easier to pitch somebody. But get to know the other authors and get those horror stories and hear, who doesn't pay and why people left an imprint and brought their book out themselves. And, the thing that's been mentioned is if you work with a press, they do the business side of the publishing. If you decide to go indie, you are starting a small business, and that includes tracking everything for taxes, as well as all the book stuff like the covers and the marketing and all of those things. So that's a consideration to decide on is, do I want to run a small business in addition to writing my books, or do I want to hand that piece off to a small press? And so this is really a priority for me to find a small press to publish.
Yeah, I was going to say the same, that you're already doing the thing that you should do if you're interested in working in the small press. You're here at a convention with a lot of small presses and small press authors. So walk around the room, see who publishes the sort of thing that you write, see what their cover art looks like, flip open the book and see what the design looks like. Do they put together a quality product? If you can find authors working with the press who will answer you honestly after several drinks, how are they to work with? Did you end up having to fight them a lot on the text? Do they pay you on time and in dollars? This is rarer than you might think, but and sometimes you can do all of that and you can still end up burned. A small press that shall remain nameless was doing fantastic work, doing all the convention. How many conventions do they go to? How hard do they work at selling your book? And they were doing great work, and then they published me, and Suddenly they decided, well, you know what? We found all that stuff doesn't sell books. Okay, so what are we going to do? Nothing. They did nothing. They put it up on Amazon, and that was the end of it. So yeah, that didn't work all that well as far as an experiment goes. So see what they're up to. I mean, if you take a look at some of the small presses that are really hustling and they're doing a zillion conventions, and they have more than one or two people working the marketing aspect, so that they don't burn their people out and they all go crazy. That happens too. These are all business decisions that are more than the creative decisions. You've made the creative decisions up until this point. At that point, it becomes a business. And who do you want to be in a business relationship with that you are going to negotiate your rights to and trust them with your book?
This is the 17 years of creative writing coming out. There's 1,000,000,001 reasons why you should be reading like your life depended on it.
Yes.
So I'm going to add one more. If you send an email to a publisher saying, like, I've seen your books and I blah, 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 that email will be received a certain way versus including in that email, by the way, I've read this book, really enjoyed it. My work is similar to these other 2 authors that you already published, whose novels I've absolutely loved. And you're telling them, I'm around, I know what's up, I've read what you publish. This is why I think we should work together. And those emails usually have a very different response. So read like your life depended on it and try to identify, as unique as your work may be, there are people out there who are acquiring editors and they love exactly the type of elements that you're working with. If you can tap into that, you already have an entry point. You already have something to talk about. You already have a new way, a new powerful way of selling your work. It's like, I have exactly what I think you're looking for, and these are the reasons. And then they tend to receive those emails much better than, hey, I wrote a book, it's awesome, you should publish it. So read.
I think that last point, the point that you made about there's this trend, not a trend, a thing that has always happened with authors. Well, nobody writes what I have. This is completely unique. If you say that, you've been rejected because you're wrong. You're just wrong. And you will. It's an auto reject. Okay, because all you're saying is I don't know the genre.
Yeah.
Because someone is writing what you write, and it's okay. That's great. That's good for you, not bad. Or 2 people are writing something and you're a mashup of those 2, that people are doing the same things that you're doing. And so if you think that you're completely unique and no one is doing this, read more. Thanks. And one last thing on small press is the first step, look at their website. Okay. And if it's selling to customers versus whether it's selling to authors.
Yes.
Yeah,
So if their website is designed to sell to you as the author, hey, look at this book package we could put together, run.
Run away.
You want that. You want to see them selling to consumers. You want to see them selling the books of the people they published to the people who read those books.
money flows to the author. If a press is offering you a book package for, I think one guy told me he paid $15,000 by the time it was said and done to publish, self-publish his book through like Author House or something like that. They then send you bazillion copies of your book and you're on your own. If they edited it, actually did the editing, you did good. And they don't do digital copies. They don't do anything else. And you don't own the rights to your book, which means, because the big thing that you'll see in those contracts is something called right of first refusal. And what that means is that if you write anything else, you have to send it off to that press and have them reject it before you can send it somewhere else.
Yeah.
They are not going to reject it. They're going to say, cool, we like this. Here's how much it's going to cost you to publish it. And they're going to keep going. Self-pubbing is literally the best way to do it is pay for the editing, pay for the cover, and then upload it to Kindle yourself. It's going to still cost you a shitload of money. Most editors charge by the word. It's usually half a cent a word. Well, if you've written 180,000 word book, think about that.
Then your book is too long.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's on the low end. Okay.
Well, and just to be fair, traditional publishers, legit traditional publishers, also have right of first refusal in a contract, because since they are investing in you with your advance, with their contract, they want the first crack at the next thing you write. That's very commmen in
I have
contracts
it. I
with,
have
yeah.
it for sure.
I had that with legit top 5
And that's
publishers
the
too.
situation you want the right of first refusal in, because if that publisher gets your book and says, "Yeah, we like
because
it,"
they pay me.
They're paying you. They're going to put it out, and they're going to, and you're making more money. But when these predatory presses put it in, they're not going to refuse it because they want you to give them more money.
Yeah.
That's their business model.
And it goes back to what somebody said in there. I'm sorry, I think it was Elizabeth who said, "Talk to the authors."
Yeah.
Because if you talk to the authors, they know if they've been after they've been scammed, then they know, right? And they'll be mad, and they will talk to you sober. Because they're going to be pissed, right?
Yes.
And no one has more to say than the person with a 1-star review of anything, of a business, right? They really want to tell people how much it sucked.
Yes.
Okay, so let's just jump forward in time now. Let's talk a little bit about, okay, you finished it, you sent it to wherever you're going to do it. Okay, marketing. Okay, Gail, you mentioned it a little bit and your timing on marketing. What kind of marketing? What kind of marketing we talk about that actually works, that you do? Who do you expect to do the marketing for you in different venues? Anything you want to talk about with marketing?
Well, I did my MBA in marketing because I knew I wanted to write books someday, and I wanted to be able to give them the best shot I possibly could. And then it, still took 20 years to get the first book out, but now I'm a lot faster. But I did do that so that I'd have a body of knowledge, and it certainly helped, although it changes every day. What I had, and this is another one where your mileage may vary. So there's if you're going to go to conventions, you want to have some things to be able to pass out to people who might come by. You might meet them at a panel. You might meet them somewhere else. They go, "Well, what do you write? Do you have a card for that?" Basic, simple business card or bookmark with your website on it and maybe your key social media sites, so that if somebody can't buy your book right in that moment, they can find you again and they remember your name and the title of your book. There are some very economical ways to do that. Usually you have the book cover on it and you have the contact information on the back. You need to have a website. It doesn't have to be super fancy with a lot of bells and whistles, but you need to have an online presence so people can find you. You need to be on social media somewhere and not be an asshole. So
key point.
Nobody likes an asshole.
Yeah.
So that, again, people can interact with you. And when you finally get that book on Amazon, you need to have your author page set up so that people can find your author page, find what other books you've written, and be able to make sure that they haven't missed any if they want to follow you. Most of those things can be done very, very inexpensively. You can always upgrade the website. You can always add more bells and whistles to your author page, but you need to have something at least basic so that you're present out there. If you have none of those things, you don't look very professional. And how are people going to find you?
And I'd add to that too. Do not put all of your eggs in one social media basket.
Oh, no.
I go back to the era of LiveJournal and MySpace.
How's that going?
Yeah. Well, it launched the career, but I ain't there no more. So having your own website that you link to from whatever social media is, I've been on TikTok for 3 days. I don't understand it yet, but I'm a little behind on that one. But the social media landscape is going to change. What is interesting and helpful and non-toxic is going to change. So have your own stable base of your own website. And newsletters are back. Email newsletters were very popular back in the era of MySpace, Sonny. And then they went out of fashion, I think, when Facebook was the big one. And then Facebook, let's face it, Facebook still is. This is where the MS in Media Studies pops out, because there's all sorts of research about what demographics use which social media and how often they use it. Believe it or not, YouTube still beats everybody, but people don't go to YouTube every day. For that, it's Facebook. Facebook is still the 800-pound gorilla, although my son declares that Facebook is where old people and creepers are. Well, thanks a lot, kid. If your book is skewing more towards women, if your book skews more towards older generations, if you're writing YA, there's different social media to attract the kind of well, you would know better than I with an MBA about that kind of marketing. And that changes a lot. So keep an eye on how those demographics change. You are going to be doing this work, whether you're traditionally published, self-published, whatever.
Wrong door. It's whichever door you like. Come on in. Come on in the house.
No worries.
Come on in the house.
This is a writing thing, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I want to go back to what Elizabeth said about newsletters, because while newsletters are not flashy and sexy, you own that list. With Facebook and TikTok and all the rest of these, if the platform goes away tomorrow, so do all of those connections. So they're gone. If Facebook decides that the picture of the cat you posted 3 years ago no longer fits their community standards, this happens. The cat isn't doing anything. Cat doesn't have any. It's just the bot didn't like it today. Your entire group that you have spent years building, gone. That email newsletter built with consent and opt-in and best practices, you own that list. And so you can always reach those people. And as long as you don't, piss off your email newsletter program or spam people, that is your golden way to reach people who wanted to sign up to hear from you. And so learning how to do a decent email newsletter and doing it regularly is part of the work. And you can get people to help you with parts of it. I think I currently have 6 part-time personal assistants who do different things that they're good at and like doing. But at the end of the day, I'm the one running the show. I'm the one that has to tell them what to do. I'm the one who has to basically create the content. It's nice if you can get people to help you with it. And when you're starting out, you probably can't. So the good part is then you have learned how it works. So when you can delegate it, you can manage it better. But yeah, at the beginning, it's all going to be.
And please, God, use a service. Do not try to do CC for 200 names. Please don't do that. One person is going to reply all. And then you will immediately lose your entire list. I personally use MailChimp because I'm small enough that it doesn't cost me anything yet. Once it reaches the point where it does start costing me something, then I'll have to examine. Some of them are free, some of them cost money, but they all have a structure in place so that people can unsubscribe or resubscribe, etc., pretty easily, and it's a lot better than.
Okay, let me.
Well, we haven't answered yet.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You have a job, and then it kind of surprises a lot of folks. Congrats, your book is out. No one gives a shit. Now you have to become a marketing person too, because if you do self-publishing, it's entirely of you. If you do indie small presses, 95% of it is going to be on you. And then if you get to the big leagues or whatever you want to call them, unless you're James Patterson, it's kind of on you as well. Like they're not gonna, once the big book tour is over, they might.
If there is one.
If there is one. If not, it's you. There's the book now. Go sell it. My students turn in. I teach a marketing class at SNHU, and they turn in their marketing plans. And sometimes they hear exactly that. Facebook is where it's at. So here's my plan to market my middle grade or my YA to all the YA readers who are on Facebook. Your racist uncle is on Facebook. The 13, 14-year-olds are not on Facebook. Should you do it? Yes, because their parents are on Facebook and they also buy books, but they're not on there. That's what you get on TikTok, even if you don't understand it.
My son is explaining it to me.
Exactly. Also, Facebook, since we were on it, it's ginormous. You need to have it on your plan. Also, you put that link to Amazon in there, it gets strangled. So why do they strangle it? So they can come back to you the next day and say, hey, we're really a pay-to-play market. Would you like to boost this to more people? I did the experiment with Coyote Songs. It's a book that has the La Guadalupana, the Virgin Mary on the cover. So we paid, the publisher paid to do that. It was sent out to a lot of people in El Paso, because you can track this. Why? Because the publisher was in El Paso. There's a lot of old Latinas, old grannies in El Paso who saw a Virgin Mary and commented amen underneath the post. We sold 2 books after paying for the Facebook ad. And we got like 9,000 likes because old ladies thought it was a religious post. So do your research.
Yeah.
Now you have a job that you didn't apply for, but if you want to sell books, it is your job to go out there and learn and use Substack and learn TikTok, even if your son has to explain it to you. Because in 6 months, Twitter might be gone. I deal with
Who
that.
knows?
Who knows? Facebook might be like, all right, everybody has to pay $9 a month now. So yeah, don't put your eggs in all in one basket, and do your research every day. You have to study this thing in order to understand it, and no one understands it perfectly because it's always changing.
And, and notice how no one has said your publisher is responsible for marketing you. Even James Patterson, Stephen King, the publishers don't do a huge amount of marketing for them. The publisher is going to market for the publisher. So even under the big 5, you're still responsible for the vast amount of marketing. So if a publisher puts you out and you're not marketing, when they do their marketing, it's more likely your book is not going to show up because they don't want to invest in the time, even for that small amount, in someone who's not going to do their marketing. So still get your ads out there. I think it's fortunate that a publisher paid for your Facebook post. I think that's great. I can tell you now, John's not going to do that.
Yeah, no.
Nicole's not going to do that. And I can tell you now, to get a big 5 publisher to do that is awesome, but they're not going to do it all the time.
Not very often.
These guys, Stephen King, James Patterson, Brandon Sanderson, these guys have hired marketing people and PR firms to do it for them. So if you want to get on that level, that's great. You're ready to dish out money. But at the end of the day, even traditionally published, if not 100%, like your self-pub, damn near 100% of the marketing is on your shoulders because you're marketing yourself.
Yeah, they are marketing. My publisher is marketing my book right now to booksellers.
Yeah.
Not to book readers.
And that's valuable.
It's huge. That's how you get. If not, when you walk into Barnes and Noble, my book won't be there. So the fact that my book is in Barnes and Noble meant that my publisher did some work, but you're going to walk into Barnes and Noble and walk right by it because it's there with, I don't know, 20,000 other books.
Well, and that's one thing about the big publishers is, to a large extent, they know how to market in a world that doesn't exist anymore. They know how to market to bookstores. Remember those? And they know how to put ads in newspapers. Ever heard of one of those?
Hey.
And they know how to get things into Kirkus Reviews. Oh crap, they're gone. And Publishers Weekly and Library Journal. But they don't want to deal with the grubby masses of people who actually put their hands on books and reads them. So almost none of them, Bain is the exception, will come to conventions. They don't reach out on a reader level. And to an extent, the people they are reaching out to are a vastly quickly vanishing world if they haven't already vanished. Yeah. So publishing is a great 19th century business model, and that's part of why it's not working real well right now.
I want to circle back to something we said earlier when we were talking about social media, about don't be an asshole. Be aware that once your book comes out, you are a public person. Yes. And that means that people will be watching what you say. It's kind of like living in a fishbowl. Mm-hmm. That doesn't necessarily mean, no, you can never speak about politics again or anything like that. But be aware that everything you say can and will be held against you in the court of public opinion. And so I know a lot of writers who like to share they see social media as their way to talk to friends and family, and they've vent their spleen. They share stories of the big fight they had with their spouse and something like that. Once your social media becomes an avenue of advertising for your books, think carefully about what you put out there, because that will come back. There's going to be people reading that who don't know you personally. Yes. They'll think they know you. And that's a different level of creep we won't talk about.
And that includes what you think of as private messages.
Yeah.
No,
Nothing
nothing
is
private on social media. Never.
You send me that private message being an asshole, it takes me 6 seconds to screenshot and post. All right, so there's no privacy. Keep that in mind.
Yeah, once it's in writing, it's in writing.
Yeah.
So be careful what you talk about. If you have dirt that some people may need to know about, make phone calls. Okay?
Yeah.
Whether or not it's
Bury
important.
the bodies deeper.
Yeah, because once you put it in writing, that can get into some pretty sticky legal situations that you may not want to be in.
It's okay. Right. We have time for about one question. If anybody has one.
You're all experts now.
And if
right?
you don't, I have more. So don't feel like you have to force it. But if anyone had something that we didn't cover that you were just dying to hear about, go ahead. Okay.
We scared them.
We did scare them.
I mean, all of this does sound pretty terrifying. And I will say that when I self-pub, man, I felt like I was on top of the world. I'm so proud of that work. I got an editor. I'm an electrician, so I swapped labor for editing. It was a personal friend of mine, and it was still about $5,000 worth of electrical work because it was 3 full-length novels that she did for me. So, figure that math out. But when I got picked up by Falstaff for Coldstone, I'm like over the moon because I don't have to worry about dealing with this and my self-pub work anymore. I can focus on writing and write this book. And I got my edits back and felt like I had been kicked in the beans. And I'd already had books out there. I already had fans. I already had reviews. So it is intimidating at first, but the more you get into it and the more you start looking at the business side of it, it's not so much scary. It's just it's reality, and after a bit it can be just part of the fun process. I have a good time.
Editing can hurt. Good editing sometimes does hurt, right?
Yeah.
The edit letter I got for the Misfit Soldier from my editor at Harper was the opening line was, "I don't think you wrote the book you meant to write." Okay. So after I finished the bottle of scotch and got back to the email, he was right. He was right, because what I had pitched to him and what he wanted wasn't what I wrote, and I wasn't really happy with what I had written. And once I read his edit, it was like, oh yeah, I should do that. That would be way better. And then I rewrote 70% of the book.
The editor that you hire for your self-pub novel is vested now in making sure that book that you sent them is successful. The editor that is working for the publisher is vested in making sure that publisher is going to make money off of your book. And therefore, you're going to get completely different edits. If you had self-published that, I guarantee you the book that you had originally written would have come out because that editor would have been vested. But that editor was making sure that Harper was going to make money off of that. And those edits can be a lot more harsh, but they're also a lot more honest.
And not necessarily honest, because sometimes you have editorial overreach. I had an editor with a large house that made me whitewash an entire group of people in one of my novels because they said they couldn't be people of color. I was not given a choice about that. I also had an editor who made me take out any emotional reaction from my male characters because he said men didn't feel like that. Grief and love and sorrow and disappointment. I guess those are just, I guess he had never experienced those. So sometime, and I broke with the publisher and took the work back.
I was about to say.
I broke with the publisher and took the work back. So, I gave them exactly the book that we contracted, and he wanted to make it his book. And okay, you can do that, but not with my book. So if you get an editorial read back and somebody has tried to make your book their book, you don't have to listen to them if you believe that work is as it should be. Go find another editor who sees your vision, because there are editors out there who are frustrated novelists who will try to make your book over into what they would have written if they were a writer.
I actually had an editor for a short story. I ended up having to go to the publisher and report that editor because she was rewriting my story in her voice and pretty much telling me that if I didn't make the changes that she would get me on the anthology.
I pulled out of an anthology because I just, the edit doesn't, and that's okay. Here, do this though. Take 2 days before you send that letter back. Like, because your first reaction, my first reaction to that edit letter, which was a brilliant edit letter, okay? It was a brilliant edit letter. He saw exactly what the book should have been, and he got it. In the first minute I read it, I did not believe that. Okay, because so let the emotion part go, right? I had a boss once who said, before you send an angry email, get up and walk around the house and then come back. And if you still want to send it, go ahead. That's a good idea. React, let it wash over you and actually think about what they're saying, because there is overreach. Some people would call that overreach. I mean, he's saying write a different book, but I wanted to write a different book and he was right. And he was bold enough to say that and be right. Now, there are people who will say that and be wrong. And
I just wanted to add one. My closing thought was that one thing I was really unprepared for when I got published was how much time and effort and energy was going to be expended on the business side, on the travel and the money for the travel, because they're not paying us to be here. Or not, and the marketing, the social media, all of that. The business aspect of it can easily eat up your life. Suddenly you turn around, you spent 2 years marketing a book and you forgot to write the next one. So it's really important to keep it in perspective. As much as we're telling you, you have to do all these things, you do, but you also need to set aside time to touch the creative aspect, to write the next thing, to improve your work, to work on your craft. Take that time and protect it. Even if that means closing the door to your office, if you have one, and telling the family, stop, go away, writing time. I run a writers group in St. Louis where we meet once a month for write-ins, and it's just a quiet, protected space where we all just work. And for some of them, they say this is the only time I can work all month long because so much other thing, family, life, day job, marketing, etc. This is the only time I get to write. So hopefully you're not in that position, but be sure to keep that in mind. Keep that writing time sacred, because it's very easy to get so bound up into building the business of being a writer that you forget to be one.
And there are people who like that part more. Okay, seriously, it's a good excuse, right? If you like the market, they're wanting to be a writer and not wanting to do the writing is a disease.
And be a
That is
publisher, then
very
you can
common.
do all the work, and none of the writing.
So real quick, we have about 2-3 minutes left. Let's tell me again who you are and where we can find you again this weekend.
I'm around. I have the what's it called? Author guest of honor interview at 3:30. And then after that, I'll be signing books. So come by, say hi, listen to me say a whole bunch of inappropriate things to make it weird for everyone. That's your vibe. Come hang out. I don't have any books here because it was like a last minute thing for me, but I'm everywhere. I would prefer that you acquire my books from your local indie bookstore, mom and pop shop. They deserve all the love. If you don't have money to buy that, please ask your local library to bring in all of these books, because libraries buy books for you. And we love libraries and librarians, so do that. So yeah, if you live in the middle of nowhere, which I also understand, just give your money to the big bad overlords at Amazon. That also works. And I'm on social media, Gabino_Iglesias, IGLESIAS. Practically on everything, because it's a unique name, so I don't have to come up with weird combinations. So yeah, come say hi.
So again, I'm Elizabeth Donald. I am sharing a table with Crone Girls Press this weekend. We are at the very end of this line right next to Falstaff, so you can't miss us because we're right by the giant trash can. And Literary Underworld will be running our traveling mini bar this weekend. We were open last night until 1:30 when I kicked everybody out because I was tired. We will open again tonight at 9:30 it says, but really more like 9:45 because my panel ends at 9:30. Room 310, free booze and authors talking shop.
Okay. I'm Gail Z. Martin and Morgan Bryce. You can find me at the .com of both of those if you spell them right. And those are also the names to look for me on pretty much all of the main social media. Our table, if you walk out this door, is straight across, and that's where my husband, who's my co-author, and I are both seated with all of our anthologies collections and our new omnibus. The rest of our novels are with Aurealis in the vendor room. We're in bookstores everywhere, at least online, if not in the store. So we're pretty easy to find. And tonight from 6 to 9 over at the Holiday Inn Charlotte, there is a Falstaff Books Misfit Toys gathering. Bring your own booze, buy your own booze, buy your own food, but it's a place to find people who are readers and authors with Falstaff and like to hang out with that. So we'll be over there from 6 to 9-ish.
Jason Gilbert, and my table is right there next to the Chrome Girls. I'm the trash can. No. I'm right around the corner. You can't. Yeah, I'm right around the corner. You can't miss me. I'm 6'3" and loud. You can also find me at jasonhgilbert.com. I'm on Facebook, and I'm also on Kindle Unlimited. So go turn lots of pages.
Great. And I am Michael Mame. I am a science fiction writer, and I am located by the broken escalator right across from the bathroom.
No, I did not do that.
So, yeah. So you can come find me there. That's my only, this is my only panel today. I am paneling 3 times tomorrow because somebody hates me. All right. Thank you all for coming. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Trash cans and broken escalators.
That is the subtitle of the con.
Don't forget the Starbucks line to Spain.
I wanted to see what your shirt says. It looks like it's funny.
Oh,
yes.
Single taken undead.
There you go. Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna go out this door because that's the one I came in.
Yes, I did. No, I didn't. That's right. I love it. No one else thinks I'm done. Chelsea's like, actually, I got away from every fantasy. So it's been a while. I'm not fishing with them back in again because they are hot water. I should have ordered all four of us so they have to come to order. Nancy, oh my God. Nancy, there we go. There you are. You're right. It's the boxes. Oh my God. I'm sorry. And my fish level memory. I don't know age. It's like my age is going this way and my memory is going literally, I'm like a board. I did notice your overalls. I love those. I just sewed those on. My friend that helped me. We did this on the machine, and then I couldn't get the machine. There's too many parts on this. And she goes, "Oh, that one looks like my mechanic would have done it." I still rent bus costumes, but thank you. But I was just checking another Kaylee that walked by. I was like, I know because you're something. I did too because I have JP Black and Angela for some reason. I mean, I know that that's you, and yet I look over and I'm like, who's that? Right. No, that is. Oh, Berta. Did I ever tell you that your cat earring is awesome now? Really? Yeah. I think I would go. No, somebody else. That's another reason probably. I don't want to carry around. That was probably people would come up already with a mug or grab this one. They're like, "Do you have a bag?" I talked to Nicole last year, one of my books, and he likes reading. I went, "This author's pretty good." She looked at me, and I took my glasses off. I'm like, "I know my smart, which is fine." hide all over the pop out. Oh, Gerda! 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 I'm trying not to like these others.
Poor girl was pulling out knives and dumped the grease all the way down the bar.
I was asking, she was asking April.
Yeah, I went over and checked on her because Nick works in the kitchen, so I see all the work. But she was, she got it cleaned off quick, so it wasn't terrible, but it was still.
I don't even have to show them the other one because I could describe it. Want a burrito? On the food trucks? Is there a big line up there? Really? I just got the mini donuts because I really they are.
there's so many people that, like, they should, so I want more than just look up and hi. You know. And of course, giving everybody their
Not quite.
So, they're happy to move stuff around in the refrigerator so that there's room for the fudge. Randy has got a Fallout 76 cookbook. Sure that much in the bar. He knocked his Nuka-Cola syrup that he had all over his shoes. So it's clean the floor, clean what's going on, and shoes. So it's a really fun. No, they bring. It's so funny, I ran into him at the time and said, "You got working back to ConCarolinas." And then he bought particularly large boxes.
I brought him. I just stuck him in my coffee notes for the juggler, and then I got sat down.
No, any leftovers just were right over there. Hi, how are you? walked into a room and everybody was looking at a book.
Yeah. Not
Or maybe
anymore.
he does the way you do.
Oh,
Somebody already see here?
We'll see you again.
Thank you.
I'm not right.
Yeah, AI.
Okay. Except Michael left his name on.
Yeah.
So you need to delete it. Oh, and I'm waiting for Marcia to come. And I said your name, and there she appeared. Because I came in here and I'm like, this is not the right panel. You know why I said that, right? Because I didn't see your face.
I was missing. I'm like, I had to.
I don't know whose water this
To
is.
the cosplay contest.
I'm that person who will drink the wrong water.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello, is this thing on? Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's like lunchtime for some of us, or post lunchtime for some of us, so nap time for some of us. Thank you for coming. Hello. And we're going to get kicked off now. All right. Thank you for shutting the door. All right. My name is Nicole Gibbons-Kurtz, and I am the founder and publisher of Mocha Memoirs Press. We're a small press out of Rock Hill, South Carolina. Our mission for the last 13 years now has been to amplify marginalized voices in speculative fiction. That's me, and we're going to go down the line and let everyone introduce themselves. We have a wonderful, wonderful list of panelists today. I'm very excited to get started. Okay, William.
William C. Tracy. I also run a small press that is focused on diverse voices, specifically queer science fiction and fantasy, and marginalized voices. I'm right across there. I've been working with as an engineer for a long time, and then also a little bit with machine learning, enough to be dangerous. So if you were in the panel last night that I moderated, we had a long talk about ethics in AI. And then I have a Kickstarter going on this month. So if you're interested in any of the 12 books that are coming out the next year from Space Wizard, you can back that and get any of those or any of my current titles.
I'm VG Harrison. I write VG Harrison for sci-fi, and I'm Marcia Collette for paranormal, urban fantasy stuff, young adult. And I guess my particular background in some of this is that I have a master's degree in information technology and a bachelor's degree in biomedical engineering. And in my day job, the company I work for, they own a subsidiary AI company. The company specializes in AI.
So you're a shell.
Be nice, Bishop.
I'm Richard Fierce. I write primarily young adult fantasy. I recently launched a small press, so nothing out yet, but I have signed 2 authors. So.
Nice. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah. And yeah, that's me.
I'm Bishop O'Connell. I do not have a small press, but I'm published by one. I write urban fantasy. My American Fairy Tale series was through Harper Voyager. And then my latest Two Gun Witch is a historical fantasy that's published by Falstaff. You guys may have heard of them. And I'm probably on here one because my day job, I'm a DBA, and also do consulting in the nuclear industry and do a lot of programming and coding. And also my degree is in philosophy, so when we get to the ethics side of it, that's where I can throw my swagger in.
And if you have not read Two Guns, which you should, it's a very. I write weird westerns, and so I love them also. And Bishop's novel is very good. Okay, so I am.
I'll get to the check after
So one of the things I do want to talk about before we get started, and I will talk less as we go forward. My day job, I work for a technology company, and so they're who are actively utilizing AI. They're a Microsoft partner. My husband works for Microsoft, and so AI gets discussed in our home quite a bit in terms of like machine learning and things like that. But I do want to say that the purpose of this panel is to talk about how AI works for writers. And so as a tool, I'm assuming, yes? So we're not going to have the conversation of, is it bad? Is it evil? Will it take over the planet and drag our women? We're not going to have those that's not what this panel is for. Yeah, that was last night's panel. So I'm probably going to ask questions, but you guys feel free to jump in. We're not going to go down the line and all that stuff. I want to have a conversation around how AI can best assist writers, and maybe in some degree how you can't become too reliant on it because it may hurt you. And so my first question is, how do you use it for your own personal writing? Maybe the question should be, do you use it for your own?
I actually don't, because of the ethical side of it, because of where the data comes from. Assuming we get to a point where that's resolved and either the information that it's getting, the people who actually wrote it are being compensated for, or it's strictly relying on public domain information. I personally kind of touched on this on the panel last night, to where, I mean, I can see where it would be. I've thought about, like, if I just had like a random straight thought in my head and just put it in there to see what the reply came back, not to give me something to write, but it's springboarding off of it.
Yes.
That it's like, I see something that's like, oh, okay, yeah, this idea sucks, but this made me think of something that I think might work, and go from there. Honestly, that's kind of the only thing I've heard some writers say that they've gotten flap copy out of it, which, if you guys don't know, that's the blurb on the back, the little summary. I've heard some writers say that they've gotten decent copy out of it for doing that. I don't know how you do that without it having the text of the book that's in it. If they can, that's great, I suppose. But again, it ties back to where it's being taught from, right? I mean, it's
the source, right? The source information is pulling from.
Yeah.
To mimic. Yeah.
The writing copy is actually a interesting concept, because there's a bunch of companies that will work and create blurbs for you, and often they don't want your book.
That's correct.
They want you to tell them about the book, and then they'll create a blurb off of that, which I think is probably what authors are doing with machine learning now, is giving it enough information so it can collect something.
So has anyone used it? Because I have. I've used it for blurbing a book, my own book, basically, to write the blurb for it, because I really suck at blurbs. Blurb writing, so you don't actually have to give it the whole book. Just like, so a lot of the author marketing people will tell you it's just like anything else. Here, there's a cadence or there's a structure to blurbing, right? And then that structure can be replicated. And so you're just giving it the information to replicate that structure. And then what it does is it compares it to other, if I said I want a psycho thriller fantasy blurb, and I need it to, with these character names that live in this city that do these things, then it puts it together for me. Or in many cases, I just give it a blurb that I've written and be like, okay, do something with this. And then in many instances, it's just like going shift F5 and replacing the word, right? Because it's not complete. I'm like, well, that's exactly what I wrote, except for like 6 more words. And so it's not woefully different in that regard. So I have used it to blur books. It just rearranges the sentences that I wrote in a much more marketable language manner than I had written. And I probably would have gotten there, but it just shortened the time for me to get there. So now I can go write my novel.
I like writing my own blurbs.
So that's,
I actually do as well.
yeah, that's just me. I love writing my own blurbs. So
Well, running a small press, you have a lot more authors.
That's true.
And now you have other authors' books that you have to write blurbs for as well.
Yeah.
So,
Fair,
yeah,
fair.
it's sort of
Okay.
like I can spit on a blurb fairly easily now.
yeah, yeah.
I run a small press and have for 13 years, and I still don't write blurbs well. So. It may just not be my
You're my
right.
I can see where it would be helpful if you had like a whole, if you're like a small press and you have like, God, we got to do blurbs for all these books.
Yeah.
I can see where that would be very helpful.
Now, something I just recently did because I was going and sort of facelifting all the stuff on Amazon is going through the keywords. And if you publish anything on Amazon, you'll see this. But if not, you can put in they have 7 spaces for keywords that you could put in Amazon behind the scenes with your book. And that'll be stuff that it picks up on with search engines and things like that. And there's some debate on how you put those together because you could put 1 word in each of those spots and then you have 7 words. You can also, it has like 50 characters, so you can cram it full of words. Anyway, so I took all the words that I want related to those books and put it in a ChatGPT session and said, I want, and I had to poke it a lot because it wasn't very good at it, but say, I want 7 strings of like 53 characters of non-repeating words using these, like, I had to go a whole paragraph of specifics, and it did pretty well. I had to change a couple things at the end, but I got 7 keywords for each book that were completely unique, that filled up the space entirely, so I maximized the space I used. And that was a pretty good use of it.
Anyone else?
I have not used it. I've kind of what you did. I put my blurbs in there and see how it redid it. And yeah, it just kind of like restructures it a little bit. But I like you. I like writing blurbs. So I have a formula to it and I like doing it. But it was interesting to see how it kind of rephrased them a little bit. And in some of them, I was like, oh, I kind of like that better than what I've got. So, it's just a tool, I think.
All right. So what's one misconception about AI writing applications that you want to address? What's one misconception that the general public has about AI writing applications that you feel like
It's not AI.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's nothing intelligent about it.
Yes.
Yeah. It's not true
It's
AI.
it's only as smart as the person programming it.
Yeah.
You've
Well,
got
I
to
mean,
look at it
that's
that.
smart.
It's a fancy text predictor.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Yep.
Yeah.
Agreed.
That's the first thing. And we talked about this last night too, that it being called AI is 100% a marketing tactic by the tech bros who invented it to kind of inflate it and make it seem like a bigger deal. I mean, don't get me wrong. From a strictly programming point of view, it's phenomenal work. I mean, it's impressive as hell as to what they've done. For the algorithms they designed for it and to get it all work, it is amazing what they've done. It is not AI. I can build a go-kart in my backyard and slap a bunch of panels on it. It's not a Formula One racer, as much as I may want to call it one.
Bishop, say it with your chest.
Yeah, that I think is a common misconception. That's also why I still prefer to write my blurbs, or to give it to that to sort of rearrange, because that is something I have to keep telling. I've been on a lot of these panels so far. There is no personality behind machine learning
at all.
So there is not even that there's no creative intellect. There is no intellect behind that. So it is literally associating words with other words. Like you were saying, it's just switching out stuff. It is dumb.
Yeah.
It is exactly what you're telling it to do. It is a computer program. So the emphasis on calling it AI and hey, it's doing all this fun stuff. It is programmatically going through the steps that you tell it to. So I sort of, as I said, I sort of like writing blurbs because you can occasionally get that spark of, making something really exciting in it, and it's never going to get that spark in there because there's nothing behind what is creating this, unless it's taking your own words and rearranging them.
And it's taking stuff that already exists and basically putting it together. It's not finding a cure for cancer.
Right.
You put that in Chat GPT and you see what comes up.
Yeah.
So that you got to kind of keep it in that perspective as well.
Okay.
Yeah, and it has no context, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
there's no context.
it knows what the word phone is, but it has no concept what a phone is, how it's used, what it means, or anything like that. All it knows is, the word phone is often used with the word dial and
close proximity, however often, and there was an AI script written for a Stargate SG-1 episode. I talked about this in another panel, and one of the things, I mean, it's hysterical. Some of the cast did a reading of it, and it was hysterical to watch, and it sounded fairly good, like a Stargate SG-1 episode. But one of the things that stood out in my head was there was a bomb included in the episode that kept getting mentioned. And then the bomb just exploded, but nothing else happened. Everybody just kept moving. And the guy who designed it said, he said, the program knows that we often have a bomb. And when a bomb is in a scene, at some point it explodes, but it doesn't have any idea of associating. When it explodes, there's also fire and destruction and people dying and get hurt. So
That almost reminds me of a story. One time I was sitting outside the clinic waiting for my mom to have her cataract surgery. And I'm sitting there and my daughter's sitting there and we're like, hey, Google, how long does cataract surgery take? Google's like, this is a cat. Meow.
Oh my, we'd already been there an hour and a half. So my patience was already messed up. I would have thrown that phone through the car, but I love my Google Pixel phone. So I'm not going to do that. But come on.
Yeah. Skynet is not an imminent threat.
Right. And so I do think too, like it is, and I was telling someone last night about this, it is like an advanced Siri. It really is. It's like it learns that you really don't mean ducking after you put it in several times. Like that's what it does. And so the more you use it, the more it learns your style of writing. And so in that case, in that instance, it starts to sound more like you. But again, this is you skin grafting yourself onto like a blow up doll. Like there's nothing there. It's just a lot of hot air. And so that it's not, it in and of itself is, people are always going to take writers' jobs. No. But the fear is, or one of the things that is the concern is that what happens is people will use it and then hire writers to fix it for less money.
Right.
And that's kind of where we're at that crisis point of determining, look, if it is a tool, we shouldn't, and I think, again, some companies are heavily relying on it to be able to go in and write stuff for like, you really don't want to do that.
They're gonna have a wake up.
Yeah, a very rude wake up.
Well, there was a nonprofit that was not a weight loss clinic, but it was like an eating disorder that has a chat, support service you could call into, and they had announced they were laying off all their volunteers and all their employees and replacing it with chatbot. And the chatbot, they ended up taking it down after like a week because it was horrible. It got people getting additional eating disorders based upon the information. And the company like pulled it down. They're like, we're going to reanalyze this and find out what the bugs were fixed. And I remember the person going over was like, you would have thought in something like this, you would have looked for the bugs before you actually rolled it out.
I'm saying.
But it's looking to do the least, pay out the least amount of money to get the most amount of profit back for it. And that's where it's always going to come back and bite you in the ass.
Yeah, it's going to lead to lawsuits.
I'm like, has anyone, Microsoft loves chatbots, okay? And so it's one of the things, I don't work for Microsoft, but I'm like adjacent to them. But I feel like if you've ever used a chatbot for help and you realize how completely infuriating and not helpful it is, why would you give that to people who have mental illness disorders? Like the two don't even remotely match up or to me. So I'm like, no. But let's get back to AI for actual writers. How do you reconcile like the tainted origins of current AI? Like Bishop was saying, like, no, it's pulled from other people's stuff, so I can't use it. How do you avoid that, or do you avoid that? I remember some of you guys was like, Bishop's like, look, I'm gonna say it with my whole chest. I don't use it. But for those of us who do, how do you reconcile that? Do you reconcile that, or do you just be like, look, it's public domain stuff?
I haven't used it for any sort of actual writing, and I probably won't. The only sort of thought experiment I have that may work, and it would probably require more time for me to do this than to actually just write the playbook, is take all my stuff, have a private session of ChatGPT or whatever, however you would do that, train it on my writing, go to it and say, now in my voice, here are the new ideas I have, generate me an outline, and it's still going to be, I need to go back and fix that, but it may give me a nice outline for the book. Again, but I want that in my voice. So right now I'm not going to do that because it's not trained on me. It's trained on everybody else. So I'm going to get a book that sounds like everybody else, and it's going to be the lowest common denominator of everybody else, which I definitely don't want. So that's why I haven't used it yet. I can see that being helpful at some point when we're going to have a bunch of regulation in place. We're going to have a bunch of people realizing that this doesn't actually work this way to be able to get there.
My biggest thing is I don't use it either, but my biggest concern is, okay, after it spits out this wonderful, stuff, now I'm just going to have to go ahead and put it through a plagiarism software. And it's like, well, how long is that going to take? I mean, I've never used plagiarism software either because
I have. We'll get there.
Well, wait a minute. I take that back. I have used it. I have used it in the past for certain things because I'm not sure of certain things that definitely. But I'm thinking I'm going to have to take this whole thing, that it spit out at me and put it through plagiarism software at this point. And I'm like, gosh, I just don't feel creative anymore. I feel like I'm just going from one software to another piece of software to another piece of.
It's almost less work to just write the damn book.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm saying that I don't use it. I'm not saying that I'm morally opposed to the idea of it. It's just how it's implemented. Like you're saying, if they could provide it to where you could build it with your own learning set, I think that would be an amazing tool for writers.
Yes.
And I actually think about it on the other end, that once I've written something, it's like, okay, you've got the library of everything I've written. Here's my latest work. Go through it and tell me where are some gaps that, like, okay, all my other work has been polished and edited and finished. This is my unedited version.
Yeah.
What are some things that maybe I'm missing here? Where are some gaps I've got?
Give me a list of the 5 most repeated words that I use all the time.
Right.
Take those
Right.
out.
Can you remove all of that?
Yeah.
Right. Look for all the adverbs. Right. Where are the missing
Can you remove all the was and were?
Yeah, so in a tool like that, I think that would be an amazing tool. And honestly, if somebody's set to work to figure that out, I think you would make a fortune off of writers who'd be willing to pay for that to get to use it.
I use pseudo-write to help me with descriptors that I don't think of when I'm writing. So like it has a feature where you can highlight your text and hit describe and it'll give you sight, smell, taste, metaphors.
It will.
It'll give you all these things.
It would also give you visuals.
Yes. And so it helps you be more descriptive than you
Normally would be.
Like if it's something you struggle with. And it's like, oh, I didn't think about adding the smell of this in the air or that. So that is a good way to use as a tool to help you make your writing better for things that you're not that good at.
Yeah, definitely.
So
what is it?
It's pseudo-write, and I use pseudo-write, but I don't use it SUDOWRITE. And pseudo-write, you may have seen them in the news recently because they released the story engine. Which I beta tested. I also went to classes on it as well. Pseudo-write, a lot of their stuff comes from the public domain. I don't think they pulled anybody else in. They're very judicious about what they use. As opposed, they're not Chat GTP, they're a different one, but they were very judicious in what they use as far as a base. And they're the ones who were like, I remember the guy from pseudo-write was announcing Story Engine. And he was saying lots of authors use this, and they consulted with a bunch of authors, and people were like, "That's not true. What authors is it? Let's lynch them." And I was like, I have beta tested this. I'm in their Slack. I know the authors who use this, and some of them Story Engine is not. It's not. They don't use it. I don't know. No one uses it to write anything for them. Let me be clear. No one goes, okay, I got to write this story for Nicole's cracking the code. Write a story about Android going rogue and send that in.
That's not entirely correct. Magazines are getting inundated now with AI generated
Okay,
short stories.
no, you didn't let me finish.
Oh, sorry.
I'm saying no one in that author group is doing that for Slack. Look, I just had an anthology where I got 350 submissions. 200 of those suckers are AI written stories. So I feel Neil Clark's anger. Okay, there are people who are like, let me write, but the people who know pseudo-write, the authors who were beta testing pseudo-write, we know what it can't do. So we're not the ones doing that. It's people who are looking at Instagram going, hey, want to make some fast cash? Use this AI program and send that in, and they'll take it, and you'll make so much money because authors make tons of money.
Yeah.
Which is why we all have full-time jobs. So my point is, if you want to use pseudo-write for things like description, it has an awesome rewrite feature. The story engine piece is really nice as well, where you put in your brainstorm, you put in what type of genre, you put in your, like I put in all my stuff. And then it spits out a synopsis for me. But mind you, I wrote the synopsis because all the pieces that have been entered to get a synopsis, I wrote. And so I'm not depending on, all it's doing is taking what I wrote and moving it around and saying, hey, you wrote all this stuff. Is this what your story is about? And me going back and being like, well, yeah, this works. And then revising. And it's just like what William said earlier with ChatGPT. It will only do what you tell it to do. Right. And so I have to go back and revise it and then have it get into, because I'm really horrible with blurbs and synopsis. I know what my strengths are. It's dialogue and dead bodies. It is not blurbs and synopsis. And so this is right. Of course. So, of course. So if you want to use it as a tool to help strengthen those areas where you know as a writer you have gaps, I don't recommend ChatGPT. I know some people do use it for a lot of stuff. It seems a lot more Wild West than I'm comfortable with, which is why I use pseudo-write. But I don't use pseudo-write to write stories for me. I don't use it to write chapters for me because I still write everything out longhand. And so it's just not feasible, and like it doesn't have a personality. So one day I was playing with it and I said, hey, tell me a story about a dog who is in love with a cat. And it was very, very generic. There were no emotions. There was no descriptions of setting. It was in a kitchen. The kitchen was in a house. The house was in a city. Like it was very generic. And so probably because I just said a cat and a dog in love. But again, it has no personality. It has no voice. And that's where authors get their strength in storytelling. Which is why my story about vampires is different from your story about vampires. Your story is about vampires. Your story is about vampires and Bishop, who I love. So I think one of the ways you can use it as a tool is like that, to help strengthen the gaps that you may have in your own writing. But it's not a crutch. Please don't rely on it to write for you, because it's a tool to help you. We're not at the point where it can write well for you.
Well, and something that I've seen it with ChatGPT, and I'm gonna check out pseudo-write, but one of the techniques I've seen people using is, as you were saying, theming. That you have to tell the engine, pretend you are, a famous urban fantasy writer, or pretend you are Robert Jordan, or like you have to tell it, this is the personality that I want that you to have while you're writing this. I think like that could have some application.
Right. Pseudo-write actually suggests that you do not use author names in the description, because you will get work that is dead on with them, and they didn't want you to do that.
That's exactly where I was
and so
gonna go
that's
with
one
that.
of the things. They're like, do not put authors' names in the search engine. I don't want it to sound like Ray Bradbury, because I will get Ray Bradbury's actual work.
So again, if you're training it on yourself, you can, one of the things machine learning is very good at is repetition and training through loops. So if you train it on yourself and then say, hey, pretend you're me and write this and get that feedback of you're writing as me and I want you to give my theme, so you're giving it back to me. So you're basically throwing a bunch of garbage at it and throwing a bunch of garbage back to you. But then,
it's reshaped garbage.
It's reshaped garbage.
And well organized.
Right. So, you have something else to work with. But then you're sort of playing with it to say, I want you to work with this as if you are coming from the same place I am.
Yeah, so what you guys are saying, I mean, it sounds really cool. I mean, to me, it sounds similar to like just using a thesaurus or anything like that. It's just an additional tool out of the toolbox. That,
And that's really what it should be.
That's really what pseudo-write attempts to be, because it's all writers that are behind it. And so one of the things too, I am a pantser by nature. And so I don't plan very well. And so this actually helps me think forward about the work because I have to know what it's going to be in order to get Pseudo-Write to help me with it, whether that's a synopsis or whether that's chapter 3. I have to know enough about the story to tell it to help, how to help me, right? So that makes me, it forces the pantser Nicole to be more organized and more forward thinking about the story she wants to tell. And so that's like, if you're into that, and you can tell it with Story Engine, you can tell it, can you outline my story using Black Cat, right? Or not Black Cat, Save the Cat. This is when you have not had enough coffee during the day. But you can also tell it to can you outline this story using the 3-act model? And it will. Okay. Can I do it myself? Yeah. Would it be harder? Sure. Will I have to go back and fix this one anyway? Most likely. But it gives me the idea so I'm not stuck in my brain, which is like, this sucks, it 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 sucks. That, right, on loop. It helps me go, okay, that doesn't work for my story, but this might. And that's for me who struggles with, I don't know if anyone else does, but I totally struggle with writer's block. And so it's a frequent area that I visit. Hi, writer's block. Welcome back, Nicole. And so
we have your usual booth.
yes. Here's your gin and tonic. It helps me with that. So has anyone used, you use Pseudo-Write. What else do you use it for?
Idea generation. So like if I have kind of like you, I'm a pantser, so I don't plot out. Like I have overarching ideas and that's it. And then I just wing it. And so when you're looking at like, down the road, like, I had, okay, this needs to happen, but I don't know how to get from here to here. And then you use the write feature. And
yes.
It gives you like 3 random, and you can set it to more, but like by default, it gives you 3 random generations of like, oh, this is what happens, or this is what happens, this is what happens. And then it gives you ideas and you get your creativity flowing, and you're like,
you may not use any of them.
Yeah.
Right, but it gives you ideas.
But it gives you the ideas,
yeah.
right?
Like, ooh, I didn't think about that, but I could do this. And so it helps with that.
That's not machine learning actually, but that's I did NaNoWriMo for 2 or 3 years, and then I stopped doing it because it trained me to write 50,000 words in a month that weren't necessarily good words. And then I had to go back later and edit them. So I finally stopped doing it because it's like, why am I doing this? Because I need to go back and edit it more than it takes me to write it anyway. But it's sort of the same idea it's like, just get a bunch of words on the page. I can go back and look at them later and take all of the ones that are bad out and rearrange them and put it in order that makes sense. So it's a lot, for me, it's a lot easier to look at a page of text and say, okay, cut this paragraph out. I need to move this up, and I need to rearrange these sentences, add this, expression and description to it, and that makes it a better story. So I feel like using it that way would be a good idea. Again, if we have the tools in place to do that.
So we do that. I do that. Well, I do it when I hit longhand. My husband's like, I don't want to read your drafts because I write it out, whatever I have in my brain, blah, 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 blah. And then when I'm going back to read it, I'll be like, oh, let me add this. So I'll put a little A. And then on another page, I'll be like, I'll write the insertion, right? Because I write big and it's lots of loops and cute things. And so then I will go through it and he's like, what is A through Z? Those are all the insertions in that chapter that I wrote. And he's like, I can't read this because it's like, go to A. A's 3 pages down here. Go to B. B's 4 pages down here. And so it's like very much like that with Pseudo-Write, right? So you're looking at text, just like William said, and you're taking it and you're massaging it to fit what you want. It is also very similar to, I want to write a mystery novel. I've never written a mystery novel. So I'm going to go read other people's mystery novel to get inspiration. It's really the same thing. You're reading other people's work and being inspired by it. It's the same thing with Pseudo-Write in particular. You're using it to get inspiration because they're compiling it from other authors' works who've put that stuff in there, whether it's in the free domain or whether authors have volunteered it, including my own work, which I'm like, here, take this. And so use it, fine, help others. But I feel like it's a very good tool for the gaps that you have. And I want to give us time, and I'm sorry, I have talked way more than a moderator should. My apologies, but you guys are so quiet.
Have you met?
I think it was interesting. It's a tool, AI for writers, but no one actually uses it. AI for writing, except me.
Well, this
and you.
I have played with it. This is what we're getting to with the ethics panel.
Mm-hmm.
Is a lot of people are really scared of it. A lot of people are going full steam on this is AI, which is not. And it's either they're like, yeah, this solves our problems, or this is going to kill us all. And there's not a lot of the middle road right now. This, like, I'm interested to check this program out actually, because I know I've heard about it, but I haven't actually looked at it. But again, getting into ethics, the ethical use of this sort of tool, it's a tool for uses to help you write something, is great. My fear sort of there is that if you now have this as a ubiquitous tool that you're like, I want to write a mystery and we're going to pattern it after mysteries, and is you lose some of the, I'm a debut writer, I don't know how writing works, I'm going to put out this book and it's a bestseller because it's a brand new way of looking at it. You're not going to get that.
No.
Because you are taking our existing library and meshing it all together and making a new work. You're not going to get anything new, which goes back to the same point. Machine learning cannot generate anything new.
No, and also too, mystery has certain beats.
Right, it does.
And
But
so-
somebody may write a mystery that is a different set of beats. That is a new way of doing it.
No, I concur completely. You're not going to get new stuff, right? You're not. You're just not.
It almost sounds like this. Guys, was more. I was about to say a few years ago, probably closer to 10 years ago.
Oh, wow.
It's, COVID and everything like that. But it was at the Nebulous one year, and there was a guy who was handing out business cards looking for beta testers for a new piece of software called Papyrus. He was going to try and market it to writers, and the premise of it was actually really cool, but it was things like it would have a built-in library in it for all your characters. So like you could put all the information of your character, and as you're typing, when you put the character's name in, you could just click on the character's name and it would bring their information right up. So if like you forgot what color their eyes were or anything like that, you could bring it up. But it analyzed what grade level you were writing at. It looked for repetition of words. It looked for adverbs and highlighted them. It looked at like in the pseudo-write, it kind of sounds like it's a more intelligent version of that. That it's not a tool for writing, it is a tool for writers.
Yes.
Is what it sounds like. The key difference is that people need to hit on.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you've used Pro Writing Aid, it's very similar to that.
Okay.
And again, I don't use it. I actually just canceled my subscription because I haven't used it recently. But I used it for many years. It's a great program that goes through and tells you your often repeated words, tells you if you're using like British or American spellings, gives you adjectives and colors and things like that you're using too much or using not enough. And my first few books that I put out, I went through like page by page, all the stuff that it suggested. And it really made my books a lot tighter and denser and flowed better. And now when I write, I understand that some of that stuff, what I do, so now I correct it as I'm writing.
It's part of your writing practice.
And then I find I don't need to use that program anymore. So that can be a good, as you said, a tool for writers, something to help train you to how do you write better, how do you put in expression and senses and description that you need in your text.
So you think about that the next time you write. You're like, okay, let me make this a full experience. What does it smell like in this room?
Yeah.
Right? Or what are some of the things that they're hearing? All right. So we have an opportunity for questions, of course. Yes, sir.
What do you think of using AI to generate websites and cover art?
Cover art, no.
Yeah.
Websites, yes. Potentially.
I think websites, yeah. I've seen some people using it to generate the code for that, and it does well.
Yeah.
Well, if you don't know what you're doing,
you have to go back and correct it. But yes,
for artwork, I feel like it's a very gray area right now. I think our laws need to catch up with the tech because they're so far behind. But I will say that I think the direction that AI art will end up being will be just like any stock photo website, where you're looking for something very specific, but it's not out there. So you put in a prompt, it generates what you're looking for, and then an artist or a designer would tweak it, change it, and then it would be an original piece then after I think that's how it's eventually going to end up. Is it's like stock art.
Yes.
I can see that. But I got the same thing, shocking to everybody, but the ethical side of it, for where it's scraping the images from. That's what the watermarks and signatures even showing up in it. From the coding side, yeah, it can, but at this point, it's. And I said this quote last night too, that somebody said that their concern right now with AI isn't that AI is going to become as smart as us; it's that we're going to become as dumb as AI. So anything that you're generating out of this, if I was a coder, I might use it if I just needed a quick thing. It's like, hey, give me this SQL code that would perform this function. I would still check it in a test environment before I ever let it near anything.
Yeah.
And double check the hell out of it. I'm not going to trust it. But yeah, it's maybe it'll spit it out, and that saves me, instead of having to Google it and flip through 5 different pages. But yeah, I wouldn't trust it to just go live. I mean, the lawyer who had the brief that was written by ChatGPT.
Yes. For anything you're using machine learning to generate something, for God's sake, check it. Do not use that out of hand
And,
for anything.
and just to add to that as an example, the company I work for, they have an AI company, smaller company that they own out in California, and the AI basically detects breast cancer. So it's basically does mammogram checking. You think we got rid of our radiologists because of that? Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
No, that's too risky. We use the AI to, kind of in a way almost speed up the work, but we have radiologists going right back, checking that stuff left and right. And even then it gets to my team because I do software QA. And we are checking the AI as well. So there's all these checks going on because at least in where I work, we're talking life or death here.
Right.
I mean, if it's that important to me, AI, I mean, it's great to have, it's nice to have, but it's not something that I would rely 100% on. No way.
Next question.
More you were talking about this pseudo AI, it's not authors who have to be afraid of it, it's editors who are going to have to be afraid of it. That it's going to empower, like you were talking about, put all your stuff into it, have it check your new work, then the editor's job is going to be a lot smaller.
That's great.
For an established author.
As a developmental editor for my house, I would love it if I got books that were 50% cleaner. So go ahead.
Same.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
I was wondering, given that you describe AI as a really useful but kind of low-level tool, how do you think so many people are scared? Is it ignorance? Is it just general fear?
Terminator.
What is
Terminator.
Yeah, it's well, like you were saying, it's been branded as AI by people who want to take advantage of it or make money off of it, which is a misconception. And a lot of people don't really realize this, even as you talk about it, and a lot of us will use the term AI, and I'm trying not to do that. Specifically, I'm trying to say machine learning.
Thank you.
Because if you're not aware, AI is developing a personality that can do something. AI is an artificial intelligence. You're creating somebody that then you have to go into whether they have human rights or not. Right?
Right.
Machine learning is a tool to do a thing very well. There's nothing inherently wrong about that. It is a tool, like a hammer or anything else.
Exactly.
Where it's confused and where people get upset is I'm gonna take all of the art in the world and mesh it into this new art, and then you get into all sort of ethical concerns. Versus I have programmed an artificial intelligence that can develop its own sense of art.
Yeah.
So it's very confusing where that line is also, because we don't understand, the layperson does not understand code behind machine learning. So there's also the misconception of how easy it is to use.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people online about, oh, hey, I stuck this prompt into ChatGPT and that fixed my website. Have you actually used that? Because I guarantee you they have trained with whatever machine learning they're using in order to prompt it and direct it in the right way. I literally wrote a course on basics of machine learning over the winter, and I had to go back and make changes to the course. ChatGPT came out as I had a theoretical section on what if we had this problem with writing. machine learning is not that hard as a concept. It is a simple computer program, but it is very hard to train it to actually give you what you want. And that's where the difference is.
Yeah, and I think you really hit the nail on the head with the Terminator thing. I mean, you were only half joking, right? I mean, it's most of the stories we've ever heard, movies and anything like that, that involve an AI of any kind. It either involves the eradication of the human race, or AI basically says, piss off, we're going somewhere else and leaving you guys to it, you're lost. So, I mean, I think that's where people are naturally latching on to is.
And it is not AI.
Right, yeah.
So, question, is there anything out there that is AI?
No.
No.
AI does not exist.
No.
And we're not even really close to it.
And it will not,
Well, the computing power that would be required is enormous.
It potentially could exist.
Yeah.
And if you go look at the brand of fiction called singularity fiction, that is talking about true AI. And I think this is why this is a whole other panel. This is why people are afraid of this, because we have now developed an artificial intelligence that can develop its own personality, which means it develops its own brand of ethics, which means it has a different moral code than humans do.
Yep.
Right.
So then we have, the AI machines that kill everybody because their moral code is, hey, we're better than you, and we're just going to kill you all.
You guys are cockroaches.
Yeah. So the human fear is we have
Yes.
developed something that, it's Frankenstein's monster, right?
Yep.
We have developed something that's better than us that's going to kill us.
Or iRobot with the nanny that
Yeah.
you can't be trusted to
With
take care of
Vicky.
yourself.
Right.
So I don't know if you guys heard in the news the other day, the U.S. government
Yes.
military
Yes.
is
Exactly.
training drones
Yep.
with
Yep.
AI,
Oh, God.
and they
did a
told
simulation.
it should not destroy certain things, and then the AI destroyed the people or the things telling it not to do that, so that it could do what it wanted to do. Yeah.
This is
Sorry.
exactly the
Yeah.
scenario that we are afraid of.
Right. Yeah. And I was like, oh my god.
This was
crazy.
a simulation.
Right.
It was not in the original
Right.
report.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was a simulation. And the second half of that was they said, okay, you can't kill the person who's giving you orders. It destroyed the communications
Yeah. So that the person
network
could
between
not
the
tell
person
it
and
to
it.
do
So,
So it can still do what it wants.
Yeah.
Wait, you in the back?
So you mentioned, using machine learning. So what age do you think, because, everyone's using like ChatGPT for everything now. What age do you think like people should start being taught how to use machine learning, in a way that doesn't, in a way that they don't become as dumb as, ChatGPT?
So I taught public school for 20 years. And this conversation is exactly the same conversation we had when the internet, I'm old enough I predate the internet. Okay. But it's the same conversation we had I taught middle school. So I taught 6th, 7th, 8th, and then I taught high school. But my 6th graders, you talk about what is a credible source? How do you know it's a credible source? And how to be smart on the internet. And again, they're like, hey, Miss Kurtz, I turned in my essay on time. It's all from Wikipedia. It actually says Wikipedia and some of the stuff you copied. And so it's the same conversation that we would have now. I would start when kids are like 10, whatever they're starting to get on the internet and look at stuff, they need to be able to discern and be critical thinkers around what is legitimate, what is real, what is not real, how do you know, what are the checks. So I would start that as soon as they get on the net, right? Because they're going to be out there experimenting with things and utilizing things, and they're inundated with a tremendous amount of information. They need to be able to be critical thinkers in terms of looking and kind of wading through that. It's the same thing with ChatGPT or any other AI, machine learning app.
This is why it's so hard.
Right? I would start as soon as they're interacting with the internet.
Now we start with our whole chest.
Right. Oh,
yeah.
Great question. There was a hand up over here. Yes. Yes.
Getting back to the literary world, I think you guys established authors are not really in the
No.
not editors either. But is there a position in the publishing world that may be in the near future facing maybe not so much an elimination or reduction?
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's a strike right now.
Right. I think TV and movie writers legitimately have reason to be concerned.
Yes.
Well, but that's because of corporate greed, basically.
Right. No, I agree with you. It's not to do with the software, but yes, I think
In terms of the software itself, I think technical writing
Yes.
is something that could actually be in danger.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because, again, machine learning is a tool. What it is really good at is aggregating and consolidating information. So if you have any sort of job that you data entry, consolidating information, creating a technical manual, telling you how to do something, telling you this is step 1, step 2, step 3, that sort of thing is what it's really good at. Because it's not anything creative.
Nope.
You're not making anything up. All the information exists. So that is a perfect use of this tool. And you may have, I can see when this gets a little bit more mature, technical writers, you reduce from 5 to 1 technical writers or something like that in a company.
Hey Bishop, you were going to say something about writers who are like screenwriters and television, TV writers.
Yeah, I think that the point was made that it was corporate greed, but I think they really are on the front line right now of facing that risk, and it's not because the software can do it. It's because of the branding of calling it AI, of everything that's been out there, and you've got people at the top that to get the most money for the least amount of investment, they're going to say, well, why should I pay 10 writers to sit in a room and cover this TV show when I can just have this program spit stuff out and have 2 writers polish it up and clean it up?
I think too, and you may not know this, but for the last 6 years, newspaper articles have been written by machine learning. Some newspapers are solely written by machine learning. Like there's no reporter writing those articles. It's aggregated information from what they scrape off the internet and call it an article and publishing them.
Yeah, which is why you follow sources and you find the same article that is quoted across.
That's been happening for years. And so I think journalists, yes.
Well, no, I was going to say, I think in some circumstances, I can see the benefit of that in terms of like technical writing.
Yeah.
To where if it's just a facts report, like there was a car accident on Interstate 15, 2 cars were involved, 2 people were injured, taken to the hospital.
Yeah.
When it's that kind of stuff, I can understand where the use of that would be when it's just basic information stuff. But when you're telling an expose or a story, something that actually has a deeper impact, you're gonna need a journalist. But yeah, I mean the stuff that would like kind of be on the not even necessarily on the crawl, because even that can be important stuff now. But yeah, if it's just simple basic stuff of just like a crime blogger type of thing, just the facts. This is what happened in the last 12 hours. I can see where that might come in handy, and could see possibly some use for that, but not for anything more expansive.
Well, where do you draw that line? Okay, we're going to get off. That's a whole nother panel. Do you guys have any, and Marcia, you didn't have much to say about that. Did you guys have anything to add to that question of writers losing, ever potentially being in jeopardy of not having like work or a space?
I remember there was just before we came to here, I saw an article where it was kind of like, these are the best ways to make passive income. And one of the things on there was you can use ChatGPT to write your blog.
Yeah.
Well, it can't write my blog. but I started thinking about that.
It could write a blog, probably.
Yeah, it could write a blog. I maybe that, and they said you could use it for passive income. I'm like, oh, that's a wonderful, nice idea, but
It's a lie. Please stop doing that. Editors at magazines and publishers are like, please stop doing that.
Yeah.
It's a lie.
It is.
I'm sorry. You had a question in the social copy.
Do you think that authors that are using these tools are going to have a leg up over authors that prefer a more traditional writing method?
No.
Okay.
And I only say that because there's so much vitriol for writers who are using any of these tools that, someone's going to walk out here and be like, yeah, I heard Kurtz use pseudo write, so all her shit is fake. Someone's probably thinking that right now, and it's not true. But someone, because of the vitriol around using these tools, people who use, I've actually seen it on Twitter, people who use these aren't real writers. And I'm like, are you serious? Are you using Word? That's a tool. Are you using okay, you're a real writer too. And so, I don't, because of the prejudice around it, I don't think so. But it also, someone actually wrote, you need to work hard at your writing. It has to hurt in order for it to be good.
The hell with that.
I do think you have to work at it. It doesn't necessarily have to hurt you.
They said you had to. Okay, my whole thing is just like saying when Sting is my favorite word. When Sting was with the police, they were like, "Oh, he was unhappy, so he made great music, and now that he's happy, it all sucks." And I'm just like, what is this like idea that you have to suffer for art? It's really not true. I can be happy-go-lucky and write the grittiest, most heartbreaking murder scene you have ever read, and be like, "I love flowers."
And,
if you
and the other thing about that, as a writer, I write for myself first and foremost. And because we are individually writing for our own selves first, that automatically means that there's some individuality to us. And what's a chat GPT is going to write for itself? Well,
it doesn't have a self.
Yeah. How do you
Which is
find that?
that's right. So
Yeah.
my short answer is no for all these reasons. That I don't think they will have a quote leg up.
Was more if a writer was like afraid to use these tools, are they going to then be like, oh, if I'm not on the cutting edge, am I not gonna?
So that's the point I was going to make is, again, you could use these as training tools.
Right.
Fine. We've only had this in the past 2 or 3 years, right? Everybody else before then has learned how to do it. Every other single skill we do as humans, we have to learn. You're not going to shortcut a skill. I teach martial arts, right? It takes you 5 years to get a black belt. That's it. Sorry.
There's no fast way to do that.
Maybe 4 years if you're really good.
Stephen King says you have to write 1 million words before you're even good enough to write or to sell something, and that hasn't changed.
Yeah. And that's, you tell ChatGPT to generate a bunch of stuff. This is the changes you made are now your 1 million words that you need to work on.
Exactly.
Not the stuff that's going to generate for you.
Agreed.
Well, and I think it's also too that you think about it like a tool, right? That it's does that mean that every writer that got their MFA in creative writing has a leg up on every writer who didn't?
Mm-hmm.
No, not necessarily. No, not really. Does every author who went to Western, do they have a leg up? Anybody that did residencies? No, it's another tool that maybe for some people it works, maybe for some people it doesn't.
Exactly.
It's like for artists, some artists maybe they use a compass and a ruler, and others are completely freehand. Just because one is using a ruler and a compass doesn't mean that they are working any less or producing any more quality art. It's just another tool.
So yeah, you had a question? That's a great question. What were you saying?
Yeah, I was wondering, given the fascination with AI, did any of you use it as subject matter in your writing?
Oh,
You're
yeah.
writing about it
I do
now,
not.
Even though you're not, you
Oh, yeah.
don't think it's a threat.
I'm lying. I totally do.
So I actually the second book of my new hard sci-fi trilogy just released, in which they are trying to facilitate communication with an unknown entity. And I was writing my machine learning course at the time, so of course that made it to the book. And they actually use like a categorization machine learning method to try to communicate by basically, here's a concept. What does it mean to you? Okay, it doesn't mean these things, we'll take them out. It means this thing, we're going to go here. Okay, this is another thing. What does it mean to you? Here's some things, let's knock out these options. So it's basically forming a set of phrases by using that sort of training iteration cycle of machine learning.
Marcia?
I use I don't even know if we want to call it artificial intelligence, because basically one of my characters kind of zapped himself into the machine, and he is the machine himself.
Actual
intelligence. Yeah, exactly. And so that was like one of my books way back when. And I'll be honest, I had fun writing it, but at the end of the day, I'm kind of like, is this really artificial intelligence? Because he was human.
Right.
He's taking all his human brains and it's in the computer. He doesn't have an IQ of 238. So is it really truly AI? But at the same time, I'll admit I had fun writing it because he's interacting with his twin sister, and seeing as they're telepathic, it kind of brings it to a whole new level.
That sounds great.
So, yeah.
You?
I have not. I write sword and sorcery fantasy, so I don't have any futuristic. Yeah.
Okay. Bishop?
I had a short story that has been stuck in the drawer, but it was a typical AI story in the sense that it was the questioning of what's humanity, what's real, what isn't. And it was the idea of a generation ship that several generations, if you don't know what a generation ship, it's the idea that if you don't have faster than light travel to get to some of these places, you literally have to have a ship to where multiple generations of people are going to live and die on this ship before you get to the destination.
Mhm.
And this would be, something that's like 15 generations, and it's like 8 generations in, and the main character comes to, and is being told, we've got a revolution on the ship. We need you to help us correct it. You've been injured. This is what's going on. And the character basically finds out they are an AI who was created to run simulations of what would happen on this ship for different scenarios. But because they're an AI, for them, these are all real events. They're not simulations. So I was going to delve in the idea. It's like, how does trauma work?
Why is that in a drawer?
I lean more towards fantasy, so I had a harder time like finding my way in it.
Please talk to me.
I switched over. I found my.
So in my Civil Lewis series and in my Death Violation series, which are all in the universe of the district, they do have AIs. They do things like, so when people do naughty things or break violations, commit violations, or break regulations, which are violations, they get sent to the cradle. And basically they put to sleep. But while they're asleep, an AI does mental health things with them. So they have like an AI doing therapy with them while they're asleep to kind of reduce the amount of recidivism.
That ends well.
It never does, but they don't know in that society yet. So again, because the district is high tech, low life, because it's cyberpunk, we do have AIs, but they don't always behave. So, or in the way that we want them to. But yeah. All right, so we have like no more time, but I would like to we have like a minute. So if you guys want to like tell us where you're at, go quickly. We'll start with Bishop on the end.
I am done for the day. Actually, I'm done for the con. I have to get home to my cat. But
Guinness.
You can find me at aquietpint.com because all the high schools have already taken bishopo'connell.com in every variation. At A Quiet Pint, you can find all my other social medias and everything like that. Two Gun Witch is for sale on the Falstaff Mothership table out there, so there's still copies available. And I do have a few trading cards left. I have 3 left. If you get these, if you have 5 different authors, you get 10% off at the Falstaff table.
I am literally right outside the door on this table while we're here. And you can find my personal websites, richardpierce.com. My publishing company is dragonfirebooks.com. And yeah.
You can find me at bgharrison.com. I think I'm going to be back in this room at 3:30. So if you want to see, I don't even know what the panel is. I can't remember. But yeah.
Something
like
good and interesting.
Exactly. Well, like I said, I write sci-fi under VG Harrison. I write urban fantasy under Marcia Collette 1L.com. And that's me.
I am running Ask a Mad Scientist at 9:30 tonight. So if you want to ask questions about if AI destroys the world, come to that. That's always fun. And then tomorrow at 11, I think, I'll be talking about science and magic, or science and writing, science and fantasy writing. You can find me at spacewizardsciencefantasy.com and go check out my Kickstarter, back books. And
he's out here in Office LA as well.
Right over there.
Yep. I'm Nicole Givens-Kurtz. You can find me at Mocha Members Table right out here. You can also find me at NicoleGivensKurtz.net, MochaMembers.com. You can also find BT Harrison's work forthcoming from Mocha Members as well. Thank you guys so much. Been an amazing audience. Have a wonderful con.
These are really clever.
Yeah, it is awesome.
Yeah,
I think it's a good idea.
Find pseudo-writing.
Rather than having to carry around your paperwork, it doesn't get destroyed.
So pseudo-write does it, it's like pseudo.com, I think it is. But it also does it by how many words you want it to use a month. So it chunks it out. I think I have like 17,000 words and I pay like $10. And I never use that many words.
I've been meaning to say I love your words.
Co-writing aid is,
How's it going?
The whole
I think it's like a year's subscription for $60 or $100 or something like that. If you're a new writer, I would really recommend that one. It's a really good way. You have to actually do it, and it takes a lot of time. But basically, run it on your novel, and you can you can adjust which parts of it you want to run, so it can do like word analysis, emotions analysis, and repeated words. But once it's called pro-writing English. Yes, it actually is better at short things. It gives you warnings if you do 80,000 words. But short shows are great.
Sit down and move your chair.
Yeah.
And the statistics, and it's preset into the computer.
Wow.
That's, but as you say, there's no input.
Right, yeah. Yeah, if it's just the facts, then like, it's like reporting on a recipe.
Had a lot of I had to explain how to find those rare plants.
My email, at school, everybody just calls me that. I gave my name as Elizabeth. I got labeled as
And she was like, oh, I see you go off the stage. I was like, yeah, and I didn't change it.
Just write your email on this. That's easy. So, yeah, just make me write it down.
You spent all this time making it like
You gave such a great talk earlier. We're talking about world building, with your writing partner, and it was just really fun. So I read your book, and of course, Mark was and I teach a number of first chapters, different novels, to get people acquainted with this genre, and a lot of people have to hear what this is doing. My daughter-in-law teaches middle school, and she keeps copies of reluctant readers, and then they stole it all the time. And I said, I'll just give you some more, because if they're stealing it, maybe they'll help with some. So I goes, and I buy it as a because it's a print. Yeah, and
It's a frustrating place to be.
and if it does, we'll write more books. Yeah.
I guess I'll do that one at the end.
It has a rich character, and there are a lot of great fantasy novels that don't voice the and all the things they or they did during the war. Yeah, they did. I'm sad. By the way, I also, I think it was gave me a synopsis that you use. And I'll also share that with yeah, so let them know what it's now.
I've been book shopping.
And it doesn't always reflect this is just my idea of how it's going to work out, right? So did you write that synopsis after you they're always asking. I wrote a margin to sell because they want to give it to the so it sounds like you wrote one. And for the art, they wanted to use for 3 books. And they didn't use it for the next 3 books because she had braces. And then the other one, she's smiling. So it was just and they said, oh, we use it this way. And and so they used it. And then they put it in the I love that. It's very good. And I'm hoping that the rest of it's simple. And then there's nothing against law to
Hello, Amelia. Hey, come here for a second. Amelia. So I was worried that she didn't exactly the right thing. Saying, hey, I know I don't need to do it right now. Someone high five. Like my friend used to told me this. You know what I mean? If you want to put it back here, I can plug it in behind me. Okay. Hmm? Yeah, thank you, Doug. So how's it been? What have you been through today? Tell me all about it. Yeah.
I'm running out of school.
I've only done the two I've moderated. So
I did alternate history.
who was on that one? Do you remember?
Sitting right there.
Joelle?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. Jeff Strand, right? I've never seen him in a panel. Was he a good guest? Yeah. Thank you.
I've been on several panels with
Uh-huh.
somehow I went on several alternates. Student bus panels.
Yeah.
But they were interesting.
Yeah.
Which panel is this for?
Body shape as the final frontier. That's awesome. I moderated the Murdoch panel and I moderated the props panel. I think I was not moderating props. I was a panelist on the props panel. Yeah. And Jim Knopf moderated. Mark said I did a good job. I was like, good. This is okay. Listen, you're here.
Well, this is what I wanted to go to. So I'm kind of annoyed that I missed the 8 hours.
Yeah. Mark went to the one that was last night. He probably has notes on that if you're interested. He was supposed to go to this one, but I think he got pulled into some work thing. And
That's what it sounds like.
yeah, he has a presentation on Monday at some conference he's going to. So everybody can see my feet. I can take them. I'm gonna do a video.
I was just running out of food. I need to eat.
Yeah.
I ran out of
I went. I had a break after the first panel, and I knew I was going to get a break here. Not a good one anyway, where I can get something to eat. So I went and ran and got my got Five Guys. I got John Five Guys because I don't know how it's become my responsibility to feed him, but
That's what you get for running him Mountain Dew.
yeah. But here we are.
Yeah.
And I texted him, I'm going to Five Guys. I'm getting you a cheeseburger. I'm getting this on it. Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Yeah.
And he was like, I would rather have bacon than peas. All right, I got you covered. So that's what I had for lunch, and it was delicious. It was exactly what I needed. There are
Like, I
tons
think
of.
my next thing needs to be something.
Yeah, well, I'm planning to go to Cava for supper tonight, and again, after this, I'm free. So whenever you want to do that, I'm
What are 6 o'clock things? We'll be doing
what? Yeah, the Misfit Toys thing. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So maybe after this, do you want to walk with me to Cava to get food?
Yeah, I mean,
Even though you just ate?
I just ate, just, yeah.
Yeah, like you can get a pita or something like that with protein in it.
And again, it's crazy. I got the fries and the chicken.
Yeah, and it's been a while since I've eaten, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I get hangry. And Ashley has seen me hangry, and so has Amanda. Like I just no, hangry Vicky is bad Vicky. But there's Kava, there's a couple other things right over there we can get instead if you didn't know that. I saw Kava and I was like, ooh, lamb meatballs. Yeah.
But it's very good. It was just, I can't wait to
No, I totally understand.
Yeah, if you want to run out.
Yes, that'll be good. I did. I put my entries in earlier today. I did not, but that's okay. It's fine. Oh, yay! Yeah, if I win, you're probably getting stuff too because, like, put like 2 in the Grogu, 2 in the superheroes, and 1 in one of the other ones.
I got so many pictures, and so I put 10 in the superheroes, 10 in the anime.
Yeah.
So we're like,
Exactly. I think it goes towards the charity that they're supporting, which I really support. Oh, cystic fibrosis, that's fine too. Yeah.
But,
Sit down for a second. I got like 10 minutes. I need to. Yeah. So, truck novels. Was it AJ on there?
That was,
I like her.
Maxie, Jeff, Coleman,
Yeah.
Very good family, Joel.
Yeah.
I had alternate random books they mentioned, they gave out research websites.
Nice.
It was great.
Like I have. Everybody has truck novels.
Yeah. And they did talk about several that was like, I really trumped this because I didn't have these skills.
And I think that's common. Like one of mine was trumped because I couldn't get the motivation right. And I don't know I'll ever go back to that one.
I
But
have one that say I was writing this essay.
I may have. I worry about my.
Mental health is not doing well.
Mm.
And one of them had a book that she was like, if I could write this and manage to do it without racism.
Yeah. And that's time and learning to be sensitive to it.
Now I think it's because she was trying to write something super related.
Yeah.
But not have it on the class. She's like, if you don't write about shit, but she didn't want to write about it.
Yeah, I get it. Hello. This is my friend Amelia. We're just chit chatting.
Hi. Oh, you're fine.
I'm Vicky. I'm the moderator.
I'm Marlena.
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you. Oh, nothing else this time. I always say when I come to a panel, I always forget to bring all my goodies.
But yeah, that sounds interesting. And like I said, I have the one that I have my contemporary football romance that I wrote. That's in the trunk right now because the ending is wrong.
I wish you had been involved in history because they were talking about merging fantasy with a modern timeline or even a historical timeline. And
Yeah.
it's like, that's my book.
That's my book. That's a couple of my books.
Dang it. And so that was very good.
Yeah, like I'm under contract with John for a Bridgerton meets the Avengers. So I've got a couple of that. So when it's fantasy plus history, it's fascinating. And then I've got my, but like I'm also doing it with my game lit.
That's what I think I need to stop saying mine as an RPG.
Yeah, and that's I think like people, I think Teresa said she talked to you about that and recommended books and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah. She was like, she's read a lot of them.
Yeah.
I was like, no, you don't understand.
No, that was my sanity during the pandemic. I read a bunch.
So yeah, I think it's more game lit than the RPG.
I think so too. And before I talk to people from other
You
who
feel less-
actually write it,
feel less-
I don't want to do the blatant stats and everything else.
And that's what I decided to at A&P Con last year, that I was not in fact writing lit, or Dragon Con last year actually. I was not in fact writing an RPG. I was writing game lit, and we were just gonna call it that. But like she recommended Drew's.
It's got 5 stars on
So the NPCs that she recommended by Drew Hayes is excellent.
I need to look that one up.
I'll
'cause
send
I
it
made
to you.
I made a mental note of that one.
Yeah,
That
I'll
was
send it to
the
you.
only one she mentioned I have not read.
It's great. It's really well done, and I think you'll like it. And it's one of the reasons I studied writing. Because I like it so much, I was like, haha, I could do that for a good extra. Yeah. Okay. So I've got some questions to start, so I'm gonna be okay for that. But feel free to talk it.
Yeah.
To expand off of it.
Yeah, that's fun. I like when panels are like that. Where
Yeah.
it comes with a discussion instead of
And
just
I,
parroting.
yeah, I just try to, like I wanted to be a moderator forever, and I finally convinced John that let me do it.
That's
Because
wonderful. See, I try not to be a moderator, then I get thrown into it. So I prefer being a panelist.
Yeah.
Moderator.
Well, the panels I went to Dragon Con.
Yeah.
Where they have a dedicated moderator who's not one of the people.
Yeah.
Who is trying to sell their books.
I think that's it's interesting because you get more of a reader's perspective a lot of times.
No, and
that's rough the other way around.
And I've been in the audience panels where moderators know what they're doing. And it's a skill. It's not
it is
something
not.
you just know.
That's what I prefer because sometimes I just get thrown in. They're like, "Oh, you're an author. You can moderate." And I'm like,
Yeah, and
"That's different. It's a different skill set."
It's not the same, but like I secretly, when I was a child, wanted to be Barbara Walters.
Oh my gosh, that is so cute, and I love that.
Yeah, I love to watch 2020 and all those
That's
news shows
amazing.
and interview shows, and I thought, I could do that.
Yep.
And when I get to moderate a panel, I feel literally like
I love that. No, I like that. That's really cool. It's digging into. You hear a response, but then you have to dig into what you're hearing to dig out the details.
You have an idea in your head about how you want the panel to be structured. But like you have to be a little flexible as well to see where it goes.
You can't be rigid. And sometimes I see people try to force the panel to stay on, kind of like writing a book where you try to force it on the plot and the way the characters take the lead. You know?
Excellent. Sounds good to me.
If it's just us, we'll
have a good conversation.
We'll have a good conversation and we'll dance. Yeah,
I'm fine with that. We can figure it out because I was already talking to someone gearing up this panel earlier.
Yeah.
So like, yeah. When we get closer to start off, we're going to close this door for us too.
I like those. Hey Amelia, when it gets close to start, will you get the one at the back? Thank you. This is the advantage of having friends.
See, there you go.
This was I came to this con for the first time in 2008, and I came with two other writer friends because Faith Hunter was doing a 5-page read series. It's stuff, right? Yeah. And she's talking through it, and there's Sarah. Hi. So she was doing that, and so my friend Elena had a good voice. She knew it was good. I knew it was good. My friend knew it was good. And Elena, Faith told her to send the book to Lucia and her agent.
Yeah.
Elena published her book and everything got the big agent deal and everything like that. But like I was just along for the ride, and so yeah. So anyway, sorry, I know her. I met her the first time I was at, and that child was just a baby. Like in arms. So the what I was saying is that
the publisher picked up the
book, and then I came along with the ride, and I started coming to this con every year. She sold for a while. She's moved to Texas now, so she doesn't come to take here as much. But this became my home con, and I started meeting people.
That's great.
And so I've started dragging all my friends with me.
That's really cool.
Yeah,
that's what becomes kind of your family after a while.
Yeah, and I love everybody here. Like I knew of Sarah before I knew Sarah because because I met Emily, but you had already moved west.
Right. Yeah, I was in California at that point because we started coming. See, Emily found out about ConCarolinas, and at that point, I was single and childless, and so was she. So I would leave
Amelia's
California
in the back if you want to
as
join
soon
her.
as classes were over every summer, and basically move in with her for the summer, and then move back for the start of fall classes.
Yeah.
So we could write, and we started going to. She's like, maybe this will help us become professional authors, and it did.
I've seen you all the time. You sit here in the front so I can have a big one.
Of course, I met the guy who was going to become our publisher by himself in the office, so you know. Yes, yeah, we were like ships going by. He snuck in.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
That would be good. Actually, no, never mind. Hey, Amelia's got it. Amelia's going to get it. I have already instructed. All right, y'all. Welcome to Body Shape as the Final Frontier. I am Vicki Perry, and I'm going to be your moderator. Let's start at the end with intros.
I can't speak and write my name at the same time.
Okay, we can start at this end. If
No,
you
that's
wanna.
okay. I can talk. One thing I can always do is talk. My name is Elizabeth Donald, and I write stuff. And if you've been in panels with me today, you've already heard me introduce myself 3 times. I write stuff for a living and have for about the last 25 years. I've been a journalist since 1993. We won't talk about that. And my first novel came out around 2004, and I've been making my living with writing ever since. I've just finished 5 years of grad school to get 2 master's degrees, because why get one when you get 2 for twice the price? Woo! So now I'm unemployed. Yay! The second was an MFA in creative writing, so it's quasi-relevant. Ooh, hey, another MFA survivor. Congratulations. And another one. See, we can all be unemployed together. I took a kind of a break from novel writing while I was in grad school because there really is X amount of me to go around. And so I've been mostly writing short stories and novellas. The most recent was a novella for Crone Girls Press, with whom I'm sharing a table out there. But I've got now a 4-book contract with I can't say it yet. Falstaff Books. And I'd better learn how to say it before the book comes out. So that'll start next year.
I am BG Harrison. I write science fiction under that name. The other one is Marcia Collette, 1L. I write urban fantasy, young adult under that one. I mostly write right now with Mocha Memoirs Press. I wrote with a bunch of other presses, and right now I'm with Mocha Memoirs, and I have my series Skybridge is supposed to be coming out this year. So I'm excited about that. You'll also find another short story of mine in the Slay anthology, and that one is a futuristic sci-fi vampire short story. And when I'm not writing, I am working a day job.
But is it a fun day job? Ooh.
Let me put it this way. I'm at the point where I want a career change.
I hear your point.
I've been in IT for too long.
Oh.
20 years in, and I understand.
Same, you and me both. 20 years.
Oh, I need to interject one thing, by the way. I have to be the rude panelist and keep on my cell phone because I'm dealing with a minor crisis back home. Apparently, husband stranded by the side of the road. And apparently, my participation is necessary to resolve this crisis. So I apologize for being that panelist who's constantly checking her phone.
Absolutely. So, Sarah, do you want to go next?
Yeah, Sarah Joy Adams. There are multiple Sarah Adamses who write books out there. Some of whom write books that would get me hired for my day job if I was mistaken for them. So I am Sarah Joy Adams, the fantasy writer, not Sarah Joy Adams, the erotica writer, nor Sarah Joy Adams, the charming children's book writer. I think they do. So I should probably call them up and ask them what they're doing because I don't. I write for fun, but I also don't write for free. So this is the latest book that's out from Falstaff Press. So One of Us, yes.
One of us.
In my series with Emily Lavin Leverett, I also have my solo novel Steel Mill Vikings, the sequel to which is in progress.
Yes.
And at some point we're going to talk about, since we're talking about appearances and body shape, this is the original cover of the first book.
I think
in
I
the
have
series.
that cover.
Yes. So you can see we changed the whole series because this is better. Natanya Barron did this. Emily and I did this. But anyway, at the end of the panel, I will give this away for free to somebody. I teach middle school. If you're wondering what day job I have, I teach middle school. So clearly I spoke it into existence because I started a novella with a middle school teacher as a joke because she's dating a monster hunter in the Bubbaverse. And then I got a job offer and I went, well, it's better than being unemployed. So I
All right,
yeah.
Marlena. My name is Marlena Frank. I write young adult fantasy and horror. I just finished my 10th book, got published in April, so I'm pleased about that. But mostly during my day job, I'm also in IT, so I guess we have a lot of IT people who also write. But yeah, I've been writing since, I had my first book published in 2018, so yeah.
That is great. So I think that what we should start with is start by establishing the base. I am Vicki Perry, and I am the moderator. I have a book under contract with Falstaff as well. But
This is not such an exclusive club as well, we would not speculate about that sort of thing.
So let's start by establishing what we think is the standard body type in urban fantasy and mysteries and romance and everything like that. Yeah, exactly. So the starting. Who wants to start? Do you want to start?
Well, sure. I think it's models who don't realize they're models, and who everyone else knows it, but the character doesn't know it somehow.
Mm-hmm.
That they're gorgeous, and they're just like, no, I'm not actually gorgeous, but they are, and everyone they go into knows it. So, yeah.
They're either petite or they're Amazonian or somehow a mix of both. Like they're petite in relationship to the male love interest, but they're Amazonian in relationship to their enemy. Like it's difficult, and they're at least 20 years younger than I currently am. I turned 47 on June 1st, and I own that, so I don't lie about my age.
Oh, are you a June 1st baby too?
I am.
I turned 45 on June 1st.
I went to the eye doctor and asked him questions about it. He's like, well, you're actually very lucky because after 45, that usually just goes straight downhill. And I thought, oh, I've got at least 5 more years then. And then my brain went, no, no, you don't.
Marcia?
So they spoke about from the female perspective. From the male perspective, always toned, muscular, like Amazon. Well, not Amazon. What am I saying? More like built like Zeus, like a Greek god type body from the male perspective. And it's like, where is that?
And somehow they're always got their butt to the camera.
Yes.
And their
Oh my God,
spine
yes.
is twisted.
It's always TNA shots somehow.
Here we go.
Yeah. There you are.
Though their breasts are not quite as bulbous as they usually are. And I love the armor that doesn't actually extend below the panty line. And with an artist who really should know better. But that's what we see when I walk through art shows at conventions.
Yeah.
And we see the ethereal goddess, or we see the barely one step above stripper porn, but with a sword. So that makes it tough. and doing the pose of the looking over the shoulder so that you can see the full backside. There's a great, I think it's Scalzi did, but he
Yes,
put
I
a
love
photograph, a
that
series of
series.
photographs of himself in the poses that that the cover artist kept putting his heroines in his books, and it is absolutely hysterical. You got to Google it. It's like 10 years ago now,
Well,
but
and it was also because it was being critiqued in comic books a lot, comic book covers. And someone actually tried to do the poses, and they're like, you break your back trying
Mhm.
to do these TNA poses that people were doing. But they tried. They gave it a shot.
Yeah.
I
that
saw-
needs to be filmed.
Right?
Where there was a Spider Woman comic where she was
Oh
like,
yeah.
like buttocks up towards the camera with her face back over her.
Yep.
Like it was. And so one artist is like, let's just talk about anatomy and then explain how the spine works. And it was like, this is physically impossible for a human who does not have a broken spine.
Yeah. This was it, if you were wondering.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, that's just from poses that look that
Mhm.
are impossible, but I'll try to make it bigger here. So yeah.
That is insane.
Yeah.
I remember this controversy. It was a very big deal.
The perfectly heart-shaped bottom.
Right?
Yeah.
And which is also a verbal description that you see a lot. Is
Oh,
the
right.
heart-shaped bottom.
So, as writers, when you write your characters, does the cover art look like the character you envision? And what do you envision when you're writing as opposed to what the standard issue is? And I guess we'll start with pick a character that from one of your novels that you'd like to talk about.
Well, I would say for my novels, for my indie novels, when I'm commissioning the cover, that yes, I work very hard with my artist to try to get the depiction of the character to be accurate of what's on the cover. But when I'm with my small presses, that's not always the case. And sometimes you'll be lucky if you get anything that's close. And I've heard of other artists who get characters in the cover that look not even the same race as the person that's the protagonist in the book. And that's just how the publishing world is sometimes. It's very strange.
Yeah, we could probably do a whole panel on colorism. And
Yes.
I'll let you speak to that.
Yeah. I remember when most of the characters I write, sometimes they're biracial because I think about my daughter when I'm writing these things, and I love my baby. And also at the same time, I have relatives who are like this nice, deep, dark, black chocolate mocha. And it's like I write characters like that. When I see a cover, it's either they're usually not on there. I'm like, well, you could put it on this one when the character was light skinned, but you can't put it on this one when the character is like this beautiful black mocha. Well, and that just deeply disturbs me. It just that kind of in a way ticks me off because it's like, what? It's almost like saying we're not racist, but we are. It's and that just ticks me off. That's one that really irks me a lot.
Yeah, understandably.
So who?
That happened with one of my novels that they tried to create the opening scene of my first zombie novel, and the first zombie is African American, and he's the whitest human I've ever seen in my life, and I don't know why they made that choice, but since the whole thing was pretty much The Sims do zombies, I stomped my foot and asked for an abstract cover instead, which is one of the things that I have done on occasion to try to get around, the artist's vision of not having read the book generally didn't necessarily match it. I will say that some of the artists I've worked with have been fantastic. And they had extensive conversations with me and read sections of never expect them to actually read the whole book, but read sections of the book that might make for a good illustration. And one of my best covers was absolutely perfect, right up to the point where he said Elizabeth Donaldson. And I said, okay, what's my name? He says, hold please. And then I got a quickly revised cover. Excuse me. So being in communication with the artist is necessary, but also keeping in mind that the publisher is going to stomp their foot sometimes.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's still being said. I know that when I started blah, 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 years ago, that they insisted, for example, having characters of color on the cover would mean that people wouldn't buy the book because they think it was, it was African American literature or something. Like that's not a selling point or what. And I don't know if they're still making that excuse or if it's just the part they don't say out loud.
Susan Roddy, this is the cover art, and it's really small, but this is the cover art for my solo novel, Steel Mill Vikings. And Susan did an amazing job on
It's
this one.
beautiful.
And she just really, and what I love about it is she's a strong female character centered in the story because it's a middle-aged mom of 2 teenagers who's also a Viking berserker in Rust Belt, New York.
As one does.
As one does. She's got the eye is a plot point. The crow is a plot point. It's the steel mill and the Viking axe, right? So like Susan managed to gather all these thematic elements into a coherent picture, not just a random collage. And if anything, I would say that the main character is a little older than this, but that's fine. And this is pretty much her hair color. Yep. And I don't think she's had bangs since she had that, one bad weekend, but
We've all
been there.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I had to work really hard to get a person of color on this book for the Seeking. And the clothes for this character are way too modern for this storyline. But my publisher who did the design was like, this is what I can do. And I was like, you know what? It's better than that.
Yeah.
Right?
So-
So choose your battles.
So let's talk about body size and shape and everything in our own works. And I say own works like I'm going to contribute. I'm going to listen to y'all. What are things that you would like to see more of from publishers, and how does that affect sales and stuff? I mean, you don't have to tell me, but this is just, I'm going to be nosy and ask.
I mean, romance has kind of led the way in this regard, that there is whole subgenres of plus size women who actually fall in love and people fall in love with them and they have sex.
And they're really plus size women, not 14.
Like, 14, whatever. They're actually plus size women. The rest of the genres could actually learn something from this instead of assuming that every woman is a petite size 6, but also muscle bound, but you can't see the muscles. They're invisible muscles so they can kick ass, but still look waif-like. And I'd like to see more of that. And I have, the characters I write tend to be younger than I am, which is something that I'm starting to change as I'm developing as a writer. And so probably their bodies will change too, because funny enough, that happens.
For me, most of my characters, they're my size. I am not a size 6. That I gave that up a long time ago. I'm not a size 4. I'm not muscular. None of that. That's just not me. I write characters that look like me, and sometimes what I'll do is I specifically want a plus size person in my novel because that's realistic to me. I don't see a bunch of Barbie dolls walking around in the streets these days. So if that's what's in my book, my first thought is, well, who's gonna do that crap? This isn't SpongeBob SquarePants. We can just make stuff up like crazy underwater, living in a, this is dumb to me. I want to make this fictional story as real as possible. I want real people in it. So I write people of all different sizes, body weights, one way or another. You're gonna find them in my stories. But usually for the main character, I will admit, I write the main character who looks like me, who's my size. But like I said, I gave up size 4.
I think it's 47% of the United States is considered plus size, or men get to be big and tall. We're plus size. but yeah.
Yeah, I did have a small rage stroke in the section, the plus size section of Target last week, when
It's a
there
good
was a
place for
little
it.
sign that said these sizes are available online. I'm like, huh? So you can advertise yourself as size inclusive, and I can walk to the part of your store that and not try on any clothes because, oh hey, yeah, screw you, go online. We don't want these. I'm like, every woman in the store looks like me.
Yeah.
I was like, every time I go to Target, I see women who look like me shopping for every member of their family except themselves because they can't buy clothes in Target. Sorry, off topic, but
No, definitely topic.
But I mean, mirrors matter, right? I'd like to know that your usefulness, your ability to be in a story doesn't end when you turn 25.
Thank you.
Yeah. My main character Harvey in Steel Mill Vikings is a mom of 2 teenagers, and she has a body that reflects the fact that she has given birth. She also has a body that reflects the fact that she has done blue collar physical labor her entire life. Yes, she's a warrior. She does not have gym bunny body. She has, she has the muscle tone and the stretch marks and the stomach shape that says, I carried 2 kids and they weren't tiny babies. She's got, like I had a hysterectomy, and I remember standing and going, I don't think my body was going to change that way. I mean, obviously you have a whole organ removed and it changes things, but I didn't know until I saw it. I was like, okay, now I got to rethink my own body again. Our bodies keep changing, and you got to rethink what that means. And she is taller just because I wanted her to be, but she's not. I deliberately made her the kind of character that if you saw her walking down a street, unless she's carrying a battle axe over her shoulder at the moment, you wouldn't look twice. You wouldn't go, that is an unusual woman. She fits into her environment. She is a member of her community, and that's blue collar Buffalo, New York. And she should look like it.
Yeah, so like in the Seeking, for example, I've got Dahlia. She's in a relationship with a lady, and her girlfriend is plus sized, and they have to. It's no big deal. It's just their relationship. She actually sees her in a doorway, and she's like, "Who's that curvaceous, lovely lady over there?" And then she realizes it's her girlfriend. But no, they have to go out into the woods and survive and deal with all sorts of monsters and things. Like they're just in survival mode with that. I also tend to write a lot of shorter women. As someone who's 5'0", I don't see a lot of that in books. And so I like to see, especially people in powerful positions who are short. So despite being short, they can still do a lot of things. I remember being a kid and being very inspired by Carrie Fisher, who was 5'0" in Star Wars. And I was like, she's 5'0". She's doing great. Look at her. So, yeah, I find that sort of stuff inspiring.
So that brings me to the next question. And I think I'm going to jump off of y'all a little bit and say, how does size impact story?
Ooh, can I jump on that?
Yeah, of course.
So in Steel Mill Vikings, we have I do have a petite character who is also a fighter, but she's petite because she's a gymnast. And so she is actually the teenage daughter's track and field coach. And she was a prize-winning gymnast before she went into teaching. And so her body shape reflects her abilities and her choices and her role in the plot. Not, I need petite people because petite people are attractive to readers, or because petite people are the only ones whose stories matter. And I tried to stay away from stereotypes of petite, like the little girls are always. Have you heard this one? Little women are mean. This is a meme on Ellen Line. I have a 5th grader. He tells me what the kids are saying. Like, yeah, short girls are mean, Mom. I'm like, let's talk. But their character size, character body shape should reflect story just the way real bodies do. They reflect the lives we've lived.
One of the stories that I'm currently working on now, I'm editing. She's not the main character, she's a secondary character, but I love this character and I was thinking about writing her own story. And she's fairly big, curvaceous woman, black woman, beautiful braids. She is the smartest person in the whole freaking book. This woman's got brains. I'm telling you, she's like got like 180 IQ, and I love her to pieces. And I'm like, oh my God, if I love this character this much, I wonder how other people are going to feel about this same character, because you almost have to play this balance where, okay, you have this main character who, you know, is an average person, and you have this other woman who's, you know, you got to balance off those secondary characters. But I love this woman so much. I was like, oh my God, she needs her own book, because I love her. She's like I don't know, I can't remember her size. She's like size 18, but she's got these beautiful braids. She's dark skinned, and like I said, she's the smartest person in the book. And it's like, where do I get this book somewhere else? Because if I'm writing it myself at some point, I don't care.
We know you're doing it right when you want to read your own.
Right. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
What I'd like to see, I like to see story that reflects reality rather than stereotype. When you have, and the 80s were particularly bad about this. 80s movies, the overweight kid is always the one who's solely focused on what's the next snack coming, and and it's not that people do not say, you sometimes turn to food for emotional solace and so on, but how many times have you seen the scene of the overweight woman who's grabbing all the ice cream in the world? And because, hey, isn't that funny? No, it's really not. And it ignores the biological facts that for the vast majority of people who are overweight, it is a genetic aspect. There's disease involved, there's endocrine and other such issues that are involved. I have like 3 of them. People look at me and they assume that I must be eating my weight in Snickers bars. But you know, if I tell them I've had a yogurt today, you know, that's about it. And I would like to see more reflection of that, because at the one hand, we don't want to perpetuate stereotypes, because, and this is where the MS in media studies comes out, sorry. Most media theory is pretty much stuff that's patently obvious if you've been on the internet for more than 5 minutes. But there's cultivation theory is one of those, that what we watch informs what we think about in the real world. I did my master's thesis on the representation of journalists in film and how it impacts people's impressions of the real news media. And so when we see media representation, by media, I mean all forms, movies, TV shows, books, etc., video games, and we see that the only people with agency and who are the heroes of their own story, the characters that we're supposed to identify with or lust after, are, you know, skinny hourglass types, and relegate people of size to being the best friend or the punchline that bleeds over into what people think of us in real life.
Yeah, and I'm going to jump off of that if you don't mind.
Sure.
What are some good representations of plus size people, tall people, short people, etc. in media that you think are done well, and what are some that you think might be done poorly? I'll give you an example. It's always the fat guy with the skinny wife on sitcoms, right?
Mhm.
Like the Kevin, whatever his last name was,
Yeah.
with the
King of
the Leah
Queens.
Remini.
King of Queens, yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. Like, what do they do right? What do they do wrong? How
I was actually just thinking about, we were talking about looking at reality instead of looking at, you know, stereotypes. And I was thinking of like tall people in media and in history. Like you think of Andre the Giant, the current guy who's like the tallest dude in the world. They're like the nicest, most gentle people you'll ever meet. I was watching a thing on YouTube where he was meeting the shortest woman, and he was like, "Please keep her away. I don't want to accidentally step on her." Because he's like 8 feet tall, and she's like maybe a foot. And he was like, "I really don't want to just hurt her." You know, like these are the kind of people who are, you know. And I think of like in Game of Thrones. I hate to use Game of Thrones as an example, but the Mountain Who Rides like a really tall, big dude, and he's like the meanest guy around. You know, just because he's tall doesn't mean he's necessarily you don't have to have a tall person to be a bad guy who's really muscular like that. Like there's other ways of doing things, I think, and it just kind of feeds into those kind of stereotypes. that
So
super
harmful
tall people-
stereotype.
Yeah.
The
I
guy who
haven't.
plays the mountain is a perfect example of how strength and muscle definition are not the same thing.
Yes.
And I know we've been talking mostly about female bodies, but we should definitely talk about
Oh, absolutely.
other bodies too. But he like I have a son, and so boy, I'm getting a crash course in how media influences boys and why eating disorders are on the rise among young men in this country. And so he is, we've been talking about things like, what do you want to look like when you grow up, and how do you feel about yourself? And it was really hard for me to convince him that, Gerard Butler in 300 is not a realistic body type. And no, you can't look like that when you're an adult, because that is unhealthy and also movie makeup. Right. One, Gerard Butler was dehydrated for all of those scenes. And two, that he still had to draw on his abs with a paintbrush versus, and I actually showed him the mountain. And I was like, let's watch some actual strongman contests. And he's like, wait, all of these guys have stomachs. And I was like, yeah, because if you have 0% body fat, your joints are going to break. And also, these guys that you're looking at on the magazines don't have stamina. Do you want strength, or do you want, and he was like, oh, no, I actually want to play football now. I was like, okay, then you need to train let's talk about training your body to do what you want it to do if you can, and also loving the body you've got. In our books, in Emily and I's books, it's a running joke that Dior is short. And she does have a boyfriend who's taller than her by a lot. My co-author back there is rolling her eyes at the word boyfriend, but it's a running joke because she's a human raised among humans. She's actually a changeling who looks like her human mother, so she's average. And the fairies are all like, oh, the princess is so short. She's like, I'm not. I'm average. I'm perfectly normal. You're all freaks. You're weird. And we can use size disparity in that way. We're not only mocking people that way, but the situation. Like one point, she says, if I have to stand on a stool to cut your head off, I will.
Oh, that's a great line. I love
that.
that. When we're talking about a positive representation in media, Queen Latifah, the new Equalizer series, which I have been adoring, if for no other reason than she is plus size, she's kick-ass, she's brilliant. She will absolutely dislocate every joint in your body without breaking a sweat. They send in like 6 guys, and I'm like, hey, you're all gone. You're all gone. Okay. She's an action hero, and she's plus size, and she's also brilliant, and she's allowed to have a romantic life. There are multiple men who are enamored with her, and they don't present this as anything anything weird or bizarre. That, my God, a plus size woman can be attractive and kick ass at the same time. I'm enjoying the hell out of that series.
My favorite goes to Jerry on The Walking Dead. He's like as big as a refrigerator, but he is the sweetest guy, and God, can he kick butt. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry.
He must have come after I stopped watching. What seasons
it's when the kingdom comes in.
Okay, yeah, that's after I stopped
comes
watching.
in. It's like, I've loved Jerry from day one, and I don't care how big he is. He is one of the most awesome, to me, fighters on The Walking Dead, because he will swing an axe, he will chop off heads, he will kill zombies left and right and still come up standing and still has this wonderful smile on his face. And I'm like, yeah, dude, I'm glad they're portraying you the way they are, because trust me, he's just as active as anybody else is. I don't care what kind of body type you have in The Walking Dead. He's like this big, gigantic guy, and it's like, you're probably sitting there like, oh, you're not going to see much of him when you first see him. Oh, no. You see him out there fighting just as hard with everybody else and saving people just as hard as everybody else. It's like, to me, that is like awesome equality right there when it comes to body size. So yeah.
I was just going to say that I think survival stories really give you a lot of flexibility to just take everyday people and throw them into weird situations. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So I was going to say, we've done some good stereotypes. What are some negative ones?
There's so many.
Just pick one. Marcia, you start. What's some negative stereotypes you've seen in media?
Oh, my daughter and I were talking about this last night. The gay guy is always into theater or acting or something like that. I know that doesn't have much to do with body type, but we were kind of talking a little bit about diversity and stuff like that.
It does. Yeah.
So it's like every single. I don't know if Jack started this or who started this, but they need to stop. Not every gay guy is into performing arts and theater and stuff like that. That I know a guy. One of my friends who's gay, he's a mechanical engineer. It's like it's
One of my best friends is a civil engineer who loves sports and is very gay.
Yeah. Yes. So that one kind of, it's like, oh, another gay person. Please tell me they do something other. So yeah, that's one that really bothers me.
Does anybody? Now I've forgotten the name of it. Shoot, there was a Netflix animated series about the West Hollywood branch of the CIA. That's all of them are gay. Because they all got shoved into that role because nobody else, because of the homophobia, nobody wanted to deal with them. So they're like, we're going to prove that the LGBTQ wing of the CIA can be better than anybody else. And Wanda Sykes plays the lesbian helicopter mechanic, and she and her wife have like the most beautiful, positive example of a long-term relationship ever. But there's an episode where her wife gets kidnapped by the bad guys and has to go to Europe, infiltrate the Eurovision Song Contest to save her wife. Just trust me, it's funny. But there's this moment when they rescue the wife, and Wanda Sykes' character runs up to her and she's like, "Oh, they put you in kitten heels, your poor bunions." And it's just this like both of them are plus size women. Both of them are they are like loving each other's bodies, clearly very attracted to each other's bodies, and also like, we're middle-aged. I don't get time for wearing those shoes. Those hurt.
I love that.
That reminds me of 911. There's two lesbian characters in there. They're both plus size.
Mhm.
One is a firefighter, and the other is a rocket scientist. Yeah, one's a paramedic firefighter, and the other one's a rocket scientist or something like that. And it's like when you see them together, you see that chemistry on the scene, and during that scene, it's like, oh yeah, I'm buying this. This is great, and it's like. And they're plus size women. It's like two plus size lesbians. Well, you don't see that very often. It's like it's not like it's not like a Yeti sighting. I mean, it happens. You love who you love. All the time. And so some people are like, oh my God, I didn't know. Well,
But we don't see it because it doesn't feed into male fantasy.
Yeah.
The male gaze.
There's a stereotype. The stereotype in media that if you have a lesbian couple, one has to be the butch one and one has to be the femme one, which is really just a not so subtle way of saying one is the man and one is the girl.
Yeah.
And that happens all the time in
Yeah.
any kind of media. And almost anytime you see any sort of like sitcom or anything like that, that's how that's going
Yes.
up. And it's so frustrating because that's not reality.
Yeah.
So we've talked a lot about women. We've talked a little bit about men, but let's talk about some representation for people who are disabled, or I may be using the wrong terminology now, but like how can we do that better as artists?
I think in writing books, you get the. Do you want to go?
No.
I think with writing books, you get the very unique ability to put people into the head of someone who has some sort of physical issue. And because readers, when you read a book, you're empathizing with the characters, you're in their heads. So you get a really unique way of just kind of injecting that level of empathy into your readers so that they get to kind of understand what people are going through.
I think, okay, we're going to go back to Fear the Walking Dead. Okay, just hang with me here for a minute, okay?
Let's do it.
So, another one of my favorite characters is Wendell. He's the guy in the wheelchair on Fear the Walking Dead. And I think the way they had written him is that he is, to me, just as powerful, just as strong and powerful as anybody else. Yeah, his wheelchair is fixed with gadgets and stuff like that, but trust me, he's killed some walkers in his time, and he saves a lot. He saves a lot of people, all from his wheelchair.
Mm.
And it's a really cool thing to see because you do not see that often. You don't see it that often at all.
What I was thinking
And
of was the character in Mad Max. Who
Yes.
was missing.
Yeah. Yes. It's like it's
Furiosa.
Yeah, Furiosa. It's the same thing. It's like you've got this woman who's missing an arm, but she's saving people, changing. Well, by the end, I don't know if you guys have seen it, but by the end of the movie, she's like completely changed the whole dynamic of the, I don't know if it's a city, community, or
culture.
Culture.
Yeah.
There you go. Of what's going on.
And her rig is adapted to her particular
Yes.
limbs.
I love that.
Yes.
And I, you
I
know, when you
love it.
watch it, the first time I watched it, I didn't even realize that she had that for the longest time.
I didn't
Because she's so like used to dealing with it. You can tell
Yeah.
she's a lot of wonderful acting prep for that. But
Yeah.
she's used to dealing with that, and she's got her whole rig set up. And I was like, 30 minutes in, oh my gosh.
So okay, so Full Metal Alchemist,
Yes.
I think is really good representation of disabled MC. And one of the interesting things about it is I've heard people push back and say he's not disabled. He is. He has prosthetics, and the prosthetics cause him pain and require maintenance. And he suffers phantom pains and exhaustion related to using his prosthetics, all of which are very real to the experience of people who have to use prosthetic limbs, or not have to, but choose to, who have and use them. So I actually think that Full Metal Alchemist did a really good job. And when I see readers going or viewers saying, "Oh, he's not disabled," what they mean is I see a fully functional disabled person, so I automatically move him into the not disabled category, which is denying the complexity of the character and the lived experience of actual disabled people.
So what we most often see is representation of inspiration porn,
Yeah.
or that poor person who's very angry and bitter about the terrible thing that's happened to them, instead of people having agency in their own lives and having to navigate in the real world, trying to navigate in a in our society that supposedly is more ADA friendly than it used to. But if you try to go through a mall in a wheelchair and see how many stores have doorways narrower than my wheelchair, and we're not talking about like old construction either. We're talking about stuff constructed in the last 5 years. And so it doesn't feed into what we expect to see of disabled people.
I had a colleague, and he, was missing from his knee down, one of his legs from being veteran. And I didn't know that he had a prosthetic even for like years because he was so used to just soldiering on like there was nothing wrong and just being like, it's fine, it's no big deal. I'm happy to walk across, wherever I need to. I won't say anything about it. But there's this sense that he's uncomfortable even saying that he has something like that because of the way that society can, stigmatize people. And I think just kind of bringing this around the writing, we have the ability to help make that more normal and more understandable.
There is
Sorry, go on.
Oh, sorry. So I think it's The Moth. Have you heard The Moth Radio Hour? People tell their real life stories. And there was one, a woman talks about she was born without one arm. And she spent her childhood and young adulthood desperately trying to hide that limb difference from the rest of the world. So even to the point where she didn't want to wear a sleeveless dress to her own wedding. And so her mom got her gloves so that it could cover so no one could tell she was wearing a prosthetic at her own wedding, so she could wear the dress she wanted to wear and nobody could see. Because she hated how she felt in her own body. And she tells the story of how when she had a baby, she had her first child, and she was convinced in her own head that her child would love her less if he knew she was, as she saw it, incomplete. She was missing a piece of herself. And so she couldn't bathe the baby because you can't get her prosthetic wet.
So take the prosthetic off and bathe the baby or don't. And her mom was helping her. Finally, her mom went to a point where she's like, I will not bathe your baby. You will either bathe him or you won't. But I won't do it for you anymore. You've got to mother, right? And that means mothering for who you are. And so she tried to bathe the baby with her prosthetic and almost dropped him into the water. And she had a moment of, do I love my baby more than I love my prosthetic? And she threw her prosthetic across the room so that she could pick him up with both of her arms as they actually were, and realized, and then she had that moment of, my baby doesn't love my prosthetic. I'm just his mom. He loves me. And she ends the story and she says, and now he's old enough to walk and talk. And we get ready to go to the store, and he says, you gonna wear your arm today, mama? And I say yes some days, and I say no some days. And either way, we go out in the world and we enjoy our lives. And every time I hear that, I'm like, I have to pull over if I'm driving,
I have a
But
friend.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I have a friend. We just got back in touch with it. We've lost track of one another, but got back in touch with one another on LinkedIn. And I've known her for a couple of years, and she has bursitis, and her arm is pretty much shriveled up to nothingness. And while we were talking and everything, she had 2 kids, and I was like, "Oh my God, Cindy, that's awesome! That's incredible!" And she's like, "Yeah, they're adopted." I was like, "Oh, that's great too. It doesn't matter, babe. They're your kids. They're beautiful." She's like, "Yeah, I didn't want to have kids because of the bursitis." And that kind of hurt me because I was like, are you kidding? I didn't say anything, but I kind of almost like the opposite. It's like she decided however you have kids, you're going to love them regardless. But there was so much fear in her bursitis that she thought she'd pass it on to her kids. And that's why she didn't want to have any. So she adopted 2. And my bottom line is, well, Cindy, does it matter to your kids? Do they still love you? You're still mom, right? And she's like, heck yeah. It's like, so then nothing's changed. And that's what matters the most, is that you have this lovely, beautiful family. You chose them. That in itself says something right there. And it's like, but at the same time, there's always that, it's like, God, I didn't know she was hurting or that fearful of her own disability that she taught herself how to drive. She taught herself everything with her other arm. She taught herself everything because technically, I think because of her bursitis, we have no idea what arm she would have been dominant anyway. But she taught herself everything with her arm. That was the one thing that just kind of stopped her in her tracks. And I was like, dog,
I think when we're constructing stories that involve characters with disabilities, what I'd really like to see is a story where the disability is not the main point of the character.
Yeah.
I am a woman who uses a cane and occasionally a wheelchair. It is not the defining characteristic of my life. Sometimes when people look at me, they might see the cane first. I hope they don't. I hope they see my books first because I'm really poor and I need them to sell. But there are a lot of things about me that I would rather they see before they see the cane or the wheelchair. And because it shouldn't be, as your friends have discovered, it shouldn't be about, that shouldn't be the controlling aspect of your life, and it shouldn't be the main point of a character with a disability. It can certainly be a factor. I have not been watching The Fear of the Walking Dead. I'm trying to figure out how he's going to manage in the zombie apocalypse, because I was figuring I'd be toast. I don't move all that fast. But now I got to see that. I got to see this. That's my inspiration for him. I can survive the zombie apocalypse because I get smacked really hard with this thing. But it can be a factor. It should be a factor for realism's sake, but it shouldn't be the sole reason this character exists. I am the disabled character so that I can provide everyone else with inspiration and then die.
I follow Cillian Murphy as an actor, and one of his quotes was, "I think sexuality is the most boring part about a person," and I think you can apply that to a lot of things.
Yeah.
Where people are way more interesting and more layered than just what you might see visibly.
So we're getting close to the end. Do we have questions from the audience? I see Amelia in the back, but Vanessa. Okay, Amelia first, and then Vanessa.
Do you think the representation in books media is getting better?
My automatic reaction is yes, because I don't see Queen Latifah as the equalizer in a previous decade. I don't see any of the representation. Certainly, representation in a lot of demographics has improved. I don't know so much about disabled, but yeah, I don't see that happening in a previous decade. I'm not saying that we've done away with male gaze casting because I live in the real world, but I do think it's better, but with obvious throwbacks, yes.
I agree. It's gotten better in some areas, not all areas. The disabled category, definitely we need to do better on that, and I think we can do better on that. I don't see why we can't. But in some, it's just sometimes I have to watch shows really carefully because sometimes I feel like they're a money grab at the same time, and that's not fair. Now you're insulting the person. So it's gotten better, but there is still a fine line to me.
I think there's a fine line between actual representation and just putting on a show.
Tokenism.
I think of like the Beauty and the Beast remake.
Yeah.
Where, gosh, was it LeFou, I believe? And they're like, look, it's the first gay character in a Disney live action film. And he's like, just like 2 seconds.
It was 2
seconds of a dance.
But yet it was 2 seconds
it's
that
not
caused
even-
massive boycotts. So you know, baby steps.
Like, so like, I think it's trying to get better. I don't think it's there yet, especially on disability. We've not even scratched the surface. I didn't know Fear the Walking Dead had that. Now I'm like, add that to my watch list.
Did anybody see Strange World? That has a multiracial family. It has a who is not unusual in their community. Actually, I thought the level of representation, both in body shape and racial representation, was really good in Strange World. And it was sad it was kind of there and gone. But that's actually a Disney property. But one of the subplots is that the teenage son has his first major crush. And it's not about the fact that his crush is a boy. It's about that he's a teenager dealing with his crush and the terrifying embarrassment of having parents when you're crushing on someone.
Oh my goodness, we exist.
And a teacher in Florida is being fired because she showed it to her students.
Yes.
Yeah, but I think it's getting better. I mean,
And honestly, that brings in another point. Media studies MS again. That whenever there have been major steps forward in terms of equal rights and representation and so on, there's a backlash.
Right.
And if nothing else, the size of the backlash that we are seeing right now should indicate that the level of the progress that we have made.
Yeah.
Knock on wood. Where's some wood?
Yeah, I'm
Knock on-
terrified of what's happening, and at the same time, I'm glad that the bigots are scared. I at the same time, I read a review of the new Little Mermaid that described Melissa McCarthy as America's most likable fat person. And I was like, that was a side. It was an aside. It wasn't even the main point of the sentence.
No.
And I like, that's the thing in my head that's up in the review. I was like,
we're humans who can be liked too.
Right. Like, I would like a dislikable fat character who's not dislikable because they're the fat character. You know what I mean? Like the middle-aged fat white lady who, because she's essentially a Karen, is old. I mean, that's Groucho Marx's straight person right there, right? The straight man that he played off against. And that actor who did that was brilliant, being the pompous society lady. But like, can we have people's personalities not be strictly correlated with their body type?
Right.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
Do you have any thoughts?
Okay.
Vanessa, and then I believe you had a question.
No, I'm scratching my ear.
Okay.
So my question kind of comes down to like that balance between representation and being just about the thing. So my question is, when you're writing your books and you're writing, like in some of my books, I have a racial character, I have a plus size woman and things. How much of that is actually the book? Like, I don't talk about when I'm writing my plus size person, I don't really put in, oh, when they go to the restaurant, she's scoping out the path that she will fit through, which is what I do when I go to restaurants. No, I'm not gonna follow the hostess that way because I'm not gonna fit through there without running into that person who's sitting, so I'm gonna go around this way. I don't actually put that in, like, I'll put things that are a little more minor than that in the book. So like my question to y'all is, how much of that sort of thing do you actually put in there? Do you think that kind of offsets the idea of representation in favor of the, it's all about this? Do you understand what I'm asking?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between, and it's hard because you want to entertain your reader, but you don't want to be a soapbox either.
Right.
And I think that's kind of the line you have to walk, and you have to know when's too much and when's you're bringing attention to it, but you don't want your whole thing to be how it's going to take a chapter to talk about how difficult it is to get your wheelchair across campus, for example, and find a handicap capable parking spot. Your reader doesn't want to have to read that, even though that's accurate for real life. Like, this is how it actually looks like for people. And I think that's a fine line you have to walk. And it takes a lot of research, and it takes a lot of respect for whatever it is that you are covering. Because if you don't have your research and your respect, then you're gonna shortchange these people.
You need to ask, is this a detail that is relevant to the story? Does it advance the story? There's certainly a certain amounts of detail that provide color to a story and give it depth. But there's a line there. And I think that when you write fiction that is intended to make a socio-political point, you end up with crappy fiction.
Yeah.
The best comes about because it sort of happens sideways. I think of a quote from C.S. Lewis, who, the Narnia Chronicles are quite glaringly, obviously messianic and Christian theology, and he never sought to write it that way. He wrote in a letter to a friend that everybody thinks that I just started out to write the life of Christ and make Christ into a lion, and I can't write that way. I was writing a fairy tale for kids, and all that just came about because that those were the things that he cared about as a devout Christian. And I was flabbergasted by that, because I always assumed he was writing it as proselytizing Christianity.
Yeah.
And the subtext comes out when the story is true to you, when you allow it to speak truly. And I think that those points will come across better than if we were like, we must be sure to include X, Y, and Z so that we have proper representation of this demographic or whatever it is that we're doing.
It's kind of along the same lines of what you're saying. It depends on how much it adds to the scene. If it doesn't advance the scene, then I don't see the point in bringing it into the scene. Now, sometimes what I'll do is I will use it to talk about, another character maybe talking to that person, and depending upon that person's attitude towards the disabled person or whoever the diverse person is, you learn more about that other person than you do about the person that's diverse.
Yeah.
You learn that person is really a piece of trash that should just be ran over by the first steamroller that can be found.
Eaten by the zombies.
Yeah. You learn more about
You are zombie
that
chow.
miserable, no good piece of trash person than you do about the actual diverse person. And if that's pertinent to the story and that needs to advance the scene, then I will put that in there. But I don't spend time. I'll give you a description of the person, what they're like. If it's something to advance the scene, then that's when I'll put it in there.
I wonder if I could interject. Howard Hawks, one of the greatest film directors, he said something exactly on this point. Said that if you want to send a message, send a telegram. I've always felt that was a perfect rule for certain types of storytelling. If you want to send a message, send a telegram.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, can I ask a follow-up
Yeah.
to you on that specific thing? I wonder how, so I think about concepts like bridging, where a woman is killed or hurt or whatever, in order to push forward the narrative of the male character. do we maybe run the risk of falling into something like that when we are using the disabled or otherwise diverse character to show what a piece of crap this other person is? You know, like, is that a risk that we?
It
run?
is.
If that person, if that character exists only to
Yeah.
showcase that,
Yeah.
which is when we get into your characters need to be fully developed
Exactly.
characters. They need to be people.
Even your antagonists.
Yes,
Yes.
especially your
Especially,
antagonists.
yes.
Yep.
Definitely.
Because that's your reflection of your protagonist. And if you don't fully flesh them out, then yeah.
This is something I'm still very much learning how to do, all of what we've been talking about. But I would say that just from a writer's perspective, sensitivity readers are important, and also own voices are important, right? Imani Barberi and Alyssa Sue Jensen, for instance, I follow them on social media because they're writers and creators who are disabled and who talk about their experiences living in overweight, disabled, etc. type bodies in American culture today. And so I want to know what their experience is. I'm not deafblind, Alyssa Sue Jensen is, so she talks about that and I can learn from her. Yeah.
So we are coming close to the end of time. Why don't y'all tell everyone where you can be found?
I'm sharing a table with Crone Girls Press, which is right down this wall, right next to the Falstaff. We're between Falstaff Books and the trash can. So you can find us there. We are having a party tonight at circa 9:45 p.m. I have a panel that lets out at 9:30, so we'll open when I can skedaddle up there. And then, of course, you can always find me online. I am in all the social media. Oh, thank you. That's helpful. 310 in this building. Looking out for me. Oh, yes, please, God, come drink all of it. We do not want to take it home.
Oh gosh. I will be on another panel at Lakeshore at 6 o'clock. I think it's another diversity panel tonight. And yeah, it's been a day. And so you'll find me there. Also, you can find me online at vgharrison.com for sci-fi, and for urban fantasy young adult, you can find me at marciacollette1l.com.
This is my last panel for the day. I will be buzzing around the Falstaff table. If you want to come get a Misfits The Gathering card, if you get 5 cards from 5 different Falstaff authors, you get a discount, and you don't have to buy one of our books. So like, you might be like, I don't want to buy this book, but hey, it's a card. Get a card and get other cards, and then go cash them in for your 10% discount at the Falstaff Books table. I promise you, it's good stuff over there. So, but I will be around. I'll also be at the Holiday Inn. Is that where it is? The Misfits Gathering from 6 to 9 tonight.
That's what I hear.
I will be. I won't be there at 6 on the dot, but I will be coming over there. So, Falstaff authors and readers are going to gather over there in the bar in the Holiday Inn. So,
They have a shuttle.
There's I hope so, because that's the only way I'm getting over there.
I found out they had a shuttle. That's what that black shuttle.
The quarter after and quarter till, the shuttle runs back and forth.
The 15 and the 45, as they say, for those of you who are.
You can find me. I'm in the vendor hall. You go straight back there, right in front of you. I'm sharing the booth with my sister, Morbid Small Art. You can also find all my books at MarlenaFrank.com, and I'll be at panels from 9 a.m. to I think noon or 12:30 tomorrow. So yeah.
Who did you hack off? I guess.
And I will be in a panel tomorrow at 1:30 about what books you should be reading. So you should come and visit me. I'll be moderating that one, so it won't be me talking. You'll get recommendations from other people.
I did say I would give this book away. So let's see, who traveled the farthest to be here?
I'm St. Louis. Anybody further?
Anybody further than St. Louis?
All right, congratulations.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for coming.
If anybody needs a false staff thing, I've also got.
Yeah. There you get 2 out of your 5.
You got 2 in one shot.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed the panel.
Thank
you.
I don't need them for the discounts, I'm just collecting them.
Yes. I'm also
Feel free.
collecting them,
I
so, but I have those already.
So you got another one. Now, how did I miss this one? It's got dragons on it.
It's got dragons and then the.
How did I miss that?
so cute.
Yeah, I bought it at Wayward Stitches in the dealer hall.
Oh,
Like,
wow.
just.
I see if I've seen that. I bought it.
That's right.
That's
right.
I
was
read
always
it.
trying to get some
I
color.
opened up and
I know, that's hard.
You
saw that, right?
What? Oh, I will go ask her if she can revert PDF. Okay.
Oh, Lord. I keep almost taking.
Oh, you did a great job.
Me too.
Oh, you get me moderating tonight?
Yeah.
Oh, no, you
That was really good.
Yeah.
Thought it went well. So do you want to get dinner now or do you want to wait a little bit or what?
It's up to you. I don't have anything to do, so it might be easier to go try to get dinner.
Yeah, I think
closer to
so.
5 than it would be if we were trying to do it. 'Cause by the time we get back, it'll be time to go over to what's it.
Right.
Because it's 4:30. By the time we find your child and get your child.
Right. I know he's up in the hotel room fortnightly again. We did promise him a swan boat ride, but I think we're gonna do that tomorrow. Yeah, let's do this stuff upstairs.
I'm going to the Misfits party at Walden, and then the so you can come. It is. Yeah. I might not be in the first. You're gonna.
Because in this is
Yeah, you should come to the hangout for the
That's awesome. So it's over.
It's over.
Can you text me?
I'll text you. Alright. I'll be back in a bit.
Amazing. So good. Amazing. Don't worry about it. You don't have to have a paper clip or a rubber band. No. It'll stay reasonably filled down there. These have pockets and they don't. I'm like risking. Try Google Lens. Yeah. I'm super weird about hoodies. Like generally speaking, I only want ones that zip up. And yeah.
I'll put up a little bit with shoes if they're cute enough and not too. Yeah, if I'm not standing all day. But like when I'm teaching, there's a balance of if I have time to sit for an hour between standing for an hour, then I can wear cuter shoes. It is bizarre, but they're good. But this is not a thing that men should do. Probably too you when you're around. How have your shifts been?
So every free development account is worth money.
Right.
Or two of the. Very good. And it went to long and after 30 minutes, I was done with my contract. Told me how to relax. So I do this run through everything and then they keep they ask questions for hours.
3D printing, okay. Well, why did I bring this? 3D AI.
So Jim did AI.
Yeah.
Jim did AI before.
I do something I've never been, and I'm like, I will try. I will try. Yeah, no, women's clothes can have pockets, which I know women have very few pockets in the world. You don't need a weapon, actually. I need I know you're saying, see? If I went for a journey and said, right before I hit it with the frying pan, and said, we're close to hurt you, you'd be like, oh. Yeah. Even things that are somehow can be uncomfortable. I'm like, how? How did they? Yeah, we can't have a conversation. Buy whatever you want. I totally, as you told, reorganized my closet and got rid of a bunch of stuff. I just had all these hangers and t-shirts, and I took them down and I got hanging fabric boxes from Target, and I put all my clothes. And then I made my husband come upstairs. And he let me. I said, like, no, you come in. I walk up. And then he saw it. He's like, oh, that's really cool. I'm like, I know. I told you. This way to come. I have organized. It's the only thing in my life that's organized. Organized nothing. Right. I wrote it in my to-do list. I crossed it off my to-do list. There's a part of it that actually really does love. I'm just not ready to believe that I can really love organizing. Like, you're not good. Yeah. I'm working on using a journal and writing and doing daily stuff, and I'm doing okay. And I literally started it when school was out, so that I don't have, I can just do it later. Like, no, I really do have to later. I love handwriting. Post-it notes and handwritten to-do lists are still a thing where I stick to places and cross them off. every time you planner does not spark joy. I really want this color with this thing. And then I lost it. name and I cannot read the name. But nothing new. Well, I was left. Yeah, in that very leather jacket felt who accidentally when he crossed the plate splash with his ball. It wouldn't surprise me if Patrick didn't have something. Have you seen, speaking of, have you seen his organizational boxes that are just, no, because I, that creative is awesome too. So what I wrote, how much role applies this reading? How much fun do they read the whole story? It's like,
Hello. You're running away from me as I'm calling to you.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know. I heard your name, but I couldn't see who was
Oh, it's
calling.
your name.
Yeah, well, I heard you. Somebody called my name. I would say I heard you.
Okay.
My word. I can't word.
Well, enjoy the panel then.
It's about cats.
Oh, okay. Then
I can meow.
Yeah, that'll work.
Thanks, Ian.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
Randy was kind enough to buy my book. It seemed only
She
fair.
came over holding yours and we said, oh, you have to sign this one. Mhm. That's all we're doing this weekend, trading books.
I'm convinced that this entire business is run on 63 cents. That just
about
gets shared. Basically,
Yep.
Peter hands it to Paul, who hands it to Pauline, who talks to Josephine, and
That's pretty much it. Yep.
so. But
Yep.
thank you.
You're welcome.
If you're gonna watch me in another language, you want
This is the cat's panel,
It
right?
is. It is.
Good. At this point in the con, I don't know my name.
Right. Right. I messed up and ate before this panel, and now I need a nap.
Oh, yeah. My goal is to not horrifically offend anyone
Yeah. Yeah.
by accident. If I do it if I do it intentionally, it's one thing, but by accident, because the words came out wrong. Yeah.
I'm still working on it. Is this the panel about how the cats run or how do we write stories about them?
Well, I don't know. Chris Jackson is moderating, and I suspect we are going to be gifted with many tales of the cat who picked him and has since been running his and his wife's life. But I do not know for certain.
Well, I did have 3 cats living with me, but they came in when
That's pretty much how we get cats. They pick us, not the other way around. Yeah.
In fairness, this was Malaysia, and I was in Malaysia and having something something that ate rats and other rodents was actually a good thing to have.
Oh, hey. They're great spider finders.
Yeah. That's my favorite trait of theirs.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't care the origin of the spider; they're all nerve-wracking to me.
See, I would prefer spiders to other bugs, so I don't mind having just house spiders in my
Yeah.
house. But yeah, my recent adoption has curtailed my spider population greatly.
No doubt, no doubt.
No, I said I meant tropical spiders simply because the one I didn't see the really big ones until I moved to the tropical.
Right. Yeah, the banana spiders that are about that long and actually venomous.
Right.
Like dangerously venomous.
Yeah, oddly enough, those Colorado tarantulas turned out to not be especially venomous.
Most tarantulas aren't. There's like 2 species of tarantulas.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't intend to find out.
Well, I like any animal that will alert me to, oh, spider, I don't want to step on it.
Yeah.
Oh, get that bug out of my house now. That's a different animal. Yeah.
Well, there was a joke in Reader's Digest a few decades back about
Panel for the cat people.
This is the panel for the cat people, Amy. Come on in.
It'll be like signed up for a signing right after this.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, I know. I had mine.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm standing in the way.
Yeah, I know. I had the signing at 2, and running down the stairs with the box, yes, and a mask because Greg's still immunocompromised. So yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Well, he smoked for 50 years.
We actually I wish I had more snakes because
COPD
we have
means
bulbs.
it's the gift that keeps giving.
little field mice.
Oh,
3 pneumonias in 18 months, all of which required
Well, I have a
hospitalization.
cat, but she's
Oh,
not.
that's terrible.
Yeah. So I'm being extra careful.
Okay. I will try to stay like.
I've got the mask on. No, basically if you reduce the viral load, it's not just the COVID. He never had COVID.
Yeah, thank goodness.
It's the flu, the mystery viruses,
red-shouldered hawks and
good old
foxes and
traditional
bobcats and
pod crud.
Oh,
a number
yes,
of other
naturally.
predators, though, that-
Yeah,
Well,
so
on the
I mean, I'm
menu.
going to drop
Yeah,
the mask
so,
when I'm talking.
We're really
and-
careful about
But
I lived in
it's just
Montgomery,
let's reduce
and
the
there's
viral
large
load a
number
little
of
bit and
sewer
see if we
cats.
can
And they come out at night. and
get
the
it
owls
to
get them. So
because sometimes that's all it takes is just a little bit less and you're good. The body can handle it.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, but we got a house where we don't like it, but we
Dogs and
can
cats.
sleep
Yeah.
in separate
Yeah.
bedrooms.
and they're
if we
in
have
most
to.
any major city. You
Yeah.
rarely
Oh,
see
yeah.
them,
My
but
husband
they're
and I had
they're all
dogs
through
like that
Montgomery.
too,
It's not the preferred way of doing it, but after a convention, it's
we were
like,
just
see you in a
camping
week,
and,
honey.
we have a tent camper.
I
and,
understand that.
Yeah.
We brought our kitty with
So
us.
how's you
and
been?
In the
Pretty
middle of the
good.
night,
Pretty
about
good.
2 a.m.
How's the writing
a
going
coyote
and all
house
that?
from
Oh,
about
doing pretty good, I
maybe
think.
20 yards away.
Yeah.
And they're
Been
loud.
with the wrong
And
song.
my poor kitty just
Completely different.
hissing.
I am a
Yeah.
believer in
But she's
comedy.
heard them before from
I
the
know.
distance,
Right,
because we have
that close.
coyotes where
How's
we
it
are.
doing?
But man,
Well,
she
I have no
freaked
clue. It
out.
just
She
came
was
out
like
a week ago.
upstanding
And
on me
it came
going,
out before Baltimore,
"Dad,
which
Dad."
I wasn't attending because
Uh-huh.
What the hell was
still
that?
Yeah.
what they
Yeah.
did with
She
to
knew that.
Stephanie
That's not a good
Bird,
sound.
and they
No.
have not resolved the complaint process.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that codes of conduct are inadequate and a work in progress. That's not the issue. I know that people do stupid
Oh,
things,
geez.
not an issue.
Yeah.
But if you don't have a mechanism whereby people write their complaints in a format that cannot be altered, and then cross-reference that with another document where the names and contact information is so that it's protected, but you can cross-reference back to the complaint.
Yeah.
You have no trail of evidence. You have no accountability. People, and this is what the problem with Stephanie was,
Yeah,
the
that's
stories against
really-
her kept morphing.
Yeah.
And
Right.
We had we
They-
actually had a bad
2
problem
notebooks. All it
out
takes
where
is 2
I'm from
composition
deep South
notebooks.
Alabama. We had a problem with bobcats getting our cats.
until they get 2
We have a pretty
composition
big
notebooks.
bobcat around our
They don't
our
get
neighborhood
me.
too.
Yeah.
well,
My
all right
neighbor had
then.
chickens.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And,
That's what I feel. But I'm prejudiced, but
and,
anyway, yeah.
and the vodka.
So this is
Yeah.
basically its first outing, and
Yeah, we had ducks.
I have no idea
for
what it's
about
done with
2
the group.
weeks.
I've sold
we
a few.
went,
Dino,
beach
God
and got
bless
some
Dino.
baby ducks and raccoons got 'em.
Oh yeah.
I've
we,
heard
had,
of
we had a small
Yeah.
thing that we
Yeah,
put
yeah,
on
yeah,
at
yeah.
night, and the raccoons
God
would
bless.
scare them to one side. and the-
But yeah.
Yeah.
So
they're wily
and then a
creatures.
couple
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
I'll buy your book if you buy mine. I think that's fair.
That is fair. That's totally fair.
Yeah. So.
I have no idea how mine's going to be either. So.
Yeah. But you've been writing on the rom-com, which is really good.
Yep, trying a few different things.
Hey, like I said, I love
I love
comedy.
the
I love to
koozie.
read it.
I
can't
really
say I
love
love
the koozie
writing
now. Like I
it
love.
because I like
That would be
having-
hard.
I love
It really
having
is.
written.
It really is.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, writers do.
I like having the nice pretty book out. It's just the writing,
Yeah.
the in progress part. You're like,
Yeah, the bleeding on the page, not so much.
I spent a lot of time on the ocean, and trust me, Mother Nature.
We bought some of those cat butt magnets. It's just like the back half of a cat as magnets. Those tickle me to no end.
Have you seen the coasters? They
Wallabies
crochet
No.
cat butt coasters.
Oh, I need those.
Yeah.
I've seen. There was one event I was at. There's a woman. She went under the name the Geek Granny, and she could crochet anything. It was amazing. And she had made some like, I guess they were like pot holders or something like that, but they were cat butt pot holders. And it was like
It's a monitoring.
few regrets in life. Not buying that was one of them. You know?
Yes, it is very good.
I did buy. She made these
they have
little
nasty
soot
spine.
sprites
Males do.
from Spirited Away, and like, oh, it's so good. So I got a couple of those, but
Oh yeah, you
No-
have
no
black
cat
cats?
huh?
You have a black cat?
No, not yet, not yet.
Oh
That's-
God, they look like soot sprites.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
my.
I grew up with a
Been
couple,
there,
but
done that.
right now we've got we don't have one. I think our next acquisition is going to be a big fat orange cat.
Oh.
That's
Yeah,
next on
it's-
the list.
It's kind of like the
Oh my.
Yeah.
I'm Team Marie, by the way.
It has
Bob.
a sheath
Nice to meet you, Bob.
that,
Nice to meet y'all.
Mhm.
proteolytic cells in it. So yeah.
Technically, an orange cat is a tuxedo as well, because he's got the white on his face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Orange
He's
tuxedo.
wearing an orange shirt.
Yeah, festive,
Very.
festive.
He's a
He came-
creamsicle.
He came to party.
And is it? I'm pretty sure it's true. They're all missing all in search of the brain cell permanently.
I've had orange cats.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, or orange cats like that. He's the sweetest, biggest cat you will ever meet in your entire life. He's so sweet.
That's what I say about our older boy cat. It's a good thing he's sweet because he's dumb as a box of hammers.
Yeah.
Oh. I had a 6-year-old cat that just recently died.
We have millipedes in our house, but it's
Oh no. I'm
I
sorry.
understand.
yeah.
I have 2 tuxedos.
Centipedes have a little forked tail thing going on. Those can give you a bite.
Oh, see, I couldn't foster. They would become permanent.
Yeah.
Right,
I
right.
couldn't let them go. That would be my problem.
Uh,
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I don't want to get close enough to know.
Oh,
You know,
wow.
I'll scoop them up and throw them
Very
outside.
cool. Very distinguished.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
The tuxedos actually have Jean.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh.
We just got our first tuxedo. so
Little
it's
little
gonna be-
rainbow just shot
Just
over my
about
head.
everything
Well,
in
you
there,
know.
if it's
I know,
arid,
right?
they like water. And so we had
It's very
a
informative.
Yeah.
hotel room.
I have no idea what to expect from this.
Down
I'm loving
we're
it.
on the Yucatan
I don't
Peninsula,
know. Our
and we woke
tuxedo
up in
right
the
now is
middle
not
of the
afraid
night,
of anything.
And
But he's like
I turn the water on, it's in the
months
dark,
old.
and I turn the water on, it's skimming and turn the light on.
So sweet.
There's a scorpion like this big in my sink.
I think
And
it
he
has
can't
to
get
do
out.
with how they're raised. I mean, my black is very afraid of things. He looks like Halloween.
Yeah,
You know,
well, I
he's
didn't want to
14
find out
pounds
how
of
bad a
muscle
scorpion
and green eyes. But he's afraid of just about every stranger he meets. Not afraid of my husband or me, but unless somebody's been in the house 72 hours, he doesn't trust him.
Yeah.
Right. He just doesn't.
From a
You
safe
know?
distance, right?
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, Goose is a wonderful name.
Are we going to show cat pics? Because I'm going to start out showing cat pics.
Well, let me just go
Now
ahead
we
and
have
get
to
my
get
phone
my
ready.
phone.
Yeah, we gotta
Oh
get
my
our
gosh.
I've got my Google Photos set up that it identifies my cats by name, so I can just search like Parker. And
Oh,
it'll bring
that's
all the
brilliant.
pictures.
Yeah, because people always want to see the cats.
I've never read that one.
I
know, right?
I'm not.
I'm from Durham.
Have you ever heard of a cat restaurant called Precious Kittens?
I've not.
It's mine.
Oh, cool.
But we had to close it out because we didn't have funding.
Oh,
But we did save more than 60 kittens and cats.
that's good.
Oh.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah, we've gotten cats from one organization called Connie's Kittens and another one called Safe Haven for cats.
We just, our most recent cat, we just got like 3 weeks ago. We actually got it from a Chihuahua rescue.
That's not a Chihuahua.
It was not. But basically, what happened was this family was becoming homeless, and they were going to go live in a hotel, and they couldn't take the animal with them. And the only person they knew that would take it was this Chihuahua rescue. And so the Chihuahua rescue had an account with a vet that agreed, like, spay the cat and whatnot. And she's like, look, if someone will come take this cat, everything's paid for, but if you don't get it by like Saturday at noon, it's going to PetSmart. Like, we're a Chihuahua rescue. We don't do cats.
You're not equipped for this, right?
Yeah. And we were like, nah, we'll come get that cat. That's ours. PetSmart's not getting this one.
I think it's about time to get started, so I'm going to close this door.
Okay.
If somebody, nice person, could close that door for me, please. Thank you very much, nice person. If you are not in mood for cats, you're in the wrong place. This is Cats Rule the World.
Yes.
And I am your moderator, Chris A. Jackson. I've written a few novels that happen to have feline characters in them. And I'm going to do introductions. We're going to do introductions in a second, but I would like to show you the picture of my evil overlord.
Such a pretty baby.
She was an adoption recently from Roatan, Honduras. She adopted us. Absolutely, jumped in our laps and said, "You're going to take me home, right?" So anyway, yes, we are her servitors. We take care of her very well, and we're going to go down here and we're going to say who you are, what you write, do you involve cats in your fiction, and how many felines do you live with?
All right. So I'm Bob Magoo. I write a book series about a redneck wizard with a crippling meth addiction. I don't have any cats in that series. I do have a possum, but the book I'm working on a spin-off novel now about a librarian, and she's acquiring a magical cat. So I'm super excited about that.
Cool.
And so my cats that I live with I put my names on here because they're more important than me, but it's Olive, Parker, and Oscar. And they are 6, 6, and 9 months.
Oh wow!
So
Kitten fest, little energy there.
Yeah. Our 2 older cats, one is real jazz, like, oh, I got someone to play with, and the other one is not having it at all. And y'all probably can't see it, but there's a picture of the one of ours and the kitten. So
yeah. My little kitten has 2 speeds, flat out and dead asleep.
Yes.
And when she's dead asleep, you can actually pick her up and not wake her up and put her back down. but when she's ballistic, get out of the way. Hey,
I'm Amy Ravenel. I write the Restless Spirits series for Falstaff. Basically, it's like Supernatural, but with more romance. And it's basically paranormal investigators hunting ghosts and saving people. And one of my main characters, McKenna, does have a cat named Oscar. And he shows up in this book, but he gets a bigger role in the fourth book, which is forthcoming at some point. And I live with 6 cats. My husband and I are the crazy cat couple.
Oh, wow.
And let's see, there's Winter. His full name is James Buchanan Barnes, the Winter Soldier, but we call him Winter.
Uh-huh.
And he's what my husband likes to call a dinner jacket cat, which is he's a black and white cat, but he's mostly white. Then we have a very loud tortie named Lorleen. And then there's, then there's what we call the twins because they came together. There are 2 orange cats, Bernadette and Kripke. And then our 2 newest acquisitions, Jack and Evie.
Oh, nice.
And they are 2 months.
What kind are they?
Jack is a tuxedo and Evie is sort of a tortico, which means she looks kind of like a tortie and also like a calico. So
Cool. Cool. Yeah, you notice with dogs, people will say, like, what kind of dog is that? And you'll get, oh, that's a husky, or oh, that's a German Shepherd. With cat people, it's like, oh, it's an orange.
or a ginger.
Yeah. But
white,
anyway,
yeah. All white.
I know.
And my 2 are.
Yeah.
They pass it back and forth.
Yeah. My name is Jean Marie Ward. I write fiction, nonfiction, and everything in between. The book that I'm pimping here at ConCarolinas is Siren Bridge, which is basically a wanted woman, a stolen gem, a man-eating siren, and strudel. And but it doesn't have any cats. Maybe in a later novella in the series. But speaking of possums, I have one of my short story series features a cat shifter, and the one that there is a story called the 5 bean solution. You talk about brain cells, think about possums, and basically it has a weird possum and cat shifter. So that's my and I am owned by a large black cat who, of course, this is not doing it properly. And he's about 14 pounds of pure muscle, who is scared of everyone he doesn't know. And when he was little, yes, he had 2 speeds. I am going to play all around the walls of the house. I'm going to fly.
Right. Okay. So why are cats interesting additions to a story? What do you imagine that will add to the story? Because we don't put a lot of fluff in it if it's not important. We put into the story the things that add to the story. So we're going to start out with Jean Marie, and we're going to come back this way. What do you think you're adding to a story by including a feline character? I say character doesn't necessarily have to be like a sentient cat, but a cat in the story.
Well, it basically, when you were not dealing with, in the story in Where that I mentioned, it's a cat shifter. He is the protagonist. Okay. So what you have is somebody who has this additional ability, and cats can do things that, a sentient cat, even without special superpowers in addition to the sentience, can do all sorts of things because they're small, they're fast, and they have knives on their fingers, knives on their toes, and they can needles for teeth. So, you've got, it's just a cat. A cat can jump, and I have seen mine go up 6 feet in the air and basically take off somebody's face. So, you've got that superpower just by being a cat and having knowledge with it. But when you include a cat who is not a sentient, as we understand human sentience, if you include a cat that is a cat of a cat's sentience, you are introducing pure chaos into a story. Suddenly, everything you thought was happening on a logical manner gets mixed up entirely because the cat, while it does maybe cannot read, and I am not going to state that cats can't read.
The cat in Bunnicula could.
Yeah, well, but I mean, even normal cats, I'm not entirely sure they can't read, depending on what they decide to crouch on. But basically, they have their own personalities, their own goals, motivation, and conflict. And it may be opaque to you, but they are going to follow it, whatever. They are not going, you say sit? Nope. You say don't do that? Nope. You say, you stay there. Are you kidding me?
To follow up on that, I had a cat named Dottie. She was a calico. She recently passed. But when she was a kitten, we had our Christmas tree up. This was our first Christmas with her. And she decided she was going to chew the Christmas tree. We told her, you can't do that. We tried to tell her that. She looked us dead in the eye, leaned over and started chewing.
Yeah.
Like, what you going to do?
Yeah.
But for me, cats in the story, coming from a romance perspective, I think pets are a very good judge of character. So I think it's a fun way of having this other kind of small character kind of suss out the romantic interest. Is he worthy? Do we like him? Can we trust him? And I think it's just another way of showing that part of a character's aspect.
Love me, love my cat.
Yeah, love me, love my cat. Exactly. Yeah. Which is how I got my husband. Is he loved cats and the cats loved him. So I'm like, all right, I can marry this one. Yeah. So I think they're an excellent judge of character. Mm-hmm. So I think that's a good way of using your cats.
I'll say the way I primarily use any sort of creature like that, cats, possums, what have you. I started out as a horror writer. All my early submissions were all horror based. And the thing about horror is if every scene is horrific, none of it's horrific. Right. You deaden the reader to the horror. And having moments of levity is crucial to horror. And so my series now it's fairly dark in concept, but as you read it, there's a lot of humor to it to kind of make a very unpalatable topic, poverty in the Deep South, drug addiction, to make it more ingestible to the reader and make it enjoyable. So to me, like including cats is something that you're all here because we all love cats. You know what this panel is about? No, you saw cats in the title, and you're here.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I got told like you're doing this panel. I don't know what it's about, but I'm excited. I want to be on this panel. I'm so excited to be here. And that there's that as well. There's cats are fan service basically. Mm-hmm.
So I've written a couple of novels with a sorceress who has a cat familiar. And so the cat is a character, not a POV character, but very much a character. And getting into the head of a cat. Now, this is still a cat, right? It's just a sapient cat, right? And they can communicate, but they can't communicate with, the cat can't communicate with everyone, just the sorceress. But all the things like, she's sitting at breakfast and a letter comes, she's reading her mail and she's all upset because it's bad news. And she turns over and the cat is eating her yogurt. Mm-hmm. It's like, you're enjoying my breakfast? And the cat says, yeah, but you can have the fruit. And that's the cat outlook. It's like, yes, very much. Thanks. It's like totally not getting your cat sarcasm, but do you get mine? Because that's cats, right? And later on, the cat is, of course, the hero of that story and tries to save his mother's or his partner's life. But later on, her cat is like more of a scrappy cat, and he's like out at night. He's more of a feral cat, and he's like, I can eat my weight in rats every night. Come on, bring it. And so more of a fighter cat. And so, but the cat's psychology, personality kind of mirrors the sorceress's personality. Because in the first book, she's like a courtesan and she's all elegant and she's all, charming people. And the cat's white and charming and And then the second one, she's playing a different character. She's a spy. And she's playing a different character, more of a saucy bar wench or patron. She owns the place. And so her cat's more of a scrappy cat and more of a fighter. And so, but I think the cat and the I don't want to say owner because right? Kind of reflect their personalities reflect one another. And that's kind of my next question. We're going to go this way again. What does owning a cat say about the owner? If you can get my drift,
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So for me, it's like I think the part of the reason like we like cats so much is because they really couldn't care less about us a lot of the time. Like they're gonna be fine. We need them more than they need us. It's you see the trope of like the woman attracted to the bad boy. That's all of us and cats. Like we're all attracted to the bad boy. And no, I do think now I will. Here's the dirty secret. I'm really a dog person, but I can't have a dog right now.
Forgive you.
I know. I can't. I'm really an animal person, but I can't have a dog.
Dogs,
Right. I can't have dogs right now. And cats are fantastic as well. So I'm very happy with my cats. They're fantastic. But it does. I do think cat people are very much a thing. Like and. Your relationship with your pet says a lot about you. I will quickly judge someone who is, indifferent to their pets, that is not taking care of them properly. Like you're scum, And so just, I think ownership, one, just being a cat owner just says something like other cat people are like, yeah, you're my people. I get you. But then how you interact with them, I think also tells people a lot. It's kind of social signaling, we are social creatures. We're constantly trying to identify with those around us, and we bring things into our lives that will help us signal to mates or potential friends or things like that. It's why there's obsessions with fancy logos and brands. It's to try and attract a mate or try and attack, prestige. And so cats are a tool for that as well. Just a cuddly, very sharp claw-y, don't rub their belly-y version of it.
I have no data to back this up, but I think introverts tend to gravitate more towards cats, while extroverts gravitate more towards dogs. And I think that's because a cat's like, okay, you can love me or not, I don't really care. And they're very self-sufficient. All you gotta do is just scoop their poop. Pretty much. They don't have to be walked. Some cats like to be walked, but they don't have to be walked.
I love walking my cat. It's so hilarious.
Our cats will not go outside, so that's fine.
Yeah.
But a lot of cats, it's very low key. You can sit there with your book, and your cat can be on your lap, and it's just very nice and relaxing. And I think that's the best thing about cats. They're very low key, very calm. Unless you have a tortie, and then they have a lot to say. But
or a Siamese.
Or a Siamese, that's true.
Oh, man.
And everything's a curse word if they're Siamese.
My husband once did a version of the 12 Days of Christmas with cats.
Oh.
And and the one with the Siamese was, of course, which one would he pick for Siamese? 5 Siamese. What else, really? I don't know that cats and their humans reflect each other. I hesitate to say owner. We are their can openers. Let's face it. You are the lord, the seigneur of a dog because you are the head of their pack. You are guiding them. Cats, it could be any number of different relationship things. And I firmly believe that most cases you do not pick the cat. The cat comes into your life and picks you. which means that you're not determining what reflects your personality. You are accepting an animal who decided it is compatible with you. You know, first cat was found, my husband had had cats, and one of the cats, basically, he found a box of kittens. This was 50 years ago. So he didn't know what to do with it, but he knew he couldn't take care of all of them. And so he said to the box of kittens, well, if one of you want me, come find me. And told them the address. And damned if the next day one of the kittens didn't find him.
I can believe that.
I mean, this is word, okay? I thought I was allergic for years. Turns out I was allergic to clay litter and all, you know, I can do, yeah, I can do wood, I can do walnuts, I can do corn, I can do newspapers, I can do wheat litters. But, you know, I didn't find out that until about 17 years ago now, 18 years ago. But basically the cat, again, was wandering the halls of my writing partner's apartment complex, crying out for someone to take it in. And she and I happened to be there. She already had a cat. Hello, you have a cat. I'm allergic. You're not allergic to this one. She was right. That was our starter cat. Very laid back, very chill, very, you know. Then he died. I basically collected his food because, you know, you always, at the end, you're always trying to please eat.
Mm-hmm.
So I collected his wet food, and I brought it to my local shelter, which is a mile from the house. And this very evil woman sat at the desk. She took one look at me. She pasted a look of sympathy on her face. Wouldn't it make you feel better to hug a cat? Yeah, you all know. You all know. Anyway, so I figured it couldn't make me feel any worse, right?
Naturally.
So I go into the cat room in the local shelter, and I start hearing, yeah. Yeah, that's the one that went home with me. The black one you saw. Me! You know, and it turned out that what had happened was they were trying to neuter the cat that day. And basically it escaped them. It was as if it knew, oh, my sucker's coming. You can't get me until I get my sucker. So I hesitate to say that, you know, that the cat reflects us. I think it's rather that the cat, being an entity of personality, goals, motivations, and conflict in and of itself, seeks out somebody who smells right. Mm-hmm. And so I don't think I reflect that black cat who is afraid of anybody he hasn't known for 72 hours, who's proven themselves a dispenser of treats. You don't have to dispense treats to me. You just, you know, try not to kick me the first time you see me. But I think, though, that our cats reflect what we can tolerate in other people. You know, are we willing to accept them for their quirks as well as the parts that are attractive or beneficial to us? And I think that, you know, people who give good care to multiple cats, who deal with the fact that the kitten is running around the ceiling and then flopping down on itself, or the orange cat who, is that the litter box? Yes, you've been there 3 times in the past 3 days. Are you sure? And you can live with that. It says something about your willingness to interact and with your fellow humans and your other animals, dogs, lizards, whatever, that you're willing to go that extra step to meet a person or an animal where they live instead of insisting that they come to you. And so that's how I think we are reflective, and the reflection works.
So my wife and I were vacationing, well, long extended vacation down in the islands, and we had no intention of adopting an animal whatsoever. And we're out on the porch of this house, and this little white cat just trundles up, and absolutely the most gregarious, affectionate, in your lap, hug me, fall asleep in your arms, complete trust, like needing you, and then she'd flop, and you had to catch her. That kind of trust, and that kind of and we look at each other, it's like we're falling in love with this little bundle of fur, right? And luckily we were down there for long enough that we had the option to adopt her. The lady right next to us was fostering animals, and this little kitty was one of them. And so we went through the whole thing, realizing absolutely when we hadn't. Let me preface: we hadn't had an animal for 13 years because we've been traveling so much. It just wasn't logistically possible to go from the Caribbean to the States and sailing all this time with an animal. It was just not feasible for the cat's sake, And so we just absolutely know we can't adopt an animal. But now it was like we're selling the boat. We have a house. And we have, oh my God, we're gonna have a cat, a dependent, right? And so we went through all the hoops, and boy, bringing an animal into the United States from abroad.
But that was real easy.
Actually, it was a lot easier for a cat than a dog. Yeah, we walked through the. We drugged the living bejesus out of her, actually. But we had a nice little soft side carrier, and we're walking through the airport, and the customs guys go, "What's in the carrier?" "Cat." "Go ahead." No kidding. And we had all the paperwork and stuff ready. Here, wait. It's like, no, we don't care. But dogs and anything else for that matter, yeah, they were all over people.
I have a quick aside that involves me in customs coming back from New Zealand. I'm from the backwoods, all right? And we have a guy that we affectionately call the possum because he once got drunk and crawled underneath the truck. We had to drag him out like you would a possum. It was great. Anyway, so I'm in New Zealand, and you can buy possum tails, and their possums are much more adorable than ours. And so I was like, I'm just going to buy one of these possum tails and bring it back to him. And I threw it in my bag, my carry-on, and it's like $5. And so I'm running through the Houston airport because I'm fat and it's a long way away, and I'm going to miss my flight. And they were like, "Well, do you have any animal products?" I'm like, "Well, I got this possum tail, but that doesn't count, right?" Like, yeah, it does. So I had to then go through customs, and I finally get all the way through customs, and the guy was like, "You totally didn't need to declare this." It's like, well, great. Now I'm definitely late for my flight. And then in my mad dash rush to get to the flight, it fell out of the bag, and I never even got
Oh no!
It's like the curse of the possum.
Right.
So let's take this a step up. Cats as characters, whether it's a familiar, a cat's POV, supernatural twist, or a spooky stalker, or whatever, something haunty or whatever. What's your favorite tale that includes a cat in some kind of a weird, twisty way? Amy, we're gonna go to you, and then that way. Yes,
Oh, no, it's not
you're not
right.
getting off the hook by being in the middle.
That was my plan. Okay.
Oh, my favorite is The Cat in Summon the Keeper by Tanya Huff.
Oh yeah, Austin.
That cat has such an attitude. The great thing about this cat is it's like a familiar, but he's got his own kind of thing going on, his own agenda. He's very sarcastic. He's all about getting into the food. He's just a great character. And throughout that whole trilogy, you follow this cat, and you've also got another cat that shows up in the second book that used to be an angel and becomes a cat. And they just have some great personalities. So that's my favorite book series with a cat as a character.
Yeah. Well, I gotta vote, if you want purely supernatural, I love the way the Japanese characterize white cats. They're always evil femme fatales.
They are. I can vouch for that. They are.
Yeah. But if you want me to talk about something I've read, that would have to be the tales that Carol Nelson Douglas wrote about Midnight Louie. A big 20-pound black cat for whom 9 lives was not enough. And for those of you who don't know, basically these stories are written in 2 points of view. One from the human character, Temple Bar, who just happens to be red-haired and a public relations type. No resemblance whatsoever. And this cat who adopts her, who basically is a 4-footed Sam Spade. And he has all the attitude of Sam Spade, only it's coming out of a cat's mouth. So you've got all the human characters, and then the cat who decides that his human is not going to make it out of this alive without a lot of help from him and his ever-growing coterie of other animals in the Las Vegas Strip where the series takes place. And basically he pulls in a clouder of feral cats. He winds up finding out, because he's not neutered till like halfway through the series, and then he's not really neutered. He gets a vasectomy because the bad woman takes him to a plastic surgeon instead of a vet. And I'm not making this up, you know. And anyway,
somebody did.
Yeah. But basically winds up getting a daughter who's got daddy issues. And then later on, she introduces him to a paranormal series also set in Las Vegas. Unfortunately, she died before she could complete that series. But yeah, I loved Louis because it was like a satire of every hard-boiled PI story, including Mickey Spillane you ever read. Only it's a cat.
I'm going to say a quick cop out. I'm going to say Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe. Again, horror writer. Come on.
Yeah,
kinda
of
gotta go
course.
there. But there's not a lot to discuss there. So I'm going to say that I grew up reading the Redwall books. And for those of you who aren't familiar, it's medieval fantasy essentially with anthropomorphized animals, and it's very like mice are good, weasels are bad, you know. And it typically involves some sort of feast and some sort of rodent army attacking the good guys. But the villain in a number of the books are bobcats. And I think they make incredibly good villains.
Oh,
like
yeah.
I think Brian Jacques really nailed it. And like, because look, I love cats, but I've met some real asshole cats too, you know? And like, there are some cats that are just neurotic. They're mean. See the Black Cat. And I think that, you know, kind of using the bobcat like that really plays to the strength of the villain side of the cat. And I think that's just a really excellent portrayal.
You mentioned the psychotic cat. We before we went sailing, we adopted 2 ferals, and they were not tame in any way, shape, or form. In fact, one of them was named Fang, because the very first thing he did when I picked him up was bite right to the bone, front and back, on my thumb. And so that's how we got his name, Fang. For 10 years, he wouldn't even come near you. He might be able to just swipe a hand down his back if he was feeling affectionate and risk, you know, bodily harm. But every time I had to take him to the vet, I would bleed, literally. I mean, he would just latch on, and it's really hard to not hurt a cat when he's got a grip on your wrist. And you know, when you take a cat to the vet for shots, if you're bleeding, they won't give the cat his shots. Because they think, oh, this cat might have rabies and it won't manifest if we give the vaccine. And so I bled for nothing, right?
Yeah.
So I'd sit and bleed in the car, and my wife would bring the cat in a carrier. So anyway, but about my favorite, and this is a little bit of a cheat, but favorite cat in supernatural kind of a thing. You ever see the movie Cat People? Way old and creepy.
Yeah.
Which one? The one where the people morph into cats No, the original.
Nina Pope.
Become cats, or the one where they may or may
No,
not.
they become panthers, and they don't become human again until they kill a human being.
The remake.
Oh, that was the remake? Oh, well, I didn't see the original. I'm sorry.
The original.
Yeah.
That's a remake.
Explaining the original would take too long.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, let's skip that.
It's a classic. You could probably get it on TCM at any given moment in time. Cat People.
But I found that fascinating and incredibly grim and incredibly freaky when the guy had his arm taken, yeah, working with big felines, man, that'd be scary. Big time. Reminds me about an actual occurrence that happened at the Houston Zoo. A guy was working in the tiger enclosure, and they had put food inside the door and then closed the door, and the keeper wasn't sure that the cat had taken the food, and there was a small tempered glass window about this big in the door so that you could look around, and he put his face right up next to it and to look down, and the tiger came up, went through the glass, grabbed the guy and pulled him through.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, and they actually did not put the animal down because it was the keeper's fault. You're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to startle the animal.
Well, Kitty Hedren, the actress who now she started that farm where they kept lions and tigers and possibly bears.
Oh my.
Well, they kept several kinds of large carnivores because I forget if they were mistreated or just whatever, but they needed a safe place to put them. I'm sorry, what I'm getting at is she was the one that commented that if you're going to have tigers as a household pet, your family doctor needs to be a plastic surgeon.
Right. There was a guy in St. Petersburg who rescued small young tigers from I don't know, but he would actually drive around town with the damn young tiger in the passenger seat of the truck. And just like, really?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Can you imagine though, if we'd been doing this panel last year, there's no way we would have made it this long without a Tiger King reference.
Yeah. That is true. So to move on, we kind of touched on this, but let's go with actually Felis Domesticus. What's your favorite fictional cat? And we're gonna start with you.
So I haven't read much of them, but the kiddo is recently. So I grew up very much a reader, and the kiddo very much not as much of a reader, and so trying to find that special something that would get her hooked. Like me, my folks, I was lucky enough. My folks found that thing that got me hooked, Goosebumps, and then it was off to the races. And so it's a lot of fishing. You just try this, you try that, and what took was the Warriors, about the cats and she's been tearing through them. And so, but it's one of those, like, you read a little bit along with it so you can have stuff like, 'cause she's going to talk to me about it.
Sure. Right.
And I need some sort of context. If she gets so excited, she cannot, the thoughts are not coherent. So I need a framework to work from. So I'll admit, like, obviously I am not the target demographic. Those are pretty good books, like,
admit it, you love them.
Yeah. Like, I'm not saying I'm racing out to buy more of them, but if they wind up in the house, if they wander onto my desk, it just happens. These things just
like
happen.
A cat.
Right.
If the cat's on your desk, you have to pat it.
Yeah. No. So I'll go with that. Like, because it is very much, it's a domesticated. Like, the first 6 books is about this domesticated cat that winds up with a bunch of feral cats, essentially, and the shenanigans that ensue. And I don't know, I'm glad I found Goosebumps first, but I could totally see this would have been the series that got me reading if it had been around when I was a youth.
We're gonna go back to the 90s. The Sabrina TV show, Salem, on the comedy show, not the most recent reiteration, but the comedy show. But yes, I loved Salem on that because he was hilarious.
He was.
He's some of my favorite memes now. So yeah, that one.
I'm going to go back even further to Charles Perrault because, like I said, when I was growing up, my mother was under the impression I was allergic to cats. This was because a dermatologist had told her I would be. So I only got to play with cats outside the house. But the whole time I'm reading the fairy tales of Charles Perrault, And I didn't understand why Puss in Boots was not the hero, because the ostensible hero, Prince of the Tale, was so incompetent. And, so basically I would say Puss in Boots or Tom Whittington's cat, because in both cases, the cat's the brains of the outfit, like, why aren't they, 6 foot tall and marriageable?
So I'm gonna go sci-fi, Jonesy,
Okay.
because Jonesy's the only one smart enough to actually
Yes.
evade the alien. You know?
I want to take my answer back.
Because Jonesy's a badass, it's like, he's the only one that actually doesn't completely freak out or stand there like a dumbass when the alien's staring you in the face, like, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Which is odd because he was
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, well, orange is tradable.
We kind of already touched on this, and I already told you my favorite use of a cat in my own stories. If you have used a cat in your own story, what's your favorite and why? Because I've done 2 cat stories, and I think I like the first one better. I like the prissy little cat who turns out to be the hero.
So I'll just quickly go over mine. So the book I'm working on now, and this is it's not really familiar. It's a whole thing, but she basically acquires a mystical Maine Coon, because I really want a Maine Coon, and this is wish fulfillment. And so
I had a Maine Coon. She was a badass.
yeah, I want one so bad. But talking about like how cats read, what I've decided is, because no opposable thumbs, that this cat, it's a librarian's cat. It reads by laying on things. That whatever it lays on, it can just absorb it and read it that way. And now that is my headcanon. If my cats are laying on my books or letters or whatever, it's because they're curious and they want to read what I'm reading. So that, to me, that is what's happening. So I'm putting it in my book.
Cool. Very awesome.
Well, I've only written the one cat in my series, which is McKenna's cat, Oscar. He does not have a huge part. He's not mystical or anything. But in the 4th book, which will eventually come out, he does fight his own ghost. So, so he does get to be a badass and a hero. So.
Well, I've only written 2 different cats. One was a calico with attitude in a.
Isn't that catitude?
Well, yes.
There we go.
There's somebody walking around with a Cat Thulu T-shirt. I will say yes. Anyway, but this cat was a calico, and it had all the attitude of my writing partner's calico. And basically, she existed to shake up a very stuffy scene with a bunch of overly proud of them, overly entitled aristocrats, which she did quite well. But, the only one that I've really written is that cat Shifter, and that was totally mine. And I like the fact that he was small and that he is scrappy, but he is not, he's not a Midnight Louis that's basically taking on the entire PI canon. He's just a guy trying to get by and using what he has as a human and a cat, and having to deal with really crazy people. Like, he's a half she. The purebred she, who thinks that all mutts, the products of human and she, should be destroyed. What? Really, all cats are mutts. Let's face it. Bottom line, there are some breeds that have grown over time, but they're natural breeds, and they started out as mutts. And the other one was because poor thing had to deal with a robbery at the Shrine of the Immaculate. There's this big cathedral, actually a basilica in Washington, D.C., called the Shrine of the Immaculate Conception. It is a museum with no security. Okay, in the basement, they've got a golden rose that is a pound of 24 karat gold. They've got a Pope's crown that is 6 pounds of silver with 48 diamonds in gold, a rim of gold winding around it. They've got a head of a copy of Michelangelo's Pieta, which is solid silver. They've got a stole of pure gold. And do you know what the security is for these things? God will get you for that. There is none. There is only one object that is actually in a locked case. Most of them are in plexiglass. We're not talking bulletproof glass. We're talking plexiglass. And they do charity work by basically hiring people who are otherwise unhirable as guards. So their effectiveness, if anybody should take it into their heads to rob this place, would be questionable at best. But so I decided, of course, to fictionally rob the place. I gave it a security system, which it does not have. But, you know, and I put my cat shifter, who in real, you know, in human form is like 5'7" and skinny. So he's actually more effective as a cat, and I like him a lot. And he's going to be coming in my urban fantasy series later. But yeah, that's my favorite character because it's my only one.
So I only have one last question for the panelists, and they're going to open it up for you guys. What is it with 3 a.m.? My cat pounces on my face at 3 a.m. every night. So is there like a feline alarm clock that goes off in their heads like time to piss somebody off?
So my life is a dumpster fire side of me says that. So they put me on Strattera not too long ago, and it works fine during the day. But the side effect is I wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning almost every night, with or without cat assistance. Now, granted, more often than not, there's feline assistance on that. But you know, there's the paranormal case to be made. You know, 3 a.m. as the witching hour, and cats can see spirit. You know,
deepest part of the night.
And you know, as the number of times my cats have creeped me the hell out by just like, what are you staring at? Like, best case, it's a spider. Worst case, there's a woman crawling down the ceiling. You know, like there's no win.
Or out of the TV with static, right?
Yeah. There's no way you can win. So either way, it's not good. But this kitten, oh my God, this kitten is so vocal. And 3 a.m. between 3 a.m. and 3:15 is when he's like, you know what, it's go time. Let's just go. I'm gonna wake up the other cats, and they're gonna play with me whether they like it or not. And does that toy make noise? Bad. I've not played with it once during the day. I won't even look at it during the day. But nighttime, I'm all in on this noisy toy. Oh my God, little bells. Little Bell never gets any love during the day, but at night you just hear tiny footsteps sliding around, and this kitten is essentially a slinky. He's the longest cat of this age I've ever seen.
Kind of like ours, right?
You pick him up and you can just do this. But he gets going so fast. Yeah, he gets going so fast that he can't turn quickly enough, and he slams into doors. And he's this big, but this big around. He should not be able to make that loud of a crash going into a door. But I can't be that loud slamming a door. But he sure enough can. Oof. I love him to death. I need sleep.
Death. To death do us part.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, my cats are lucky because my husband is a morning person, so he gets up at 3 a.m.
That's really
early. He goes to bed at 8 p.m. usually, but he's like an old man in a 41-year-old body. But yeah, especially our cat Lori, she's a very large tortie, and she will let you know when it is time for food. She will not miss a meal. I'll tell you. So, and it's 3 a.m. usually. Yeah, she likes it.
Okay, you're all gonna hate me. My cat doesn't do that.
Oh man.
No.
I need to know the secret.
I will tell you the secret. My cat also does not knock anything off the table.
What?
Yeah, I know. I think we have to turn in his cat card. But I do not know why he is so well behaved on objects on flat surfaces, because y'all know the joke about if the world was flat, cats would have knocked everything off of it by now. Yeah, well, he just if there's stuff on the table, he walks around it. About a week after we got him, terrified us because we have these giant break fronts, all glass, where I have all my tchotchke, the sculpture of a sentient bipedal griffin in an Air Force uniform by Laura Reynolds, an artist who used to show at Dragon Con, little pieces of crystal from my mother and stuff like that. And the cat I opened the door, turned away for an instant because the phone rang. Cat got in there. My husband and I are like this.
Don't startle the cat, right?
Cat looks around, goes, oh, I don't want to step on that. I don't want to step on that. And eels right out of it. You talk about liquid. I closed the door and I didn't open it again for 5 years. But there is a trick to getting cats. Activity is entirely dependent upon when they're fed. And I would be willing to bet that you feed the cat when you go to work and when you come home, right? Okay. That means that they're gearing up for hunting at 3 a.m. My husband and I sleep he sleeps till noon, I sleep till 10. We aren't in bed until 3. So we feed at noon and midnight. And our cat is out like a light at 3 a.m. He doesn't even sometimes get up for treats when we go to bed.
Yeah, we feed our cat when we eat dinner so that she won't be up on the table eating our
Yeah,
dinner.
yeah, we do the same thing.
But yeah, that's good physiological reason for that.
Yeah, no, it's Jack. I can't take credit for it. It's Jackson Galaxy.
Yeah.
Was basically 3 hours before you want to, 3 hours before you go to bed, feed the cat.
Right.
But that's a problem depending on your schedule. My husband and I work from home. Greg's an artist who writes occasionally. I'm a writer. We can sleep to whenever we want. I mean, if we want,
Jealous.
if the cat wanted to have zoomies at 3 a.m., we'd probably be up for it. Okay, cat, you do you.
I was gonna say, unfortunately, I have now fed our cat at this time, and
Yeah.
until the cats die, they will always remember that food at some point in their life came at this time.
Right. Yeah.
And if it does not come at that time, they are going to yell at me until the food appears.
Oh, yeah,
Like,
you
your bowl
can't.
still has food in it, but I can see the bottom.
Exactly. That's old food.
Yeah, that peasant food.
So I'm going to open it up for questions. What's your cat fancy? Anyone? Oh, come on. Somebody have a question.
So let's go back to your cat head cannon. What does it mean if they lay on the computer?
So I've really been wrangling with that. I really have, because
They're surfing the internet.
I've got
They're hacking you.
hacking.
Cat
Hairball, yeah.
hacking.
No, look, I'm open to suggestion on this because this is a plot. Like I've got to figure this out plot wise. Like I've started to write a chapter. I was like, oh, but what if it is because my cats are like, oh, laptop's there. Let's go.
Mhm.
I'm leaning on the side of no. This cat is a librarian's cat. It's physical books.
Librarians like
I
surf
know-
the internet
I-
too. I'm a
yeah.
librarian.
No.
We use computers.
You do, but I'm leaning towards only physical. And because I want it, there's some plot reasons that's what's going to work best for me. I think it may change. We may, I'm 90% pantser. Like I pretty much have an idea of the beginning and the end, and then I just kind of fumble my way through. So no battle plan survives the first encounter with the enemy. So as of this moment, I think the internet's off limits, but who knows what's going to happen at the end of this chapter. So
Yeah.
The cat can feel which keys you touch.
Right.
there's that. And but then what if fundamentally what's the difference from laying on it while you have Wikipedia open and then printing out the Wikipedia article?
Right.
I promise you, a
it's-
librarian would not be using Wikipedia.
So
There we go.
I can totally write this story that the writer goes to sleep at night and leaves his laptop on. And he gets up in the morning. There's a whole chapter written.
Oh, I wish. I wish.
I joke when I do put my cats on social media. They're all the office cats. It's our new kitten is the new graphic designer. And so far,
I'm surprised we don't have John Hartness in here.
Yeah, really.
Editor in chief lying in the books, right?
Well, he's got he's got the book Space Cats Will Travel.
And he currently has the editor-in-chief's in training right now.
Right.
Well, Stevie doesn't want that. Stevie's hiding under the
That's
under
right.
the house.
Under the house. Yeah.
Keep your books. I'll have a mouse.
Yeah, but I have to say the graphic design work has not been up to par. We're training. We're currently training.
So graphic artist in training right now.
Yeah, well, I felt we needed that youthful energy.
I understand.
Zhuzh up the brand a bit.
Yeah. The Gen Z cat.
Anything else? Questions? Comments?
I want to raise a concern about a cat, literary cat, who was unjustly left out of it when the book was made into a movie. Ira Levin I'm not sure if it's still a brilliant writer who wrote a book called Sliver. And the hero of that book was a cat who rescued his mistress, his owner, from the murderer. In the end, the cat is the hero. Well, people who got hold of the rights to the movie decided unfairly to eliminate the cat. So, and they decided they were gonna make a softcore porn movie.
Who replaced the cat with sex?
As you do.
But they changed who the murderer was, and they should have left it alone. Should have given the cat its rightful place as the hero of the story.
Yes,
I will agree with that.
If you ask, I mean, a lot of writers have had their works turned into movies and don't really care for what the product ends up. But hey, cash the check.
Yeah.
So like the upcoming panel, vaguely based on the title of the novel.
Yeah, exactly.
And look, if any of y'all have connections and you would like to, if you got a connection to Netflix and y'all would like to do a terrible adaptation of my book series,
No. Me.
Yeah.
I can use the money.
We're all game.
An anthology series
Oh, yeah.
featuring all of our works. You can make it as terrible as you
Do a
want.
mashup, absolutely.
Yeah.
Just give me 10%.
Yeah. I'm not agreeing.
Notice how everybody laughed when I said 10%. That's more like 1%.
Oh, that'd be the dream.
Yep.
Anything else? Cat related? Feline? Minutia?
Have you considered the fact that when cats are staring up at something, they're just doing it to mess with you?
Oh yeah,
Totally.
That's totally possible.
Absolutely.
No, our vindictive little shits. I have no doubt that that's
And closed doors. There cannot be a closed door in my house. If there is a closed door, there's a cat's paw underneath it.
Oh, yeah.
We have carpet in our bedroom, and our master bath has 2 doors that come off of it. And in the morning, I get up before my wife, and I'm trying to be quiet and there's windows in our bathroom that if the doors are open, light streams in.
Yeah.
And we can't do it. Sorry, wife. Because our cats have ripped up our carpet. Because if we close the doors, they pull up the carpet trying to get in.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Mine hasn't done that quite yet, but she does love the heated floor in our new bathroom.
Oh.
So you open the door, she goes in and she just skids on the floor. No tension.
Yeah. Love it.
But yeah, they totally mess with you in so many ways. Where'd my shoe go?
I had a cat who would chase her tail in the bathtub. Because it made this wonderful, clear, clatter sound, and she stopped. Wait a minute, it's still there.
And what is it about running water? You won't drink the water in your dish, but if I turn on the faucet a little bit, you're there.
Yeah.
With your head upside down, trying to lap the water.
Mine doesn't even do that. He just sits there going.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow.
It's off of his head, and he's licking it off of his paw.
Yeah, I have a cat that does that. She will not drink. We've got one of those water dishes that constantly flows, and she will not drink out of it unless it's moving. Because like if it gets too low, it'll still have water in there, but it won't circulate.
Right.
Yeah.
It doesn't
Die
exist.
of thirst, right?
Yeah, she will die of thirst
Yeah,
before she
yeah.
drinks out of it when it's not moving.
And like looks at the faucet and looks at you beseechingly.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Since he's the one that forms bladder crystals, we of course cater to that.
Sure,
You need to get
exactly.
water in
Yeah, yeah,
there.
yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Cats need a lot of water.
There's an actual reason for that, biologically. They don't like standing.
Yeah, they
water
like flowing water, fresh
because
water.
it has a bacteria,
No.
and so they,
Yeah,
to keep them healthy.
yeah, it's healthier, yeah.
want
Yeah,
to
flowing
drink
water.
flowing
All right.
water,
I just
yeah.
assumed our cats were spoiled because they're literally
No.
spoiled in every other way.
So I'm
we
gonna take
have a
my,
cat mountain
I'm
too.
gonna take my cat for a walk and she drinks out of a muddy puddle.
I started trying to train ours to a harness because I
Come by, I'll show you pictures. She's so
Yeah.
cute. It's just.
I'm investigating a cat stroller. I know that's
Oh my
that's
gosh.
weird.
I love it.
Imagine me with a cat stroller.
I
I
think
know
that's
it's a weird
amazing.
thing, but like I've seen them. Our cats are real lazy. They don't want to walk. Like, they think they do. Oh God, they want to be outside so bad.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, yes.
My
With
wife
the
thought
little
about one of
bubble.
those, but that wouldn't go well with our cat. But she will. With this little harness, has little footholes in it,
Yeah.
and she loves to go outside. So it's like, ready to go for walkies, and she'll actually come over to you, and you pick her up, and you put her little feet in there, and sometimes she'll struggle a little bit, then she'll hold still, and you put it up. Oh, aren't you a good kitty? Let's go walkies. She goes right to the door, walk around the whole place. Okay, time to go home. And got her to the point where she come back inside because she knows she gets yogurt when she comes back in the house. Yeah, just
nice.
plain
Yeah.
Greek yogurt. Oh man, that is the best training tool for a cat in the world.
If your cat likes it, why won't eat yogurt? I thought it was, I thought for sure.
Wow, yeah.
The only milk product my cat will touch are Parmesan cheese wisps from Costco.
Oh god.
It can't be from any place else. It has to be the Costco Parmesan
Cats
wisp.
can read.
Okay, your cat is gonna live forever because there's enough preservatives in there to reanimate a mummy,
Really?
a mummified cat.
Yeah, well, let me just say that the cat is, 12 years old, and the acting still like a 6-year-old.
Nice.
Wow, there you go.
Yeah.
See?
Nice.
Preservatives.
Yep,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay, so go ahead.
What's with 7 or 8 pound cats who sound like a herd of elephants when they run up the stairs?
Right. Yeah. Because I think they like manipulate gravity.
Yeah.
Must be.
So real quick, where are you going to be? What are you writing? Where can we find you online, etc.?
Tells by Bob. Anything Tells by Bob. That's my website. That's all of my social medias. My next panel is podcasting and live streaming 101 at 8 o'clock. I think it's in the steam room. And then tomorrow I'm doing a panel at, I believe, 9 o'clock in the morning on cryptobiology.
I'll be there with you.
Yeah.
I'm going to be down in the dealer room here in a few minutes to sell some books and sign some books. You can also pick up my books on the Falstaff table as well. I also, if you're playing the Falstaff game, I have some cards for you if you would like some. 5 different cards to get 10% off at the Falstaff table. And I will be at 9 o'clock, I will be on the fanfic panel. And then tomorrow at 12:30, I'll be on the panel talking about pop culture.
Okay, you can find me at jeanmarieward.com or on Facebook /Jean Marie Ward, Twitter Jean_Marie_Ward. I'm there. I will be at the con till it ends, but I only have one more panel, and it plays to my strengths. I hope. Funny stories. Basically, it's called It Happened at a Con. And if you want to hear an embarrassing story about me, go there because Waylon Smith has one locked and loaded. Basically, I'm working on the sequel to Siren Bridge. I've got a urban fantasy that John has been sitting on for 6 years.
It does take a little while to
Yeah,
write.
it does. The second one is written, and if you know how slow I write, you know that that's saying a lot. And I also have a story in Joshua Palmatire's / Zombies Need Brains anthology, Dragonesque, which will be out sometime this summer. It's called Lord Bai and the Magic Pirate: What Happens When a Shape-Shifting Dragon Gets Loose in a Chinese Government Conference. I used to be a government wonk. So that's me. And cards here, free postcards, advertising the book, of course, but they're free.
Yeah, I've got some stickers here as well, and my booth is literally outside the door. You can't miss me.
I'm just outside, across from Falstaff Table. Chris A. Jackson online is Jack's Books, JX Books. That's my website. Everything I've got is on that website. Free samples of everything. Everything's digital. We have new audiobooks coming out in a series, and I also have some Falstaff cards at my table. So.
Great.
So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
And,
Thank you.
Yes.
Go pat your kitties.
Yes. Thanks. That was fun. That was fun.
There you go.
Oh, if I did not live like 7 hours away, and my wife would kill me. I had to convince her to get the third cat. I want a Maine Coon, but I don't think a fourth cat is in our. Yeah. She does like that.
Oh my God. Oh
Poof.
my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So the historical one, no.
Yes. Yes.
I've been moderating that. I've been
Yeah.
moderating on
Ah.
everybody
Oh,
loves that.
yes.
And then
Yeah.
2 Wild West films.
Okay. Women of the Wild West.
Women of the Wild West, which is her historically speaking film.
Yeah, we did one like that last year.
Yes.
Oh, right.
We're
Yes.
just
There you go.
on this one we're focusing on the Wild West area.
Oh,
And then
wow.
This is the Weird Wild West, where it's just anything.
So
you want to
I'm not the
talk
only
about.
one.
Right.
Nice.
We'll just be presenting.
Yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
Great. No, basically, yeah, I do research for that, and there's always so many. We might be bringing up some of the same ones. Will it be the same cast of characters?
Yeah, that's accurate.
This
That's
one we
accurate. That is my life. Yeah.
You moderating. Jensen, Omi, and Toki are on this.
Nice.
I
That's my
think
wife.
that
Like
I don't think I know
she
Toki,
like
but I do.
cats
she was
like
on
me.
last time, Tams was there
They
too, so cool.
she
Okay,
can they're
good.
like putty in her hands
So-
if she sets her mind to it.
It's the reverse for me, but they love my husband.
And I hope you enjoyed
Oh,
the
they
book.
they have it like.
I think it's the very long beard that he has.
I'll say our new
I
kitten
come
loves
this
to
one
bury
just
his
comes in
face in my
10
beard.
pieces.
Oh,
He
yeah,
loves it.
yeah.
But
Not
by and
actually
large,
crazy things.
he goes to lay on her.
For a change.
He'll come by, get a quick beard nuzzle, and then he's going to mama. You know, so.
It has.
Yes.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
I'm doing okay.
Yeah.
I'm doing fine. Do you want one?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
No, we
Just grab a
yeah,
pen.
we got all our cats are shelter cats. So and that's something that my parents drilled into me.
I know you didn't.
So and
you
something
know,
that we've been
I
drilling into our
feel bad.
kiddos, like
He should come back from his
go
vacation.
get a shelter cat. They need loving.
I can't afford to buy one like
That's all right. I just have to grab a pen, and I have pens in here. Hi there. Can I? Any questions? Any answers? It's always fun to talk cats.
Oh, yeah, that's fucking cat.
I used to have a rescue. I wish I would still had it.
Yeah, I know. But I imagine it's such hard work. Thanks.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
but it's worth it.
Yeah, it
See
is.
those babies and their new homes
Yeah.
and stuff. Yeah, it's wonderful.
Oh. Well, may have the opportunity again.
We saved and got homes for over 60 kittens and cats.
Yeah.
Very good,
That's
yeah.
great.
It's great.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is.
I miss it, but
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. My roommate's cat was a parking lot cat, where they, in the apartment complex, there was a whole, cats.
Yeah.
That would, of course, breathe.
Yeah, cats being cats.
Yeah, and one of them would sit in her parking space when she came in.
Mhm. Oh,
Wait, and she said, well, you know, you're gonna get yourself killed, so I guess I'll take them.
yeah, well, the cats, like I said, the cats pick you, and
Yeah.
this one will get you the ebook if you'd rather read it that way. John said I was to put it on any of the books, so,
Okay,
you know,
all right.
once they left my hands, so.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Look forward to it.
Enjoy. So, whoops, these chairs do not want to move back because they're on the carpet. So,
Strudel, I love it.
you probably heard me read from this one.
I think I may have. but
Yeah,
that's okay.
this is the, no, I mean, this is the, just to let you know which one it is. This is that one. The one that Jim Nettles keeps threatening, the reading that Jim Nettles keeps threatening to put online.
Oh,
It's this book.
that book. This book.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
this one. So, yeah. Yeah. Just put these in here.
Do you mind doing the news or draw at all, or
No.
would you rather not?
As long as it's after one.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
No, I don't mind. Would you rather give it to someone else?
No, I've been trying to shake things up the last couple of years, and I'm just wondering if I should retire it from you.
That's fine.
Okay.
I can do it or not do it as you need me to do it. I'm good with
You're
it.
good at it, so, you know, if I can do it, I would rather.
Okay, but if you'd rather not, that's all right too. I'm not, it's just, I have no, I'm flexible. You know, it's the only thing that I know that it's a pain in the ass to schedule me after 1 or 1 o'clock or later. But beyond that, I want to be as flexible as possible.
Right.
So,
Which reminds me, to check the schedule again. I think I've scheduled you before 1.
because that's hard for me.
I know. Sometimes when I get into a role of schedule, putting people on panels, I don't think.
Yeah.
At first, I just go, oh, she'll
They'd be good at that.
She'll be good for this.
And this is a good time for that, and yeah, I understand how that goes, so, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'll double check that, but no, this would definitely be after 1.
Okay, no, but whatever works for you, I'm not, I'm good either way. So, yeah, and we do need to change things up. Now, if they start whining that it's not happening, then we bring it back, right?
Right.
And if they don't, we don't have to.
That's true. But it did seem to be fairly popular for people.
Yeah, it does, it does seem to be, we always wind up with at least 30 people in the room.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, so you never know what to do on that.
Yeah.
So, okay, you have a
good.
great evening and great time.
Thank you. I'm thinking of when. I'm on panels.
Yeah, I'm on a.
I'm on 10 o'clock. Yeah.